The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Former champs are proving their mettle at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. 4 titles in a row is still in the cards for reigning champion Fabiano Caruana, adding another win to pull away from the pack. Veteran Anna Zatonski has leveled the playing field in the women's section, defeating the clear leader Alice Lee to join a 3-way tie for first. Only 2 rounds remain, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Day 10 of Electric Chess, coming up next.
As Fabiano Caruana holds onto a clear lead in the U.S. Championship, the Women's Championship has gotten even more crowded at the top. With 2 more days, everything is yet to be decided. More fighting chess from the St. Louis Chess Club as round 10 starts right now. Hello everyone, and welcome to the round 10 of the U.S. Chess Championships. I'm women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich, and I'm so happy to be here together with 2 Grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Maurice.
Anastasiya, welcome, welcome, welcome. Delighted to have you with us today. Maurice, as always, great to be with you as well. As we know, our colleague Petya, she is attending services. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. This is round 10, the penultimate round of these U.S. championships. And I've got to tell you, it's just been an extraordinary event. In the ladies section, the fight for first could not be keener. 3 players tied at the top. But in the open section, we do have small degrees of separation, Maurice.
Yeah, not quite 6 degrees of separation,
not 6 degrees.
But indeed, we do have a contentious event at the moment. You got to enjoy what's happening in the women's section, of course, because they're so bunched up. 3 leaders, 3 followers. Anything could happen in the next 2 rounds. And will Fabi or won't he, as he separated himself from the group? History says it's bad for the followers at this moment, and he's won 3 in a row. Will he match Bobby Fischer himself and win 4 in a row at this here championships?
Fantastic. Good. We're going to find out really, really soon. Anastasiya, tell us the standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Yes, as Maurice mentioned, we have a really interesting pack. On the first place, Carissa, Alice Lee and Anna Zatonski hold tied for the first place with 6 points. Only half a point behind them, we have Rina Crush, Anna Sargsyan, and Nazi Paikidze with 5.5 points. 6
potential champions there. Tell us about the standings in the open.
In the open section, we have interesting situation. Fabiano Caruana is in the sole lead with 6.5 points, and then Wesley saw just half a point behind with 6 points. And look at this, Levon Aronian is on the 3rd place with 5.5 points. Hans Niemann followed their steps with 5 points on the 4th position.
Clear 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Tell us about the format for these U.S. championships.
And we have 12-player round-robin event with 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and everyone has 30 seconds increment from move 1. No draw offers until we have completed move 60 for black.
And not much left, but tell us about the schedule.
Not much left, as you said, Yasser. Today we have round 10, and tomorrow it's going to be round 11, the last round. But in case of tie, we are going to have playoffs on the 25th of October.
Now that you mention it, tell us about the playoffs.
It's going to be interesting if we have playoffs, and the players who are tied for first will need to play rapid round-robin tournament with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. Still tied, then they will again play rapid round-robin tournament, and again 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. But in case if still it's not decided, we'll have blitz round-robin tournament with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds until it's resolved. Yes, sir, are you happy about it?
I'm suggesting that we don't have playoffs. I think that's what this is required. And Maurice, I mean, the road ahead for these players, that's what it's all about in these championship rounds.
Yes, indeed. The strength of schedule matters quite a bit. And we see that the leaders, they vary in terms of their strength of schedules as well. As we saw with the open section, there's Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and Levon Aronian. Those are the realistic ones we think have a chance. Mathematically, it'd be very difficult for anyone else to catch them. But let's take a look at how difficult their path will be to maybe winning a title, as you start with Levon Aronian there. And round 10, pretty decent pairing. Not somebody who's a pushover by any means, Grigoriy Oparin, but someone that Levon's got to be thinking, I can beat this guy because I don't really want to beat the next guy or have to beat him. But he may have to beat Fabiano Caruana in round 11. That'll be quite the challenge. So he knows today or bust. Now, the second place standing goes to Wesley So. And I gotta say, if you want two people, this is not a bad duo to have to face, as he faces Dariusz, who's tied for 9th place, and Grigoriy Oparin. This for Wesley is almost must win for both games, at least a point and a half. That's a minimum if he's going to have a chance of catching Fabiano Caruana. And speaking of Fabiano Caruana, he's in the catbird seat. Like, hey, if I just win this next game, the field will be crying. So this pairing is excellent for him. The youngster who had not lost a game in 71 tries, now has lost 2 here at the championships. He's still a tough out, but this is Fabiano Caruana we're talking about. He is going to hunt down the youngster, and then he's going to have to play Levon Aronian. He'd love to coast to a draw in that last game if possible, although Levon, no doubt, will be chasing him down the whole way. And in the women's section, we see this is just so hotly contested, a 3-way tie for first with 3 other players chasing them. Anything could really happen in this one, but we're going to focus on the top 3, starting with 4-time champ Anna Zatonski. This lady has not lost a single game in these championships. Only player, in fact, who has not lost any. And she's got 2 tough ones ahead. First, the newcomer, Anna Sargsyan, who's tied for 4th, who's thinking, hey, wait a minute now, I beat her. I'm right there in the mix. And then she has to play her old rival, 8-time champ, Irina Krush, who's also tied for 4th, who will be looking to defeat her. This road ahead is rough. It's like murderer's row. In fact, we'll see what she can pull off there. And then at the opposite end of the age spectrum is the youngster Alice Lee, who was leading, looked to be sitting pretty, but then lost to Anna yesterday. She has a fellow junior, Rose Atwell, not a bad pairing, and then someone who will be looking to defeat her in the last round, Anna Sargsyan. That's going to be not so easy for this young lady, but she had been playing so well. We'll see if she can right the ship again and pull this off. And finally, the lady's a champ, the back-to-back champ, in fact, Carissa Yip. She has just been winning and winning and winning since her poor start, and now she faces 2-time champ Nazi Paikidze, who for her, this is a must-win game also, if she's to have a chance, given that she's tied for 4th. And then she gets a tail-ender in Talia Cervantes. Can Carissa Yip keep up the pace, as she is known to be one who has a strong finishing kick? And speaking about strong finishes, there is the Finish Strong Prize added to this year's tournament, $5,000 awarded to player or players with the highest score in the last 6 rounds. The prize is split in case of a tie. We're starting to look like that might happen here. But let's see what the numbers actually are. In the women's section, again, we talk about the thoroughbred Carissa Yip, 3.5 out of the last 4 rounds. Can she keep up this pace? If she does, she wins the championship, no question about it.
Exactly.
But there is Nazi Paikidze right there, and Anna Zatonski chasing her down as well. And you see the names Alice Lee and Irina Krush, the pride of U.S. women's chess, right in front of you. And for the open section, guess what? No surprise. He's the back-to-back-to-back winner, 3 points at the moment, looking to finish strong, as well as you see 2 of his chasers, Levon Aronian and Wesley So, as well as Andy Woodward and Sevian, doing quite well. And this man is looking to do something not done since the late 60s. We're going back literally 60 years since a man has won the U.S. Championship 4 times in a row. History in the making. That was Bobby Fischer who did it. Anytime you and Bobby Fischer's name are in the same sentence, you're doing well. And that's what he's trying to do in this tournament.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And tell us about the pairings for all the ladies.
Yes, we actually will be concentrated, of course, on the games of the leaders And we can see that Carissa is going to play against Nazi Paiki. It's a very important encounter. Definitely Rose Atwell will play against Alice Lee, and Anders Sargsyan will face another Anna Zatonskih. And of course, we will keep an eye on the game between Arina Crush and Tatev Abrahamyan.
And tell us about the pairings for the Open.
And in the open section, Fabiano Caruana will face Abhimanyu Mishra.
Big match.
Big match. And Grigoriy Oparin will play against Levon Aronian. Wesley will play with black pieces against Dariusz Swiercz. And Sevian will play against Niemann. Looking forward to all these matches. It's going to be interesting today.
Well, the penultimate round is about to take place. The players have taken the seats. As you see, Mishra setting up, adjusting, zhidubing all the pieces.
Lots about to happen. We should also note that very early in the show, we're going to have a tribute to Daniel Naroditsky, as today is his funeral in San Francisco, as our colleague Katerina Nemtsova is there. And so we will be watching that, but stay tuned for that tribute shortly.
All right, I'm going to start with the open section, and I'm going to follow the game between Fabi and Mishra. And check this out. We have an invitation. Would you like to dance in an open Sicilian? Yes. D2, D4. None of these bishop B5 checks. Let's just get serious.
Yes.
No queen takes D4, knight takes D4. And I suspect we're going to see a Najdorf. Knight F6, knight C3, A7, A6, an opening made famous by Miguel Najdorf. There we have it.
Yes,
A7, A6.
Yes, I'm happy to see this opening. Yasser.
Oh, for sure.
Invitation for the fight.
G2, G3. Well, our colleague Alexander Ivanov will be elated because this was, for decades, what he loved to play as white. G2, G3, and his idea was it's all about the D5 break. Let's go back. So, excuse me. Black has a question. What is he going to do in the center? Is he going to play E7, E6, bishop G2, castles, or is he going to play E7, E5, or is he going to fianchetto his bishop with G7, G6? You might think that the move E7, E6 is the way to go, but after bishop G2, it's very, very hard for black to get pressure against the E4 pawn. For example, B7, B5, you run into E5. So over the many decades, it was determined that the best way for black to achieve counterplay was to start immediately with the strike E7, E5 and put the question to white, where do you want to put your knight? Most players have chosen the E2 square. The reason is that they look forward to playing the moves H3 and G4 and knight G3, or to play knight on C3 to D5 and the other knight. When you put the knight on B3, as Fabi has done, well, the knight just asks the question, where are you going?
Exactly.
Because you're just kind of stuck on the square B3. And Mishra follows the dictates of theory. These days they're playing castles. And very, very often you play for the move B7, B5. Sometimes you play for bishop E6. But it is a question of where you want to put your bishop. And I have actually seen many players in these positions like to toss in the move.
Bishop G4,
yes,
asking question
sorry.
like what are you going to do? No.
I mean, it's not nice to play bishop E2.
You don't do it after you play G3, right?
Exactly. And if you do play F2, F3, well, then maybe your bishop isn't the greatest on G2. It's just one of those little quirks. And Anastasiya, as we keep an eye on this game, tell us where we should look.
I'm actually surprised with the opening in the game between Wesley and Dariusz. Like I can see that after Dariusz played,
whoa,
he
B2,
sent
B3
Wesley to long.
Wow. Okay. The Nimzo Larson queenside fianchetto. Yeah, I've seen Hikaru Nakamura amongst many others playing this way, but for Dariusz, that's a kind of a statement that I don't really know what to do against your key defenses. So
you remember, Yasser, what he said yesterday, Dariusz, that he devoted the opening choice to Daniel Naroditsky yesterday.
Right.
So I just wonder if this choice of B3 was something connected to it as well.
quite possibly, quite possibly.
I don't know if Daniel really played this B3 move
Right.
often, but knowing that Daniel played so many blitz games,
Yeah.
I will assume that it was one of the choices.
Yeah. As we see, Wesley a little bit taken aback by this opening choice. When I got the opportunity, I most often like to play the move bishop to g4 at this exact moment, with the idea, yeah, I'm going to take the knight and double up your pawns in case of bishop g2. We'll keep an eye on this one, just that it's an opening surprise. And oh
I
my,
see, yes, the game between Levon and Aronian.
they're blitzing.
It's interesting because it went so far away. We have to catch up with them, I think, Yasser.
Wow, what happened here? Okay, English, a floor variation of the English, and
Seems like they know the theory quite well here. I
they
judge from the fact that they're blitzing their moves.
wow, check this move out, bishop b5 check. I played this most of my career, but I never played it in this particular fashion. You would think that c7, c6 would be your go-to move here. Not so, says Levon. He's following, I'm sure, the dictates of theory. And check it out. Castles, knight takes e6. Now, the last thing you really want to do is get saddled with an isolated pawn.
Exactly.
After f takes e6. So this move, also, by the way, sidestepping the potential of knight takes f8, giving up the queen, would be expected. Bishop c4.
He insists he wants him to take with the pawn. Yes, on
No,
e6. Bishop c4
You
is
still
the move.
can't. I suspect knight d8. Nope, knight a5, excuse me, a
That's
different
right.
way to take this and to take this. And Levon, wow. I can
right
see
off the
Grigoriy thinking to himself, okay, I know the theory. Do you know the theory as well as I know the theory? And Maurice, I'm looking at this position and I'm going, I don't know the theory. What is the theory?
Yeah, you even call it the floor variation,
Yeah.
which I thought of it as the floor McInnes variation.
Floor mechanics.
And they're calling it the McInnes-Carls variation here. So one of those offbeat lines.
Give credit where it's due. Right?
Yeah, like, ooh, what's the real name? As names, of course, evolve. And all these moves have been seen before. You know, talk about so-called theory. Theory is part analysis, part practice. And so it doesn't mean that because you've seen the move, it's necessarily a good move because somebody played it. It could be a bad move that they fixed later when they realized they played it as a mistake. And so far, it has been seen before, this exact position, bishop g5, queen g6, bishop to d3, instantly played as well. The only move here, as your queen is now basically trapped, is the move queen takes on e6, going for this two-bishop endgame. As you can see, that in this position after takes and takes, white does have this extra bishop versus this knight, but the pawn structure is perfectly symmetrical. I would not suspect that Levon, somebody of his class, is going to lose this position with the black pieces. It just looks so even. And as far as Grigoriy is concerned, there is a little bit of a side note because Grigoriy is Fabi's trainer.
Yes, I thought about the
So
same.
if Grigoriy can make a draw with the white pieces, he yanks Levon backwards. Now, is he thinking like that at all?
Behind.
Yeah, like I'm going to give Levon no chance.
Yeah.
I'm going to just play a basic variation, super simple that I know gives a slight edge to me or maybe gives me nothing. And Levon is playing like he's like, yeah, I know this line. Sorry, you got nothing here. But no so-called losing chances or me the one really pressing. Now, there's always losing chances, but I mean, they're just blitzing the moves out every single move. Nothing new here for these players. But what do you think about that? Do you think it's possible that Grigoriy thinks, well, if I just get a nice little position with no fight in it, my guy gets a little bit more security?
Well, there there are those moments, because I remember having worked with Victor for literally 18 months in a row. Whenever I sat down to play Anatoly Karpov, it had this feeling like, do I give analysis away?
Yes.
By beating Karpov, does that make Victor happy? These things do.
Do you
go
remember
in your
what I
mind.
asked Grigoriy one of the days when he played with Fabi? He actually told me that they're sharing the files between each other. So
they're
I
having
just wonder
dinner
if
together.
Fabi sent him a couple of files
By the way,
before the game with Levon. I mean, I think it's also possible. I wouldn't be surprised because they work together and they said that they share information openly between each other.
Right.
But of course, I think Fabi is really rooting for Grigoriy right now.
Absolutely. Knight c6 and Levon, okay, you might say he's almost equalized, but for if I'm Fabi and I happen to be walking by the board, I say this is a great game for me because Grigoriy is the one who has the slight advantage, but almost no losing chances whatsoever. So a good opening for Grigoriy, and I'm kind of wondering about Levon's choice, since I don't see this as a 3-result game. I'm just going to go to the game of Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann for just a moment, because this is, that's what I thought. It was an F2, F3 Nimzo, one of these very, very sharp Nimzo variations. And it's amazing how they keep coming up with new and innovative ideas in the Nimzo. In this particular moment, back in my day, the big move was e6, e5 here. So you've played e6.
And then you play
then
e5.
you play e5. And the idea is white really doesn't want to trade and allow queen takes and then knight to g4. Rather, white more or less finds himself obliged to play d5. And then the surprise move comes again. You moved your bishop to b4, to e7, back to c5.
It's against the opening rules, which I was taught, yes.
Absolutely. Your coach will be horrified to see you play like this. But the idea is as clear as a bell. I mean, now that this diagonal, and you have a square. So, for example, after knight f3, bishop g4, and away the play went. So this was also standard in my day. But check this out. Completely different approach.
Still attacking the center, yes.
Still
we know that
attacking the center.
Center is important in the chess game.
And now here's a big moment, because capturing the pawn, you're supposed to be happy as white. You've got to protect a passed pawn in the center and stuff like that. Capturing with the c pawn may just be a bad move. But then again, it looks very threatening. We want to play the move e5 and d6, trapping some pieces. Maybe that's 2 in bishops. E takes d5, castles, bishop d3, and have we caught it with the players? Let me just refresh my board. I thought, no, I thought the bishop was going to had landed on d6. Not the case. It kind of reminds a little echo of Anna Zatansky versus Alice Lee
from
yesterday. There was no c4 pawn, by the way. That c4 pawn was on f2, but there was a blockading bishop on d6. We'll keep an eye on this one. Rook e8. I suspect knight e2. And Maurice, I'm going to throw it to you. And what's caught your eye in this penultimate round?
Well, it's early goings right now, so we wouldn't expect that anything dramatic, hyper-dramatic going on in the opening. That game between Wesley and Dariusz definitely is a little bit offbeat. And the game between Andy Woodward and Sam Sevian also featuring a slightly unusual opening as well. But it's still very, very early. I got the big board in front of me for the women's section, and just taking a look at some opening lines, and very sharp line being played with Jennifer Yu and Atusa Porkoshian. Already, Jennifer has castled queenside in this Queen's Gambit decline position, and definitely saying what her intentions are. And Knight's not even in the game yet, and she's saying, listen, I'm going to be trying to mate you. There's no question about that. Let's go for it. We see a King's Indian between these two longtime rivals, Irina Krush and Tatev Abramian. Tatev loves the King's Indian. Irina principally says, I got space. I like to dominate. That's her style. So we're expecting both sides to be happy with the opening. Carissa and Nazi are in a Caro Khan, the advanced variation, super sharp, super interesting stuff. So that one looks like it's going to be a ton of fun as this one develops. As we see, Carissa has played the move A4, looking to get some space on this side. A basic Joko Piano in Rose Atwell versus Alice Lee. That's going to be a dogfight. And the two honors are locked. Well, it's very early, in fact. It looks like we only moved 6 between the two honors in an exchange Queen's Gambit, where a capture got played on D5 very early by white. C takes, allowing E takes. We'll see if she puts her knight on E2, the standard plan there. And Megan Paragua and Talia Cervantes lower down in the standings list. And they've started off with what looks like a Rosalimo with the move knight G7. So early goings right now, I don't see anything standing out, jumping out at me and saying, this is the one you need to look at. But I have got my eye on this one, of course. Carissa Yip, and I'll just bring it up. Carissa Yip versus Nazi Paikidze. Nothing traded off. We're just in a rich, advanced Caro-Kann with a ton to fight for. And Carissa Yip, the favorite in this event, can she make it back-to-back championships as she's making that case in a real way in these last few rounds?
Thank you, Maurice. And we have prepared a tribute to our dear beloved colleague, Danya. And we want you to remember the good times. And we checked our files, and in 2022, no less a player and no less an opponent was Fabiano, pardon me, and it was 2021 U.S. Championships. And yes, Maurice was interviewing Danya. Have a look at the video.
Recognizing.
And Fabiano Caruana has resigned.
Wow. Wow, what a victory for Danya.
What a loss.
What a loss for
As
Fabi.
Fabi was skirting with losses before, and finally it has occurred, and he lost with white as well.
Well, one player that just played, potentially, the game of his career, that is the man of the hour, Danya Naroditsky, who is with Maurice.
Indeed, Danya, congratulations on your win. You were having one of those tournaments. A loss here, a win here.
Roller coaster.
Yeah, whoa, what's going on? It must feel really satisfying to beat somebody of this caliber.
Yeah, it hasn't settled in. I can't believe it. Only until the very end, I thought this has to be a draw. There's no way that I'm actually going to win. But when I found that key line with my king coming to D6, I'll show it a little bit later, I started to get the butterflies in my stomach. I realized when he spent 15 minutes that my calculations were correct. Obviously, it's an amazing, euphoric feeling. The last couple of days were really rough, but my resolution this tournament was to keep grinding, to play every game with passion and with heart, and it paid off this time.
Is this the highest rated player you've ever defeated?
No, I beat Magnus 5 or 6 times. Yeah, just kidding. Yeah, it is. I've only beaten one player over 2,700 before this tournament, so now I beat Jeffrey and Fabi. I'm the guy who calls the cops at the party when everyone's having a good time. I'm going to spoil it for everybody.
What a smile, what a humor. I think that says it all. I loved his response to you. Is this the highest rated player you've ever? No, I beat Magnus Carlsen 5 or 6 times. We just laughed. I mean, he brought out joy in everybody. He was just so marvelous, Dania.
Yeah, still, it's a very sad day for all chess community.
Absolutely.
Since we have a funeral today of Dania. I mean, shocking news for the whole chess world. But he will be remembered as a bright personality, great chess player, and of course, fantastic commentator. All chess fans loved him.
He shone very, very brightly, Maurice. That takes you back. Good moments right there.
It does, but it's hard when
Yeah.
a young person, 29 years young, he was about to share some love with his family, to go back to San Francisco to visit with his family, his young nephew, who newly born, that he was going to hang out with, full of life, full of humor, full of wit and genius as well. Wrote his first chess book at 14, and you could see he was just always the kind of person who everybody wanted to be around and just have a good time with. So we send our condolences to his family, for sure, and we know it's a tough day for them, and may his memories be your peace. We'll miss Dania.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, I like to just say he meant a great deal in the chess community, and he brought a lot of love to a lot of people. And yeah, he will be missed. So Dania, thank you for being a friend to all of us. Thank you.
I'm sure he's looking for some bullet games up in wherever he is right now. And everybody's going, no, we don't play bullet. What are you talking about?
It's Title Thursday. No, I mean, what's going on? We have some games here in the penultimate round. I'm just looking at the game of Sevian and Hans Niemann. They're following the dictates of theory. I wanted to get to the ladies section because of that game of Carissa. And I have to say, both have been playing the most challenging line today, right now. If you were asked, okay, I'm going to play a Caro-Kann. I'm as black, I'm going to play a Caro-Kann. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to play the advanced variation. Aha. If you're going to play the advanced variation, I'm going to play the flank attack, where I'm going to play for G5, and I'm going to keep F6 in my pocket in reserve. I'm going to chip away at the center with F6, and I'm going to chip away at the center with C5, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do both.
I have a question, Yasser.
Please.
Where will you castle in this game for black?
Yes.
Now that you exposed your king who is playing G5, like,
exactly,
what are you going to do?
Exactly, and that is a very salient and crucial question. In truth, I'm going to wait for white to decide. So, for example, Carissa's last move was the move knight on d2 to f1, and that's certainly a good move. She could have also continued in a completely different fashion. She could have played ideas of b2, b4. What's the idea? C, b5, bishop a3, or b2, b4 with the idea of c4. Now, the moment you play b4 and c4 and c5, one thing for sure, I'm not castling on the queen side.
You're terrified, right?
Absolutely. So when I see the move knight f1, I go, okay, you're heading kingside. I see what you're doing. You want to play knight to g3, knight to h5. I start thinking, no, I'm not going to put my king on the king side. Now I think I'll go queen side. So to answer your question, I'll respond accordingly. If you're going to go king side, attack, I'll go queen side. And we'll see what Carissa has done after this. And check it out, c5.
C5, immediately trying
Whoa, okay. So that's
questions.
an indication that Nasi intends to play kingside castling, because when you play c6, c5, you're not going to open up the c file. You're doing Carissa the biggest favor. So let's just see a move. Knight g3, your bishop likely will have to go back. Let's say I play h4. Now, you don't really want to take and help me, so you're probably going to play g4. So let's say I go knight back to h2, gift me the pawn. You're going to go h5. Then let's say I go f2, f3. Now we get into a situation where I genuinely do want to take this pawn. And if you capture, then I'm making an argument, maybe with the bishop.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
to
a
keep an
pawn
eye on
grabber.
h5, yes?
Exactly.
Actually, and now good luck with castling short. Like, normally you will just keep your king in the center, it seems to me, yes.
Exactly, exactly. So this is a game that's going to be a big, big fight. We'll keep an eye on this one as I toss it to you, Maurice.
Yes, it looks like a very, I would say big development, but a serious development for Levon Aronian fans in the game with him and Grigoriy Oparin, as it looks as though he might have done something a little untoward. I've got to check out this line. We said balanced pawn structure with the two bishops for white. This bishop on d3 is the piece to pay attention to. The knight, the problem with the knight is it finding a seriously stable square. Knights love stable squares, long-term squares. They don't want to float. They need a good square they can say, I'm relying on this one, and I'm not just sitting still. Because bishops have a way of zipping around the board and making you look like an idiot. So we're checking out this imbalance, the only real imbalance. Okay, king in the center, king not quite there yet. So white has a little something to look for, but is it enough to play for here? Well, Levon decided to play knight e5. Could I have your bishop, please? We heard the discussion. No, sorry. You cannot have that piece. No way, no how. This is the difference in our positions. Rook to d8, activating that piece, and now king to c2. And looks kind of close-ish, although this bishop is still insisting. The knight pushed it back, but look at what Levon did next. He played the move rook to g6. And this move, the engine really does not like. It looks like it's attacking a pawn. It is. But if white right here, right now, plays the move f4, where do you put this knight? Obviously, you don't want to just back up. You attack the piece, and the bishop will be headed to f3, and this rook will look silly on that square. It wants to be joined with the rest of the forces. It almost looks semi-trapped over here, like something bad could happen to it, some kind of f5 thing, f4. You just don't know what could happen if you're sitting on this square. But if you get too aggressive with this move, trying to get the other bishop, white's not interested in taking any pawns, getting the bishop trapped or anything like that. But white has this fantastic move, bishop to c1. Bishops have a way of being able to leave and then re-emerge with power. And bishop c1 is a fantastic move. Why? Because now this bishop is prepared to go to the f3 square, and these two pieces are looking more and more ridiculous in this position. Bishop at 3 the threat. If you try something like this, check out this line. Rook, and I'm not sure Grigoriy, if he's going to calculate it as such. Rook down, takes, and bishop to f3, takes, rook to e2, and suddenly it's like, what happened? My knight is trapped in the position. We can continue the line with bishop to c5. We chase this bishop back. The bishop goes back to b6, and suddenly there's this massive initiative, all because of this knight on the square. It still feels a little bit unclear to me in this position, although the engine is saying you have to play rook h3, get out of the pin, and then we're just going to take this, and we got two bishops against your rook and two pawns. But those bishops look pretty awesome, about to enter into squares. Bishop e3, bishop headed to d4, another bishop here, and there's going to be a lot of pressure against black's position. This is a line you have to calculate deeply, and if you just look at that young man sitting there at the board, that is indeed what he is doing, because that move has come as a little bit of a surprise to him, and he may want to play f4, but there's things to look at. It's not like you just drop the pawn down and say, let's see what happens next. But this is a serious move. f4 looks like a very, very important test to Levon's last move, which looks very, very provocative indeed as we see this position.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Challenge. f4, knight g4, because clearly that's what Levon wants. Bishop c1, knight f2. If I was afraid of rook f1, rook g2 going nowhere, rook g1, is that knight looks a little weird, doesn't it?
It does, but at the bishop c5...
Say I got to go g3. I've got to, yeah.
Well, now if you play g3, black can shut this energy down on this side, and...
Rook f1?
This rook?
Yeah.
Okay, rook f1. Now this rook comes alive.
And my two bishops are not, wow, you got knight d3.
It
You got
feels
knight
like
d3, you got knight, yeah, the bishops are,
Wow.
but they're curtailed in this position, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
I thought the knight on f2 was misplaced, but if it gets to go to d3, then it's coordinated.
it felt a little bit wrong, this move rook g6. Normally you would like to put this knight on g6 after f4, right? So like this is how it feels. Some problems
if the
with
pieces are coordinated,
Yes.
that's the point.
This is what I felt when he played this move rook g6.
Small, we all feel small coordination issues, piece placement issues. It's very delicate. Guess who feels it better than we do? One Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
But he did put it there, and the engine's saying, we don't believe you. Grigoriy knows something's up. What will he do right now? This is a huge moment in this game and these championships. As Levon is in third place, chasing his trainer, his cohort. He's the trainer. Fabi's the one who's not a student exactly.
Yes, it sounds funny.
Hard to call it that. But they work together. They share all of the trade secrets. And there it is. If we can have Grigoriy Oparin, who's currently tied for 7, defeat Levon Aronian.
Wow.
That just leaves Wesley. Levon will be knocked out of this event. Is Levon playing provocatively, maybe?
Maybe, yes, actually. Or maybe he just wants to actually make a draw, because it's really so unpleasant to defend this type of positions, even though he was there not once, not twice. But, you know, to play against two bishops descending, like, I mean...
Not too much fun.
Maybe he's trying to find some tactical way to simplify the position and just make a draw, but maybe there is no way.
Forcing play sometimes gets you into trouble. I wanted to say in the game of Carissa, by the way, that for me, the move c6, c5 is unusual. Normally, with the bishop, most especially on this g7 square, the way I chip at the center is with f7, f6. I mean, and again, the theories include castles, or castles short, castles long, with f7, f6. c6, c5 is actually a novel move. And when the knight is on f1, I actually don't like this approach by black. First of all, for what Carissa played, which was d4. This would be very, very provocative. I would not want Nasi to do this herself. You could see that with that king still in the center of the board, bad things can happen. Bishop b5 check, just for example, just to play these types of positions. You're sensing that things can go wrong. Just like your king still in the center, you're not going to be safe on the king side with the pawn on g5. So you don't want to take on e5. On the other hand, if you take on c5, then even ideas of knight d4, threatening, by the way, knight b5, bishop b5 check.
a6. Maybe you have to prevent all this, no?
I want to sacrifice the e-pawn as white, so that, again, I'll try to exploit the king being on e8. So for me, the move c6, c5 is asking a lot, maybe even too much. Like, there's ambition, and then you can be overly ambitious. Being overly ambitious can get you into a lot of trouble, as your opponent can take advantage of the open position. And that's what Carissa is doing with this move d4 takes c5. Do we have a response, by the way, to d4 takes c5?
Not yet.
Nasi played the move c5, and obviously it's in her, she's done it.
Yeah, she has to do something right now. Right? I mean, she has to try to actually find some chances for herself. Yes, 95, but it's very responsible, as you mentioned before, Yasser. I mean, these lines don't look always in favor of black.
Exactly. Well, let's just look at the most, let's say, scary, challenging. I'm basically saying, look, you probably are obliged to take this pawn because you got yourself here, right? Let's go check. And you don't want to put this knight in the way, because after knight takes f5, that open e-file is going to kill you.
Yeah, I
so
mean, This, let's just check it. Yes, like knight.
Knight back to c6.
If you take on f5 immediately, right?
Yes, I was
Yes.
just maybe bishop e3, picking up a nice little tempo there as well. Queen has to go back, let's say. Here, somehow I feel like I haven't quite got you. No, I mean, no, this has actually worked out all right.
Yeah, it's really, really complicated position with different lines. Yes, you have to calculate all
I
this.
suspect, therefore, that Carissa might find herself just drawn to bishop e3 and play for knight to g3. We'll keep an eye on this one as I toss it over to you. Whoa, am I seeing a Bloomfeld gambit? What the heck?
Yeah, we'll go back in the opening because this was a really interesting game between Andy Woodward and Sam Shankland. And something just happened on the board itself. I do this quick preview that fascinated me so much. You always want to see something that you go, really? I would never have suspected that that was the best move, and even the idea itself. So you were right, Yaz, in seeing c5 and b5.
Yeah, very rare sighting.
Rare sighting indeed.
Nice.
Bloomfeld.
And bishop g5, g6, and now capture. And we get this very dynamic pawn structure. Of course, the pawn was hanging on b5. We're going to have two bishops. But look at the funny pawn structure you see for black, which, of course, Yasser spotted right away. So now we get to this position, bishop d3, d6, and now knight back to d2, not allowing any trades of bishop g4 if you castle. And take a look at this last move. And I just want to make sure, did he move as yet? So Sam just played the move f5.
Ooh.
And, of course, you open up a line for your bishop.
Yes.
You clear this potential line as the king is still in the middle of the board. And you say, well, what do you do next as white? As you're trying to undermine this pawn on d5, as well as open up a line. So I continue down the main line. E takes. Has not been played as yet by the youngster who's doing quite well at the moment. And what do you think the next move is here? Like, your auto move would be rook e8.
Most probably, yes. You're trying
Like, why
to...
you play? You're not going to take on f5. It's ridiculous. You play rook e8. It just says rook e8 is bad. It's not even the first move, the second move, or the third move.
Really?
Yes. And rook e8 is bad in this position because of only one move.
King f1.
King f1 to move our king over. And you gave us a pawn. We'll take it. Thank you very much for the pawn. We'll castle by hand on this side with g3 or h4.
h4 tries.
And
yeah.
h5 with an attack. So, sorry, this is advantageous for white. So why did you play f5? The next move is the one that got me, which was, well, it's a strategic move. It's not a tactical one. The point was to undermine this pawn, so let's go attack it. So slow, like, you know, I undermine your pawn, and then I attack it, and now try to defend it. And, of course, you're like hanging the pawn. You don't want to just give it away. But if you play queen to f3, you do expose your queen suddenly to potential knight jumps. Knight d7 is one move. In this position, I had looked at, let me go into the line here. So here the move rook e8 check is now possible. King f1 is not as good with the queen on this square. Knight d7 comes, which much more force. Your king is no longer able to get everything with the queen slightly exposed. It's not the end of the world, but this pawn will be a factor. Knight b6 could happen. Knight e5 could happen. And this bishop is always awake on this diagonal. So there are tactical issues that are suddenly present here. Don't try this one, of course, because knight e5, and you lose your knight since your queen, again, is exposed. Black is able to play the move knight d7 at this moment just for that purpose. So this move, bishop b7, I mean, all of us, you know, in a blitz game,
rook e8 is unstoppable.
It's a print. You take it up playing rook e8.
Rook e8.
Right? Of course I'm playing rook e8 check. And for the actual move to be this one, I guess it's a secondary move, but I feel like it was a secondary move. I wouldn't be analyzing that as my main choice.
No.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what, and guess what?
What did he play?
E takes f5 was played.
Right.
And bishop b7 on the board. These guys are good.
It's Sam Shankland. He is a very, very, very good opening
I
specialist.
just wonder if rook e8, king f1, and then bishop b7. Like, was it so different? Like, what is the difference? Now bishop b7.
Sorry, rook e8, king f1.
And now bishop b7. The same move, let's say here.
Wait, I have this move on the board right now. Okay.
Right.
So now, wait, sorry, you want rook e8 first. Let's
Yes,
move
like
back.
this natural move, rook e8, and after king f1 to play bishop b7. Like, what would be the difference? I don't know why king doesn't want to move. Something is stuck here, I guess, obviously. But,
Okay, my board is frozen.
Yes, for the moment,
We'll fix that in a moment, yes.
All right.
Check it out later.
But then the analysis won't. That's crazy. Let me bring that up and let's try to understand it ourselves, because I think you're making a very good.
If we change the move order, let's say, what is the difference? Like, maybe we go too deeply into the position.
Shankland? There you are. It's Andy versus Sam. So we're having a conversation between ourselves. Like Sam Shankland has just played the move f5. After Andy captured the pawn, now that the e-file is open, we have been trained since childbirth. Rooks belong on open files, and when there's a king on the open file, we can't resist.
Exactly.
We have to give a check, and then king f1, and now we're asking ourselves,
what if
why
we play
not
bishop b7 right now?
Include the check and then play bishop b7? Are you back with us?
Yes, it isn't working again. And so,
well, I mean, I'm with Anastasiya. I got to ask, why not include the check?
we take,
Yeah.
And we have to take.
and then h4.
Oh my.
You want your pawn? Go right
It's
ahead.
all yours.
We're coming very, very fast is h5. Very fast.
I keep it closed, g5.
Close with g5. And now h6 is possible. Queen g4 is possible. Knight f3 is possible. Pick of the litter. It's no longer about, I mean, the king is fine on f1. It's not falling or anything. But whites, you had to keep it closed. It's just the words you said, yes. I keep it closed. I got to keep that closed because the attack can come so quickly. A move like this, for example.
d4, just put it on a square.
You want to put it on d4. The queen's going to end up over here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a little bit scary for black with this king also on g8, open king. Yes, so probably the idea is to keep the rook on f8 to have this opportunity to take with the f-pawn in case if you take on g6
Let's go
after
back.
bishop b7.
And by the way, bishop b7 is a novelty.
Okay.
Bishop b7 is a novelty. So if you take now, as you mentioned,
I
then
don't know. Maybe we take with f-pawn.
you are true.
And we have these ideas on f-file.
Yes, the rook is now on the f-file, well placed along this line. And black is the one who's better here.
Unbelievable.
So subtle.
That is a very, very, very small nuance, isn't
Refined, high-level chess. It's just...
So Sam probably found it all over the
But
board.
hold on, because
I don't think so.
the youngster did play a move, bishop to e4, which is not the number one move, but is queen f3, but is a secondary move, is playable, according to this engine, yes, is playable, and this is supposed to end up in equality, but Sam is pausing, and we've seen Sam in this tournament already. We saw him against Fabi, we've seen him against the best.
Levon, yeah.
He's like, I am not pausing until you play a move I don't see, or I haven't looked at.
No, yeah. Bishop e4, pause.
Bishop e4 has now put him in straight pause in this moment. Is he just trying to remember his analysis, or did he not really cover this one closely? Fascinating position and a fascinating situation right now in this battle. Even though they're not fighting for first, these are still two elite players and playing a very sharp, fascinating opening line that the three of us here are learning as we watch these nuances. That's one of the great fun things about being a commentator. You just learn so much when you're watching. Really, as we explore the depths of nuanced opening theory.
That was Nazi's cop-out. I was criticizing her that she's not doing enough training for herself. She says, what are you talking about? I've been commentating with you for 3 years. I have lessons. I'm there. Before it gets too far away from us, let's jump to Fabi's game against Mishra, because after all, he is chasing history. He is a 3-time in a row U.S. champion, a three-peat, as we might say. I don't think I have to pay Pat Riley for using that word. He trademarked three-peat. It's like you
She
win,
doesn't
and you
know who Pat
repeat, and
Riley
then it's a
is.
three-peat.
So we found a new word.
Do not underestimate Anastasia.
You think she's following?
No. I just said don't underestimate her. Bishop G2. We got Fabi versus Mishra. Castles. B7, B5. And I'm keeping my database open because this variation, which is actually called the Najdorf Zagreb, I don't know exactly how Zagreb got in there. I assume the Croatian school of chess were popularizing, did something for us. Main move is A2, A4, B4. Hold on, what is this? Just a second. So castles, bishop. So according to my database, everything is normal. A2, A4, 53 games. Then it says 44 games, B4 has been played. Now it reappears. So this is all standard theory, that is to say, standard practice. This position has been seen numerous times in over 30 games.
But judging even from the time, I can assume that Fabi knows this position a little bit better. If I'm not wrong, but I see the 25 difference
on the
on
clock.
The clock yes, between them.
Knight D2. And again, the players are playing very, very quickly. Hold on. Mishra's move was the novelty. Just a second. So here, Queen C7. Queen C7 has been played to maintain the threatening bishop. F7, F6 has been played. Mishra played A5, and that's a novel move. He was probably worried that if he played a move, for example, like F6, that white might play moves like A5 and shut down on the queen side. So Mishra played the move A5. That's a surprising move, Knight D2. I would have been finding myself playing the move F5 with both hands. Knight C6, Knight C4, and we've caught up with the players. And now that we're here, it feels to me, just summing up, that, well, Fabi's got to be happy. He's looking at Knight B6, Knight D5, very, very similar position, pawn structure-wise, to a Sveshnikov, where there's a knight sitting nicely on D5. The one difference is that the pawn is already on B4. Normally speaking, the pawns are on B5 and A6. Who does this favor? I'm not sure, because it does mean that C2, C3 will open up the queen side, whether you like it or not. And again, the times of the players, well, look, Fabi nearly got the 90 minutes he started with. He's only a minute, two behind, and 30 minutes has been consumed by Mishra.
I don't think people call this a Sveshnikov. I think they call it a "you better watch out" Sicilian. Because the Sveshnikov, at least you've taken with your G-pawn, and you're looking for some imbalances in the structure. Maybe it's a line where you gave up, where you were able to get the dark square bishop from white.
Bishop
Thank you very much, because
bishop
of Bishop G5 and you took on F6. Here, white still has the two bishops.
Right.
White has a lock on the D5 square. White is attacking the D6 pawn.
Right.
White has an open file to attack the D6 pawn. What does black have? I mean, what exactly does black have here?
As usual, the open Sicilian, the C file.
But beyond that, which can easily be defended at rook F2 or double, which would be a transit point to doubling on that line. Black has to hope that that light square bishop of white's does not end up too active, like somewhere on the diagonal on the D5 square, the A2 G8 diagonal. That's the hope, because where the bishop is, it could end up being locked in the structure, and so it's the one piece that may not have too much hope. But in the meantime, your counterplay is not that obvious, so it's still a ways to prove this advantage. I'm going to tell you that Fabi's thinking,
I'm doing well.
This is what white's all about.
Just yesterday, I think we saw really a model game of Arena Crush against the Tusa, where essentially Arena sacrificed a pawn for the dark squares. So if you can imagine knight to D4, bishop takes D4, C takes D4, queen takes d4. Remember when we saw her playing
Yes,
bishop
bishop.
f6 and bishop e5, and there you go, knight d4. I mean, Mishra heard everything you were saying.
It looks like, because he made this move while you were talking about
yeah,
this
and
move.
he's saying,
It's
look,
unbelievable.
I'm gonna defend the d pawn by blocking the d file, and I'm gonna stop knight to b6 to d5 by dropping my knight on d4. And his next move is rook c8.
Yeah, so
if
what
you
if
don't
we
capture.
take, I just want to
Yes,
check, always
absolutely.
select the capture, so if you
Oh,
take the pawn, and I'm sure Yasser, you will also
Yes,
like
that's the
to-
first
to
thing
get
I
the
would
pawn.
analyze.
Yes.
Is this, but then you already stop yourself. You
Yeah.
can't
You
continue.
cannot take on d6 because your knight is hanging.
So you've got to back up. Now, if I take and take, well, I have immediately won my pawn back, but I might be even ambitious and start to think, should I try to play the move? Rook c8, knight takes d6 might be actually, but this
Even
looks okay.
this looks okay, because this bishop, we
Is-
have opposite color bishops, and b2 bishop looks better than g2 for the moment.
For the
and
moment.
Also
So,
pawn structure.
Knight d4 challenge as Fabi sits down, and jumping back to you, Maurice. What does the engine think about knight d4?
That the kid knows what he's doing. That's what he thinks.
What did you call it? The
They better watch out.
They better watch out.
Well, now it's Fabi's turn to watch out. Because
Better watch out.
this move, knight c4, is considered an error on Fabi's part.
Really?
That in this position here, it was better to play slowly with rook f2, etc.
Okay.
But knight c4 allows knight to d4, a monster shot in this position. Now the rook is coming to c8. This knight's going to wonder why it's on the square in a second, if not to get to this point on c6. And the trade here
Not good.
is bad. It's just after rook c8, you've got to move
right away.
You have to move your knight now.
Right.
Like, what do? The knight's hanging. So now this move, and now you can play bishop to
Yes,
Ouch.
that's a
No,
difference,
this is beautiful.
Brilliant, yes.
Yeah, this is beautiful for
just
black.
fantastic for black. So that means knight d4 sends Fabi's position into trouble. You don't want to know what the best move is here. You could guess.
Knight back to d2.
Knight back to d2.
No,
Of
way.
course.
You don't play like this.
No, you
normally.
can't
This
play
is
like
the
this.
hardest thing in chess, to recognize you
Nice,
made
a
a mistake
mistake.
and
Oh, no.
take it back.
But to play knight d2 here, a player like Fabi to see knight d4 land on the board, Mishra is the one he's supposed to be beating in this tournament. Look at the clock times. As you mentioned, he was up 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
And he played this move, knight c4,
Quickly, yes.
very quickly,
Yes.
like, yum, yum, I'm beating on this kid. And all of a sudden, his U.S. championship is in crisis suddenly. So this is crazy. And by the way, we just make this point because history is very specific in the last 10 years as to what is happening here. Because in the open section, since 2015, the eventual winner was in clear first or tied for first after 9 rounds.
Makes sense to
That
me.
means that if you're leading after 9 rounds, it's over. It's over. Fabi's supposed to win. The last time somebody came back, it was in 2014 when Gadakomsky rallied to tie for the lead in the final round and beat our very own Varusian. Sorry, Var.
I hope
in a
he's not
playoff.
crying there.
Yeah.
This is
Painful memory.
courtesy of Ed Gonzalez, who I asked to drill down till we found this stat. Fabi is supposed to win according to recent history.
Do you
But
think
this young man doesn't care about any recent history. All right, you see there the 6.5 points with the lead. The numbers say Fabi is supposed to win. I'm very curious to see what Ben Underwood's numbers say. I'm going to say it's probably like 73% Fabi wins will be his graphic.
Well,
But not after knight d4.
stats are going to be coming up
only one
statistically.
move.
I mean,
only
one move.
can change the situation? Do you think it was a cold shower for Fabi right
yes.
now? I mean, he's like, you can see even from his facial expressions,
Expressions,
yes,
yeah.
that he's a little bit nervous right now. Normally, Fabi is like, you don't see anything on
No,
his face. You
poker.
cannot understand like what's going on, but I can see some difference now.
Yeah, exactly. A quick question for you, Maurice. The move A6, A5 by Mishra, according to VAR, is a novelty. How did the engine evaluate that move A6, A5?
Let me just get back to it.
because knight d2 was a surprise move for me in terms of answering the move a5 as well.
Okay, if a5 was a novelty, it's a good one and the best move in the position. So I'm not sure
he's just following the precepts of the computer.
Yep.
Then after the move a5, I'm looking at the move f4. I'm assuming white wanted to play f5. Why didn't he continue?
Well, f5, the bishop drops back.
And then I guess rook f2, and you just play the position?
Rook f2, the knight starts to come out. And this knight will park itself here. This bishop will be here.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm in love with the position or anything like that, but didn't he play f4, f5? Didn't he play f4?
f4 for a reason, you're saying?
Yes. To play f5?
Well, not like this, because he's in trouble even in this line
Really?
already. Yes, it's very hard to figure out what to do here. The knight's going to go here. The bishop's going to go here. This pawn's going to come under attack. d5 is coming.
As well.
Black just plays a Sicilian.
Okay.
And gets what you want.
So why does white play the position with f4 then? He's not playing f4 takes e5.
I think it's earlier.
It's right here.
In this position, white could have played a5.
For example, which I like.
Yeah. But, you know, the g3 Sicilian is not the major test of the Sicilian.
No.
It's a reason why this is not the line everybody runs down. Because black does have a way of getting a good balance in the position.
Right.
So you have to play very slowly and carefully with the white pieces and not rush things. It's not that f4 is a bad move, but a5 is a pretty good response. And we're staying in the realms of equal.
Oh,
So it feels
I'm
like
sorry.
actually-
I don't think I'm asking my question in the right way.
You're saying if you play f4, you should be playing f5.
What was the purpose of f4?
Usually f4 is to play f5.
Maybe then f6.
Oh, well, that
everything is
clarifies
really good.
everything for me.
Usually it's to play f5. Yes, sir. That's the point. But there's also the pressure on the e5 square.
And
right?
you're never going to take on e5.
Well, it just depends on where you get. I mean, you tell Fabi he's never going to take on e5. You know, he was putting a little pressure over here and a little pressure over there. He's got a little pressure everywhere until this thing lands on him.
Right.
So
he missed it, definitely.
just
This is
didn't-
what I would like to...
he just didn't realize knight d4
he
was a
missed
move.
knight d4, it
Well,
seems.
If you take knight d4 off the
away,
table,
yeah.
and black has to play some passive move like rook to b8, white will play rook f2. And
slowly,
sooner or later, white's going to say, what is your position doing?
Okay.
And it's going to be either f5 or it takes on e5 that nails it down. And also that d6 pawn is weak.
Right.
So there are options here. You need the break f4 because you don't have any other breaks in the position. That makes sense. But I just wanted to switch out of this because very crucially for our standards is this game between Wesley So and Dariusz Swiercz. Dariusz with the white pieces.
That's
And actually, before we do this, we have big news in the Levon game.
Ooh. We think a draw might be occurring here, as we've just seen a repetition.
He did
so
not
didn't
play the
this.
move
He didn't.
f4.
No.
And now we have visual opposite colors.
Well,
they won't draw soon, but
they can't draw soon because no draw offers before move 60.
Right.
But it's a bishop's opposite color position. Draw is seemingly inevitable at this moment. King of 8.
So Grigoriy missed that big opportunity with f4 and just played the passive g3. But g3, unfortunately, allows knight to g4.
And lets black finish his
black
plan.
take this bishop.
So actually Levon achieved his goal, yes? He just simplified the position and didn't suffer for next, 50 moves trying to defend descending with two bishops against two bishops.
Well, one thing he's trying to do is put destiny in his hands. He'll have the white pieces in the very last round against Fabi for all the marbles, and kind of reminds me of the Grand Chess Tour in Sao Paulo.
Exactly.
I mean,
They're
the
fighting
rivalry.
all the time, yes.
The rivalry is rekindled here in St. Louis.
Except there's this guy.
This guy.
His name is Wesley So.
Oh dear,
he wasn't in Sao Paulo.
He wasn't
enjoying.
He missed it by that much.
This much. He won the Siegfried Cup, but he didn't make it to Sao Paulo and enjoying all the nice flavors of that Brazilian city that me and Anastasia and Ben Underwood and Irene and Eric. It wasn't
You didn't
Yas.
get to go.
Yasser, we were with
sorry.
you, but
Generally, you were there in spirit. You were there in spirit with us.
I'm not sure I was even there in spirit.
We thought about you
thank you
while
so
we were having a good time. Well,
Wow.
this Wesley started saying, well, I have some payback time.
Right.
Because in this position right here, which we know the Nimzovich-Larsen attack, as we call it in the old days, and it still has some name to it, although you mainly see it in bullet with all the players like
Hikaru.
Nakamura and Nihal Sarin,
Danya.
Naroditsky, right? You see that. But in this position, the plan that you execute in bullet starts with G4.
Right.
Right? This is what you want. And you play it like an autopilot.
Right.
Except when you're playing classical against Wesley So, it's a little different. And so bishop G6, rook G1,
Wow.
bishop D6, H4.
Should we castle kingside or not?
Exactly,
No.
Yasser. I mean, that's
no,
the
let's
first
not do
question.
it.
Nobody's going on that side of the board. Wesley
Nope.
said, Queen to E7, thank you very much.
Exit stage left.
We're going that way with you. We know
Right.
you're castling that way. And many players in bullet, and I am a bullet addict, I confess.
Oh, dear.
The confessional booth was here, I'd have to confess I'm a bullet addict. In bullet, you know they're still pushing, no matter
Oh,
what.
yeah,
There's
H5, G5, let's go.
Yes,
That was
this
our
you'll
whole
do
point.
it immediately.
Pre-move.
Yes.
Pre-move.
In this position, this knight goes to H5. Is the best move. No capture, open the file. Knight H5, you park it here and say, I'm not worried about your structure. I'm not worried if you take. I'm going to take back with the rook. Let's leave this here for a while. I'm going to castle over here, eventually play for the center
E5.
and ask you why you left everything the way it is. So instead of that move, Dariusz played bishop to H3.
Wow.
Developing the bishop, first of all. Keep an eye on the queen side as well.
But sometimes you put your pieces so you want to target something. E6 isn't a weakness.
Not yet.
Wow.
Likely not ever. You're
Optimist over here.
On an F7 is, I got a lot to say about you ever doing anything. And here, you could just castle. You could play
Makes sense.
But you could just castle and say, all right, what do you have? Because eventually, there's going to be some kind of action on this side. And it's not clear what these pawns are doing.
Right.
Actually, the engine very much likes black here.
Yeah.
Very much likes black.
I do too.
And Wesley is just not going to be intimidated by a bullet opening. We see Wesley actually moved after bishop to H3. Whoa, he played a very concrete idea. He played bishop to A3. Now that one, it's a positional idea to be sure, getting rid of the pressure along this diagonal. It's a way to play. It's still equal. It's not advantageous for him. But he's decided this bishop, it's also the thing, you know, King's Indian players.
Yeah.
You put a bishop on G7, you love that position, that bishop on G7.
Target.
If you're a Benoni player, you love that bishop on G7. If you're a modern player, you love that bishop on G7. Dragon player, you love that bishop on G7. Well, Nimzovich-Larsen players, they love that bishop on B2. You get rid of it, it's like, rumble.
Yeah.
Really?
What to play now? Queen C1.
Queen
Take on
C1.
A3. Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, what's
Queen
the best way
C1.
to approach
Queen
this?
C1, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, we see
Would you like to develop now Queen to B2?
Queen
It
C1
was played,
Queen
yes,
C1.
Queen C1.
Now, what's funny about this position, you don't want to hear the best move. That's always my hint to you.
Bishop back to D6.
No.
Of course.
Really?
Very strong. Very strong.
And you go back to D1 now.
You see the queen on C1
Yes.
is very, very bad. Very bad.
It's not a good queen.
Look,
Yeah,
Anastasia,
it's like
why you put your
9LX
queen on
chess
C?
right now, yes.
9LX.
Such a, so completely ridiculous chess is.
Oh my goodness.
But Wesley took on B2
Oh, boy.
in this position, which you see the question mark, was not the best move. It's not something that sends him in the precipice, but not the best move in this position. And so we'll see how this goes. You guys,
Yeah.
where are you going to go?
We're going to
I'm
the
just looking at the
section.
game of Grigoriy and Levon. I was kind of expecting them to wrap things up with some fast move. Nope, did not happen. They are still slow playing a bishops of opposite color game. I think that game is actually headed for a draw, but not immediately. Going to the Fabi game against Mishra for a moment. After Mishra plonked the knight on D4 and said, "What are you doing? I want to play the move Rook C8, attacking the knight, X-raying the C2 pawn." The engine, as we know, is suggesting knight d2, a move nobody can play. I'm just sorry, it's very hard to do that. No.
No,
Instead,
of course you take the knight, yes, if you're human.
If you're human, takes. And now we've been here, actually. We know, again, Maurice has basically schooled us thanks to the engine. Queen takes d4, rook c8. You want nothing to do with this. The knight is under attack. If the knight moves, whether it be to e3 or gosh knows wherever, there is the move bishop f6. And forget about it. This is all black all day because, you know, you're ready to win a pawn with bishop takes b2.
The difference between the previous situation is that knight moved by itself, and black managed to keep both bishops on the board. Yes, you don't need to give this bishop on c4. Remember, we checked with you, Yasser, what if I play bishop f6 right away, take this knight, take the pawn on b2. Here, after rook c8, you have to move the knight back, and black keeps both bishops on the board.
And that will be advantage. So right now, we're expecting after captures, by the way, why is Mishra thinking? We're not even sure. After captures on d4, this isn't, I mean, you don't want to play the move b2, b3, and no, this is not the way we play chess because, I mean, in the worst case, black is going to be better after bishop takes c4. So at the moment, we think our tournament leader is in a bit of trouble. Now, again, Mishra is thinking...
Maybe bishop c4 is one of the moves he considers, which
no
is
question.
Surprising.
Bishop takes c4, queen takes c4. You may be thinking, but what's wrong with this?
Yes, so Fabiano Caruana is leading with 6.5 points, but at the moment we really worry about his position against Abhimanyu Mishra, who is actually in the last place.
Wow, I mean,
now,
talk about...
Which is surprising, but he's not alone there.
Wow.
He's tied for the 9th place right now.
First versus last, and we were thinking, well, this is a chance for Fabi. But we're going to pause for the time being, as before we go on break. Once again, we would like to share a word. Maurice.
Yes, from the chess club, very sad day, as we know, and there's a statement from the club. We read this yesterday, but they would like for us to share it again. And it's talking about Dania, and it goes, "We are deeply saddened by the passing of chess player Daniil Naroditsky, and our hearts are with his family, friends, and everyone in the chess community who is grieving this loss. During Monday's U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships players briefing, the tournament's chief arbiter, who had only just learned of this news moments before the round, made the difficult decision to be transparent and share this news with the players. While there was no perfect way to deliver such heartbreaking news, we recognize that this placed players in an impossible situation, and we cannot imagine how hard it was to compete under those circumstances. Unfortunately, the announcement was also captured and aired on the event's video program. This private and emotional moment should not have been shared publicly, and it has since been removed from all channels. We sincerely apologize for this. Counseling and emotional support resources have been made available to all players, staff, and officials. We remain committed to the well-being of our community and to honoring Daniel's life and love of the game."
Thank you, Maurice, and we will be right back.
Fabiano. Guy's impressive. He's just won 3 U.S. championships. How are you going to put a stop to his streak? And how do you put your flag on this event?
I didn't realize he won the last 3?
The last 3?
Well,
you didn't realize?
Yeah. Well, he wins so many tournaments, it kind of falls through the cracks that he won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he has been definitely the best player at the U.S. Championships recently, but he's just like in general the best player in the tournament. I think it's really difficult. It doesn't seem like he ever has really bad events, and personally when I play against him, I find him to be like my most difficult opponent in the U.S. Championships. I think we just have to play a lot better. That's like our only hope. And then, you know, maybe we can all draw him and someone else can get some wins and win the tournament. But yeah, I don't think we can count on like his level going down or anything. We just have to like try to keep getting better every year, and hopefully one year our levels will be close enough that there will be a chance to pass him.
Yeah, no, sometimes I look at his games and I look at the tournament. Sometimes, you know, Wesley's just such a strong player. You know, come to the champion, make 10 draws. And you look at the games, nothing's happening. I'm like, so it's a tremendously difficult tournament because everyone is so strong and everyone's very solid. Sometimes it can be a very draw-heavy event, and sometimes Fabi I don't know what he does, but he just
turns on a new gear.
You know, he takes a lot of risks sometimes in the openings, but once he gets started, I think that this past success, you know, affects people badly, and he sort of gets that momentum and gets pressure. So there have been years where I've been close with him, but I haven't gone the distance. Usually in the US Championship, I win a lot of games. These years I also lose. You know? So, you know, I think in the past 3 years, at some point there were like 2 wins. I would, you know, at one point it was 2 wins and then 2 losses, and then at some point I started with 3 losses and then I won 3 games. So I suppose there should be more consistency, because even in the Grand Swiss, other than my last game, I didn't have a single worse position in the entire tournament. So, you know, I think the most important thing is to bring consistency and to just avoid losses. But that's everyone's advice, right? But, you know, sounds simpler than it is.
First, you have to hope he's in a little bit of bad form. He's been playing non-stop, so hopefully he's a bit tired. I mean, if he's in his best form, then there's no way to stop him. So hope that he's in a bit of bad form, like in 2021, he suffered 2 losses. Then pounce.
Well, it would help if he derails himself a little bit. Like he's played really well. If I recall, one of those 3 years, like he didn't play that great, but nobody did. And the other 2 years, he won very convincingly. When I won, it was very simple: play my best chess and get a bit lucky at the same time. I won with +6. Fabiano got +5 that year. It came down to the very last round. Basically, the way you derail him if he's not going to just be on bad form is play your best chess, go make +6. You know, it sounds ridiculous, but I've done it before. In theory, I should be able to do it again. And I would also, but prior to that tournament that I won in 2018, what I said was about, and that was also back when there was like a really large difference between me and the top 3 guys, as opposed to, like, let's say some years later when I was really neck and neck with them. What I always said was, if these guys are like way ahead, the best way to win this tournament is to beat them. It is not to, like, you know, play solid and safe, be able to make a draw with black and try to outscore. No, beat them. That being said, that US Championship, I drew with Hikaru, I drew with Wesley, I drew with Fabiano, and I made, 8.5 out of 10 against everybody else.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah. Well, you'll know how it is.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The matrix board, collinearity, the cross pin. These are terms that are not often thrown around in the chess world, but they all have the idea of geometric complexity that you really should learn if you want to be able to play chess on a higher level, and especially to stimulate your vision, your ability to see the chessboard in a brand new way. This rook is stopping this pawn. This bishop is stopping this pawn. And now we have the concurrent point right here, and we see the right move is bishop to f5, a sparkler. If you take with the rook, the c-pawn queens. If you take with the bishop, the f-pawn queens. That's the game. Top grandmasters understand this core quite intimately. They know it like the back of their hands. And you can tell a chess prodigy by how easily they intuit the secrets of chess geometry.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
Welcome back, everyone. We are on the round 10 of the U.S. Chess Championships. Let's start with the ladies section.
Absolutely, and let's jump into it. In the game between Carissa, Yip, and Nazi, the players have kind of followed our lead there. Knight takes e5, knight to d4. Carissa saying, I'm ready to give up a pawn. I like the fact that, Nazi, you've left your king in the center. What are you going to do about it? I'm getting out of this.
Let's run away.
Let's run away. Castles, knight to g3, bishop g6. And I find this next move intriguing. Carissa says, knight h5. I would have thought that she might have played the move b2, b4. But this is one of the many, oops. Yeah, that game was headed for a draw
of course, and they
since
have done
the opening.
It. Yes, and
yeah, they've already made the draw. That is Grigoriy with the white pieces versus Levon, who came in third place in today's round, making a draw.
So he's only tied now with Wesley.
Correct.
And if Wesley manages to pull off the victory, he'll be a full point ahead of Levon.
Yes.
A full point ahead.
With Fabi.
Fabi's only currently a half a point ahead of Levon. Fabi messes that up and loses, then, oh my goodness, for tomorrow.
Right.
But Wesley's like, oh man, I got to win this game right now. This is a great chance for him. But there's some big developments in the game here with Andy Woodward and Sam Shankland. But we have a special guest. We'll come back to this as we have Kostya, our good buddy, interviewing today.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with National Master Caleb Demby, who is the programming manager for the St. Louis Chess Club. Caleb, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be on in the new studio, in the new tournament hall. A lot of new things for the tournament this year.
Yeah, speaking of, we're in the new expanded St. Louis Chess Club. It's been a long time in the making. Why don't you tell folks a little bit about the new club?
Yeah, well, for me, as soon as I walk through the front door, I'm just hit with this sense of awe at the beautiful new facility, all the history behind it. We have a really neat thing. We have an autograph wall up right now. And just from October, there's people like Garry Kasparov, Fabiano Caruana, Vichy Anand. And it's just really special to walk in and know you're sharing the same rooms, the same spaces as all these historic chess players.
Yeah, new playing hall is beautiful. And now, of course, the entire club is open to spectators for casual play. We had Eric Rosen here playing members during the tournament. Can you talk a little bit about some of the events, tournaments, and classes that are going on?
Yeah, so you walk in the front door, you see the friendly front desk, same friendly faces as the old chess club, just as affordable as it used to be. You know, if you're a guest visiting for the first time, you're still welcome to join us entirely for free. Check out everything we have to offer. We've got all sorts of things throughout the week. We kind of have something for everybody. So if you're a beginner, we've got a great beginner's night every Monday. It's a fun social setting to kind of learn the game. If you're a chess fiend, we have plenty of options for you too, between our Thursday night chess, when you get a chance to play with the Grandmaster in residence, to all of the weekly tournaments and the Grandmaster lectures that we have. There's really something for everybody.
Yeah, I know the current Grandmaster in residence is Grandmaster Josh Verdell, right, who's here for a little bit. And can you talk a little bit about how that works, actually? So you invite different Grandmasters, they come in, and then they give lectures?
Yeah, so Josh has been doing it for a long, long time. He's one of the original Grandmasters in residence from when we were starting the program with the rotating Grandmasters. So it's like a residency that you would have like at an art studio or something, where we have a professional chess player coming to St. Louis, living in St. Louis for weeks at a time. And they do a number of things. They teach classes at the club. They're in there in the chess club almost every day just to talk to members, talk to people coming through the front door. And it really gives the people in St. Louis access to world-class instruction, world-class players, and world-class fun. Josh is a lot of fun to talk to, play chess with. He's always down to talk about anything related to chess that you could think of.
Oh, very cool. I know the St. Louis Chess Club also does a lot of chess camps. You guys do a lot of teaching in the schools, summer camps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now with the expanded space, do you have more plans to kind of bring more classes in?
Yeah, so we're really planning a ton of field trips for this upcoming year. So we're in all these schools across St. Louis, and now we have this beautiful facility where we want to bring the kids to us, show them all that we're doing in St. Louis, show them that, hey, this is where the best of the best come to play, and you can do that too. You can go back to your chess classrooms, play in our scholastic tournaments, and start your chess journey here in St. Louis.
Yeah, there's so many kids that play at the club, play in the tournaments, and of course now I have to ask about the U.S. Championship. This is the first event in a while that it's open to spectators.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
It's so exciting. So, you know, COVID-19 changed a lot of things in the chess world. One of those for us was in those tight playing hall spaces. We couldn't really allow spectators up there just for health reasons. And then, you know, cheating scandals have blown up across chess everywhere for the past few years. But now we have this great new facility, fantastic security measures. And with those concerns out of the way, we're so excited to have people up there in the playing hall, seeing the world's best players playing chess live in front of their faces. It's such an exciting opportunity.
Yeah, and it's 2 rounds left. It's the penultimate round right now. I want to ask, are you rooting for any players in particular?
Definitely, yeah. So I'm always rooting for the underdog and the next generation. So I'm very happy to see in the women's section that Carissa and Alice are up at the top. And it almost feels like blasphemy to say that Anna Zatonsky is an underdog. But Alice and Carissa are the highest rated players in the event. And Anna's showing that, hey, she's still one of the best in the world. And she's doing her best to reclaim yet another title. So always rooting for them. And in the Open, I love to see Andy Woodward holding his own against the likes of Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and to see that he's doing well today as well. It's really special.
Great. And I want to ask you just one more question about tournaments at the club. You guys run a lot of weekly events. Are you planning on playing any tournaments? Are going to be open tournaments soon? What's going on?
Well, I'm not officially retired, but you know, I'm a national master myself. You know, I love to play whenever I can find the time, and the club has so many opportunities to get involved. If you're a member here, there are 5 rated events every single week, and that's Blitz, that's Quick, that's regular rated, that's dual rated. There's so many opportunities to come out to the chess club to play, as well as our monthly opens, which are actually FIDE rated. So if you're in St. Louis, every month you have a chance to play FIDE rated chess. And for the best players in St. Louis, that means you can work towards that next FIDE title. I could go for FM if I really wanted to. I'm not saying that'll happen anytime soon for me, but it's nice to know that we have the opportunities there.
Well, best of luck on your FM journey, Caleb. Thanks so much for joining the show. And
thanks again for having me. It's
absolutely
been a pleasure.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Kostya. Thank you, Caleb, for everything you do, head of our education and outreach program. But Maurice, we've got breaking news in the Andy Woodward game.
We do, and I should say Caleb is not just a fabulous everything, as you can tell. He's also a great commentator.
Yeah.
He could talk about the game, and you saw him there, and he said, it's good today to see Andy Woodward doing so well. Yeah, he's right. Andy Woodward is doing damn well. Like, wow, wait a second. What just happened here? We saw the opening line played by Sam Shankland. Zip, zip, zip. He's done that many times, but he's also tripped on his own wire. He goes into a line that he seems to know well, and then he makes a mistake at some point. And this move, an offbeat move, we saw in the game with Levon Aronian where Bishop F1 instead of Bishop G2, a move he didn't suspect that caused him to sort of self-implode. This one, he self-imploded as well because after this move, Bishop to E4, his best moves include Knight D7, include Bishop A6, not what he did, which was to take on F5.
That
and this
plays into White's hands. Wait a minute.
White's like, what is this? This is a dream come true.
Light squares.
Takes. And now the move, Knight D7. You didn't even challenge the king in the middle of the board. You just developed your knight. And he said, I'm out of here. Bye. Now I'm ready to do some damage. And he played Knight F6. He said, okay, let me put my knight back on E3. A great move. Guarding this pawn. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You took it? You can't take that because guess what? I trade and then
Bishop H7.
Bam!
Exactly.
This is not like your deep, incredible, like these profound, what kind of tactic is that? It's I take on H7, you take back, I check you.
Double attack.
And by the way, the king should drop back here so that at least the bishop can take on B2, get something back even though you have a terrible position. He played Bishop H6 and went straight for this endgame. Maybe he feels like the youngster doesn't know how to play endings. Let's test him. But now it's
extra pawn and position.
I'm going to call it a 1.5 result game. It's not even a 2 result. It's like, forget about 2. It's very close to just me, and you got nothing. I'm going to say it's a 1 result game. I mean, 2 results suggest that it might be a draw. This is not looking anywhere near a draw. You're down a pawn. White's pawn structure is perfectly healthy. You have another weak pawn that you're going to have to defend, which he did with Bishop F4. Rook to D1, Rook A, D8. There's a light square sitting here. The knight can go to F6 and plant itself on D5. This is all white. Andy Woodward, since he kind of had an up and down, he's looking like a boss. And talk about the finished strong price. He's up there showing, I'm used to this now. I'm comfortable. I can hang. I may be a junior and the junior champion of the United States. I'm ready to play with the big boys.
Exactly. Wow. He said he's ready to fight in every game. You know, he's just here to fight each round and show his best. And I don't know, Yasser, I have a feeling that Sam Shankland didn't really miss this Bishop H7 because, like, he cannot miss such move. He decided to go for this line. But I mean, it seems like Andy Woodward is a dark horse of this event. Can I say something like this?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And for those of you who have been following Andy's progress, it's been nothing short of comic. He's just doing great. And he played in the FIDE Swiss event.
Yes.
And literally, he was one game away
from
potentially being a candidate.
Exactly.
And that is just an enormous, enormous achievement for this young man who has an incredibly bright future. And again, I'm really shocked because Sam Shankland is playing this ending as if he knows what he's doing, that he's got, drawing potential or something like that. No, and 1,000 times no. The position is just simply terrible for Sam, and I think lost, actually, but wow, very, very surprised. I want to pause for a moment to go back to the ladies, if you don't mind. Carissa, playing for first, one of the 3 co-leaders. She's up against Nasi, and we're going to pick up the action. Knight went to H5. Nasi said, no, I'm not going to let that knight on H5 take away my bishop. Trade, knight to D7, making her intentions very clear. Nasi wants to go after the C5 pawn, and who can blame her? I was expecting Carissa to play a move like B2, B4, protecting her pawn, and nope. Carissa's hunting on the king side. H2, H4, she says, if you want to take my C5 pawn, I'll take your G5 pawn directly. You can't play F7, F6, because, well, that would be a disaster on the E6 square. So challenges ahead for Nasi. And again, for Carissa, she's hunting her 3rd title in a row. Sorry, you were about to tell me something.
No, yes, sir. I just also think that we have to check the game of Alice Lee.
Let's do it. Absolutely.
We didn't check her game, I think, at all. And she's playing against another youngster, Rose Atwell. And this game is also very important for the standings, since Alice is one of the leaders in the tournament right now.
Exactly.
And she plays with black pieces today against Rose. And it's...
Giocopiano,
yes.
But this is one of those, seriously, I'm not joking. My brain turns to mush. A7, A5, apparently a whole entire book could be devoted to A5. A7, A6.
I used to play.
Totally different like setup, second volume. And then 3rd volume?
Bishop E6, exactly. All these moves are so...
Why?
Well
if you're going to give me a lecture, please spare your breath, because it just doesn't register with me when you want to play Bishop B6, when you want to do something else. Let's just continue the game. Now you see A6.
A6, because like you have to play this move at a certain point if you want to keep your bishop alive.
And now we see Alice's very clear idea. The knight, when your opponent goes on a flank and does what we call a pawn storm, one of the best and most effective ways of dealing with a pawn storm is to get the pieces out of the way so that you're not pushing with gain of tempo. So, knight c6, e7, this looks all, whoa, bishop e3 here.
Yeah, I mean, after chasing this bishop.
I'm surprised by that decision. I'm not a fan. Let's pick up the action and check it out. Normally speaking, in a Giocopiano, if black gets to play this freeing move, d6, d5, very much like in a Sicilian, if black gets to play that move for free with bishop e6, then most of the problems, if not all of the opening problems, are solved. Queen c2, king h8, not 100% sure. Knight takes d5, first impression, it's easier to play black. In other words, I like what Alice has done.
I also...
And let's refresh the
Our memories.
standings. Yeah, so where these two stand on the leaderboard. Anastasia.
So Alice Lee now is tied for the 1st place, while Rose Atwell is tied for 8th place only, Yasser. So let's say at this tournament, she's actually playing really good chess, but the result is not maybe the one she would hope for. But still, 4.5 points is very decent so far, 50% in the tournament. So she's fighting in every game. I must admit that her play is really interesting.
Yeah, both players have been have had an incredibly dramatic U.S. championships. For Alice, she might have cinched the U.S. championship had she got a result against Anna Zatonski. Alice, 1-point lead. And, well, today she's still in the hunt. Statistically, Anastasia, who's going to win the tournament?
You're asking me, yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a feeling that...
And here we have the pie chart as Ben Underwood has put together his own proprietary simulations, 15,000 tournament simulations. It started pre-tournament.
Yeah. It's really interesting.
Carissa's at the top,
actually, yes.
And we're going to speed through round. Ooh, Carissa
has great chances right
37%. Alice Lee, 32%. Wait a minute, that's being unfair. Ageism, unfair. Anna Zatonski only 19%.
I think she's 4-time, yes.
And she's undefeated.
Champion.
Yes.
How is it possible?
Exactly.
Yes, okay. And Ben knows what he's doing. He probably
calculated. What about the open section?
Yes, let's go to the open section.
Okay,
we will
before
start from
the tournament, Fabi.
I'm guessing, again, Fabi winning this tournament somewhere at 80% after round 9.
You think so?
Ben
didn't check the game today.
70. Yes. 70 for me.
Oh? 84.
Listen to your elders, Yasser.
I cannot believe it. Yes.
First of all, I'm the elderly person. Wow, look at that. He's got the whole pie chart to himself.
Did Ben check the game of today?
No.
Oh, this is
I don't think so.
Wow. And there you saw Levon, because also his drawing, He went down. Anyway, picking up the action, knight takes d5 in, again, the Rose Atwell game. Knight takes d5. I'm seeing, give me the pawn. I'm a pawn grabber. I want to take this pawn on e3. Knight c4 by Rose. Maybe this bishop on a2. I don't know, Maurice. Alice Lee. Fighting for first.
Double-edged position, still everything is possible.
Everything is possible?
Yes.
Are you surprised? I mean, it's Alice Lee.
Yes.
Second highest rated player in the tournament.
Yeah. How's Fabi doing?
Nobody picked her.
What?
I picked her for the prize with the strong finish.
Finish strong prize?
Yes, yes. I did. I'm still hoping that I'll get it maybe, but it's getting really wild.
Yeah,
I
I consider that a personal oversight.
Right? I'm ashamed of you guys.
Ah, yes.
Fabi.
Well, the Finish Strong Prize, I got to
go. Just a second. Hold on. I'm in there with a shout.
Picked up Carissa.
I'm in there with a
who's
shout.
in the first place right now.
We're doing okay.
What did we do for the Open, though? Because I don't think Fabi was
I don't want to see my Open pick.
I picked Fabi. Sorry.
And I would.
Levon is out.
I did,
Wow.
yes. Thank you, guys.
You came up.
Maybe we need Anastasiya on the show more. What is this? All our picks are so good.
Yes. And I picked Levon as the winner, so I'm trying all my chances, you know.
I did too.
Oh, my
looks like
goodness.
that's not going to happen unless he beats Fabi tomorrow. And that means that Fabi has to lose today for that to happen. Fabi's position, not great. That 80% number, it's kind of dropping right now. The youngsters put the bishop on f6.
Beautiful.
It is so hard. b3 is just going to hang the c3 square, and that's what it's going to feel like. Like you hung a square. Okay, here, I'll just take it off the board, and you can have it because something's going to park itself on that square, and you're going to have a hard time getting rid of it as the pressure will be merciless along this file. And you want to play b3 because, like I said, queen goes to d7. Your rook can't move. This can't move. Someday there's going to be a double attack on this. This is going to have to move. That square is going to be hanging. There's going to be a lot of hanging squares. I know that's not a traditional term.
A lot of hanging squares.
Yeah.
Hanging squares? Sounds interesting.
But that's what it's going to feel like. Like you just gave it to your opponent for nothing. So a problem now. Fabi doesn't have any really consistent plan. The move f5 hangs another square. The e5 square gives it straight to black. His bishop will just be smiling. Whoa, I'm happy I woke up today because that square, this bishop will just reroute itself to better diagonals and eyeball this pawn, by the way, and that's going to be a bad future for white, excuse me. So Fabi in this position, 20 moves to go, plenty of time on the clock for both players, but not a lot of fun. The position that Wesley now understands is this one. As we see this position unfold, sooner or later, white is going to castle on the queen side. Not going to castle this way, obviously, because the rook's on g1. But white has a little bit of initiative, something happening here, as they're pretty balanced here. The move e5 is the plan that black should be going for. So this move a5, quite committal, wasn't really necessary, as this a-pawn could be stopped at any point, maybe as it makes the next move, given that white's going to castle on that side as well. So Wesley did aim for the central plan of e5, potentially e5 d4 or e4 break, something in the middle of the board, especially now that this bishop is gone. You don't have to worry about your center so much. Instead, he's played this way, and white can play with a little initiative. h5, let's chase this bishop. Queen c3, do you want to do with this pawn? Don't play a move like b6. I mean, we'd be happy to see you play the move. A knight shows up, squares are starting to weaken on this side.
Hanging squares again.
Yeah, yes, exactly. You start to look and you say,
don't encourage him, Anastasiya. He doesn't need any encourage.
Yeah, so but
no B6.
I didn't get it from Nimzovich, by the way.
No B6.
I didn't get it from Nimzovich.
No B6.
That one. Queen
b4, queen c5?
Yeah.
Yeah, some kind of trade you can look for. But here, now, you see, white is thinking, I'm not losing this one. We start to get into...
That's right.
Not quite 2-result game yet, more like 2.5 results. We'll give it
pressure.
Let's give it 2 1/4, right? Where it's a little bit of an edge for white. Black still has his chances, of course.
F4 is coming. Yeah, I don't like position.
Yeah, so this is the kind of position actually Dariusz could get. We might see something weird happen, like super weird happen this round in terms of Wesley struggling for a draw, Fabi struggling for a draw. Levon happy with the draw. Come on.
Maybe
you guys suffered out. Maybe the draw's
I'm
a
sure
good
he's
idea.
happy with his result today. Levon,
Looking at the positions we have on the board. I would
Yes,
say
exactly. But the only problem in this game, though, I will say, and you know what the problem is.
Time.
You knew it was, yeah, you don't even have to look. It's only 14 moves in, and Dariusz is already under 30 minutes.
Which
26 moves.
His whole tournament.
You only
has been
played
like
14
this.
moves. How do you gave away an hour already, and your position's just starting.
Fine, yeah, let's
I
go.
mean, this is not going to be fun. He actually did play the move queen to c3 without the move a5, and it's...
No, it is a4, a5, queen c3.
I mean, without the move h5 is what I meant to
Yes.
say. So queen c3 on the board. He has 29 minutes and 21 seconds. Wesley has over an hour, and he's hopeful that he'll trade queens and get into a nice little advantageous endgame. But
let's check the leaderboard.
Yes,
These
where
two players, like
where
where
they
they're placed.
stand.
Yeah, so Wesley So is on the second position with 6 points, while Dariusz Swiercz has 3.5 points in the tournament. He started really badly, but then he managed to fight back, and he won one game, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And then a few draws, so I think he feels better right now and more confident before this game against Wesley So.
And what do you mean, not mistaken? You interviewed him. He was so enthusiastic. You
You're
couldn't
right.
get him to stop.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I have other variations I'd like to share. Anastasia,
Yeah.
yes,
This game when he beat the Awonder, yes.
That was
crazy game, yes.
That was fabulous. I want to turn our attention to the ladies, and in particular, the two Annas, as they are fighting for the first place. Anna Zatonsky, undefeated. She is playing what she's played her whole career. Queen's Gambit declined, and I like everything she did. I think she's essentially equalized. And from White's perspective, she's trying to get in a minority attack. If she could magically transport this knight to the c5 square or magically transport this knight to the c5 square, you can understand why the minority attack is considered very dangerous for the second player. Knight on c5, hitting the pawn on b7, you follow up with b5, but that's not the case. And I want to take Anna to task for playing the move knight f6. What she has achieved is she has control of the open A file. At the moment, she's ready to meet a premature b5 with c5. Okay? So when you have control of the open A file, utilize it. You want to play the move rook a3, rook a8, not just because your rooks are good on the A file. You actually want to freeze this knight. You don't want to see the knight jumping to a4 or c5 in the near future. You kind of want to freeze this knight and quite possibly even play the move knight to c4. So if you see h3, by all means,
She will go back.
go
yes.
back. And if I'm just going to put another move on the board, oftentimes black plays in the following manner. Put the knight on c4, play for b5, and double rooks. She didn't do this. In fact, she voluntarily
Played
retreated and retreated her knight to f6, b5, and she has to play c5. And after c5, d takes c5, queen takes c5, we have a position with an isolated queen pawn there. But at the same time, this pawn on b5, well, it's not the greatest. Again, I would prefer to have this position as black with the rook already on a3. I see a 3-result game here.
Yeah.
Anastasia, where would you like to take us?
Yeah, so I'm still checking the position with Dariusz Swiercz, actually, with Wesley. He decided to exchange the queen, so like
And
huge
put it
change.
on e2. Maurice, over to you.
One of the hardest things to appreciate for young players is the importance of the center and maintaining the tension in the center, and also how to trade in the center. Players like to trade off very quickly to resolve that tension. And my former trainer, Grigoriy Kadanov, would say, maintain the tension, maintain the tension. Like, don't be so eager to trade and cause things to dissipate. It's very hard. Players don't know what to do. They start trading. And so you just have to be very careful. So, for example, in this position we have between Megan Paragua and Talia Cervantes, they're not at the top of the leaderboard. We got reasons for that. And part of it is the understanding of the center and how to function. This position here, Megan has not played the opening very well. Talia has a great, solid position. And actually with F5, very powerful pawn play in the center coming. Here, you've got to just hunker down. Let's keep our center together and look for chances as they come. But in this position, after F5, she couldn't help herself. She released in the center. Now, how do you take back becomes the big question. There are a couple of ways to play, and both of them are with pieces, bishop takes or knight takes. But she couldn't help herself. She played the move pawn takes in the center, and that allowed d4, explosion in the middle of the board. And with the king slightly weakened now, this becomes a super strong move. So what did she play in response? She played e4, I think, yes, correct. e4 as her next move, and now knight to g5 on the board. This knight, with the intimation of queen h5 as a threat, the pawn on h7 hanging, the knight is also headed to the h3 square to f4 as needed, so it doesn't matter if it gets chased. You're always going to have those weaknesses on this side of the board. It's best you play with h6 and maybe play with b4, amping up your pawn play, looking for pawn breaks, looking for some counterplay. You already weakened your position. But what you don't want to do is break that tension in the middle of the board, because now, and I believe it's White's turn to move, and she did find the best move here. White says, this piece,
not working.
I'm not happy with that piece.
No.
So thank you so much for allowing me to leap into the center of the board. Now the center has been clarified, the tension broken, and now it's just about straightforward piece play. But White suddenly, all the pieces are working. This pawn's hanging, there's a bishop sitting on this square. These knights are eyeballing the e6 square. This queen is threatening to come here. It was just a few trades, just a couple of, I exchange here, exchange there. And suddenly White's, what happened? How did my position get so good when I was the one a few moves ago who was cramped in the center of the board? Remember, look to maintain that tension in the center when you play, because it gives your opponent a chance to make the mistake of trying to trade, and then you'll expand, as we see the youngster has done here. A very instructive moment to those of you who wonder about what to do when you have nothing to do. Sometimes just keep doing nothing for a little while and not just make moves that dissipate the tension and end you in a bad position, as Talia finds herself in right now.
And by the way, thanks to that knight c2 takes d4, not only queen h5, but I start to look at queen b3 check as well. And I start, can I exploit my knight on a g5? Thank you, Maurice, for that.
Thank you for this great advice.
Yeah, exactly. I want to turn our attention to the game between Arina and Tatev. And I have memories of last year's championship, I believe, and Tatev playing the King's Indian defense. Somehow she got in a g4 against Arina, and it went south for her. Kind of echoes of that game. I don't want to see, if I'm in Arina's shoes, I don't want to see the move g4, but I've been looking at takes, bishop takes, queen e3, h4, rook takes, bishop takes, and I don't know. For me, I love the knight on e4. I think that that's a really, really great knight. I will try to play h3 and bishop to d2. Sorry, you wanted different.
I was thinking maybe even after bishop takes f8, can we play like rook f1 with ideas knight f6? I don't know if that's possible.
Anastasia, you are a dangerous woman.
Sure, I have to be when I see the king so open. I immediately try to do something about it.
Exactly. Yes. Now that you're looking at knight f6, I think
it's time to go back.
Like I lower my visor and say, okay, I got to be a little bit careful as well.
My idea was to actually bring the rook to the game, and then play maybe bishop b1.
Looks very good.
It feels better for White.
I agree. I like the rook. It's a gain of tempo. I think the bishop was always coming back to g7, but for the moment, I think Tatev has to be mindful that a b2, b4 doesn't just lock her knight out.
Yes, this knight out.
Normally speaking, black in a King's Indian is attack, attack, attack on the king side, f5, f4, g5, g4, etc.
Do you think, Yasser, that's the biggest
feels
problem of
like-
black now, that this night is so far away from all the action, right?
To begin with, but I think that it's also one of those where if white takes over on the king side, if white's the one attacking, well, the advantage that white has in the center, thanks to the d5 pawn, the e4 knight, Irina looking very good. She's on the outside looking in. She's hoping that the 3 tournament co-leaders don't all
And she
win.
doesn't even know about it.
And she doesn't know about it.
Because you remember, she doesn't want to check
Yeah,
the
she doesn't want to
standings.
check. That's what she said. Yeah. And by the way, we have a feature that our production team has prepared for.
Yes. So Arena Crush played against Jennifer Yu. Let's have a look.
Was
They were
that
tied
the
in
playoffs.
2022. It was a playoff.
Exactly. yes.
Whoa.
It was a great
Over
moment.
just
She's not gonna
video.
make it. She's 20 moves away.
4 seconds.
This is over, guys.
Yes, you cannot make
This is
60
over.
moves.
Check.
It's too late for Irina
Check.
to speed things up.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, illegal
That's
move.
an illegal move.
No, I mean...
And that finishes the game.
No, it's a penalty of 2 minutes, I believe.
But it doesn't
Yes.
matter. She's 14 moves away
and
from
she has
making
2
61
seconds.
moves. There's no way with 2 seconds she's going to complete all her moves.
So,
And
first
there's
of
no
all, there's a 2-minute penalty
Yes.
in favor of...
Of Jennifer, so she'll not lose on time, and it means, yes, before that she had still some chances,
How
because
many?
Jennifer had
14
3
moves.
seconds.
There's no way. It's
14
physically
moves in
impossible.
2 seconds.
No
It's
way.
physically impossible to make the moves.
And Jennifer, oops,
They didn't push the button of
Properly.
Yeah. So and now what he pushed?
well,
yet.
he's just making sure that it's... Now we're expecting
Oh come on.
This is over.
G5.
This is over.
Yeah.
Her
it's
time
finished.
has expired.
And okay, this is really a tragedy. This game is just a big
Incredible.
I can't believe what I just saw,
Incredible.
everybody. That
Yes.
was one of the most remarkable...
Absolutely
Oh my goodness.
insane finish.
tragedy. So let's put all this together. First, Jennifer lost her bishop just in one move. You
For
know?
nothing.
For nothing. Yes, and then Irina didn't manage to win this game.
With an extra piece,
And,
and ended up losing on time
But she was so
after making an
winning.
illegal
Like, look
move.
at Jennifer, her emotions are like, she cannot believe what had just happened.
Oh my goodness.
We have a winner.
And there's our champion.
She gave a bishop and still she won this championship.
This
What
is
a
like
finish.
falling across the finish line. You know? I mean, I don't even know how to express this.
Wow.
Falling across the finish line. Those are nice memories.
For Jennifer, not for Irina.
We were calling the action together,
We were
Anastasiya.
together, yes,
and,
with Christian also.
and my goodness, talk about forgetful memory. I don't remember Irina making the illegal move. We were just talking the other day about arbiters and
Yes,
illegal
exactly.
moves and, you know, the penalties. And there we saw a 2-minute penalty for an illegal move. I didn't remember Irina making the illegal move.
Because everything happened so fast, Yasser, as you can imagine. This game actually reminded me of the game between Vishy Anand and Garry Kasparov, the last game.
The Legends just played?
One of the games of the match, yes, when Vishy got extra piece in the opening and
Yes.
then Gary managed to survive this
Right.
game. Yes, so like many things can happen. Never give up is the most important.
Never give up is right.
Never give up.
I was actually in one of the chess houses watching with Tatev Abrahamian and one Fabiano Caruana.
Really?
And that exact game while you guys were doing the commentary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
And we were just sitting there watching, and you're like, oh, she just lost a piece to Jennifer. It was the most ridiculous way she lost a piece.
Right.
And it was like move 9.
Yes.
And going, okay, well, this one's over. And she kept playing, and she kept playing. It started getting interesting and more curious. And then suddenly a tactic, and suddenly it's a queen versus rook and 2 bishops. And then it's a mad scramble. And then we saw what happened there. And she managed to win in 2022 her second championship, by the way. Irina would have, if she just converted a piece up, she would have had 9 championships and have had the record tied with Gisela Gresser for most championships by a woman in history. Can you imagine? You just have it right in your hands. And now you got to deal with this Carissa Yip character, this Alice Lee character. Now you got kids coming up like Megan Paragua. Anna Sargsyan has shown up. And it's gotten harder and harder to get what her dream is. She's already a Hall of Famer, though. She was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Very emotional induction this year. But, man, that was her chance.
Exactly. Yes.
And this is not going to get any easier if we switch over to a game that has a big impact on the standings, and it's this one, the one with Carissa. And Carissa, they got to, I believe you got this position on the board.
Yeah, H4 I got to.
And H4, and Nazi just played the very curious G4.
Say what? Say what?
Why?
Can't I munch a pawn?
Nothing wrong with that. Just, I mean, there's a threat of bishop.
You have to play knight f6.
I mean,
that's her idea.
Maybe
okay,
just to
we're going to move our
bishop.
we're going to move our queen, but that's one move. Another move, it turns out, is this intermezzo with bishop to f4, just to gain a free tempo along the way.
Queen takes
and
c5.
If you take on the square, suddenly, bam, shows up.
6 is in the air.
And ouch! And that's a move Carissa plays in half a second. Boom! And your position explodes. There's a queen.
No.
First of all, it's mate. That's mate. So you could take this if you like. Queen takes with check.
That's another pawn.
And
that's a knight. That's
you can't bring your rook up here because of the bishop. That knight's hanging.
So you got to move your king. Go ahead. And bishop d6. How does it go? Ooh.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Queen.
You're still moving?
I'm still moving.
Yes.
Queen c4?
Yeah.
Okay. We take
I'm trying to
The
take
problem is we take with the
knight.
bishop.
I'm trying to take the bishop on h5. So bishop takes e7, knight takes h5 is my
But I
intention.
take on f8 or not?
Okay, this would be nice. This would be nice.
But you have
so let's
better-
save the bishop.
Oh, this move.
Oh, no.
Maurice.
Not for you. No food for you.
And now we take this knight on
And
e7.
now
Yes,
we get
only
the
after
knight.
we threaten the
That's winning.
the queen.
That's winning.
Cold cut. And so G4 puts suddenly Carissa in a situation. We talk about the Finish Strong Prize. I mean, this lady is finishing strong. And she's part of the group in the women's section that since 2017, the eventual winner was in clear first or tie for first after 9 rounds. We're seeing a theme, the same thing in the open section where it was from 2016, that if you're leading after 9, but forget about the followers, forget about the trailers, because somebody is going to win of that group. The last time it happened was back in 2016 when guess who? Nazi Paikidze, who Carissa happens to be playing today, won her last round and overtook Taktev Abrahamian to win the tournament. This is where we are after round 9. All the betting favorites would say it's either Carissa, Alice, or Anna. And after you see the move G4 and after you see her go 3.5 out of 4, I don't think anybody here would bet against Carissa.
No, she's definitely looking good. But more importantly, the position that she has at the moment with this queen takes G4, what you've been showing is that's frightening. That looks like just a winning attack.
The body language on those two, though, did you see?
Yeah, I could see this.
Carissa glanced at Nazi.
I saw it, yes.
Right? Like, are you for real? And Nazi kind of shifted and then glanced back like, yes, I'm for real.
Right.
Even if it's a blunder. And Carissa doesn't believe her opponent. Like, you just cannot be just handing me this pawn.
Right.
But
tension, huh? You can
but
feel
I'll tell
this
you right
tension.
now, Carissa, she doesn't go for
the
bluffs.
mag-
Here
through
we
the
go. We
magic
just
of
got a
television.
little instant replay. I saw it happen in a flash.
There
She
you
looks
go.
up.
You're looking at.
And she kind of looked. No, there it is. She kind of looked at her opponent, trying to not look away.
Serious?
And then what does Nazi do? Okay.
That's great. That's great.
Those little flickers, they tell us. Okay, she didn't do it multiple times. This looks creepy right here. They're having fun with the replay. But yes, staring her down, saying, go right ahead. Make my day. Take the pawn.
I remember 1990 World Championship match, Garry Kasparov versus Anatoly Karpov in New York City, and Talia giving him the look, the stare, and Kasparov returning it. And we got stills of the two. And they are wearing daggers in their eyes. They were killers at the chessboard. Oh boy, that was nice. And turning our attention to the game between the two Annas, we did see the move b5. We did see the move c5. Instead of having the rook on c8, I would love to have seen that rook on a3. Nonetheless, we do have this situation, and I'm expecting Anna White to play the move knight to d4. She could play the move knight on c3 to e2. Again, 3 results here. I'm going to turn to Alice Lee game before getting into the Carissa
Just to
Yep.
check what's going on, because there is some development.
Definite developments. After the move knight takes d5, I was saying I really like Alice's position because I find it easier to play these positions as black. I really like this idea of playing for f5, hence that earlier move king h8, so you can play f5 and prepare the advance of the pawn in the center. Queen e7, e4. I don't think Rose wanted to sit back and wait for her opponent to build up f5 and e4 with those nice, happy moves.
But at the same time, she actually allowed her opponent to put her knight on f4. Yes, normally the square you dream to get into.
As Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. She's played the move e3, e4, giving herself some squares as well, maybe knight to e3, knight to f5. But as you just said, she gave up the f4 square, and normally you work really, really hard to do that. King h2 on the board, f6, knight b6, rook b8, knight takes c8, and we're catching up with the players again. This fight for the first, well, who's going to win? I have no idea. Rook
Even
takes
though
c8.
Engine loves this position for some reason, and perhaps Maurice can explain what's going on.
Absolutely. Maurice, over to you.
Big reason. That bad boy in A2.
Yeah.
Look at that diagonal.
It's good. But it's empty.
Yes. Trust me, it's empty because your king can't go there anymore. First and foremost.
Dang.
And your king could end up with some problems. Also, there's central play. Black doesn't have the similar play.
Okay.
Black is not likely to play f5. Not today, not tomorrow. He's just not going to play it. And now you can actually, and I'm pretty sure she'll play it, the move g3 and say, go back.
King h2 was her
point
prep.
to do that.
Yeah.
And now h4. Just find a square for that one. There's no square. Now you're trying to start kind of stumbling over yourself as you try to find a square for this piece. So you got to move the queen probably. So you have e7 as a square, which makes a lot of sense.
Right.
And now you can continue with this move, which is very committal. It's not a move I necessarily would want to play. I'd probably want to play somewhere in the center with rook d1, etc. But the engine's saying I could play like this if I feel like it. And then I can even play like that if I feel like it.
Wow.
Now that's a lot of, this is...
No, but it still feels double-edged, yes, with this king on h2. I mean, some ideas with knight g5 sometimes, I don't know, it's not so clear, but feels that maybe there is something as well for black.
So black hopes that that black has counterplay and white's overextending.
Yes.
Right.
Because this is happening very quickly. If you take here, there's the move queen here, attacking your knight.
That's a surprise.
That's a nice tempo. And so, again, you probably have to bail with knight g5 now.
Looks reasonable.
In this position, knight takes. And suddenly, it's white who's using this bishop to effect on the diagonal. I'm not as worried about the mates, etc. Now in this line. So I'm going to go back. I wasn't a fan of h5 back here, this position, queen d7. And yeah, the engine gave that as the first move, but now it's actually changing its spine. I like rook d1 personally, but I'm going to just go with the engine's top move because c5 it doesn't like. It wants to play the move potentially knight to d2 with the idea of going here, or here, or here, there.
I like how you play
There's a
with
lot
this
of there's
knight.
there.
But getting dizzy.
So this is not one of those, it's over positions. But white has the center with the break. White has the bishop on the long diagonal. It is looking positive for the white pieces with initiative. And Alice is digging down deep in her position right now because bishop c4 has been played instead of g3, another one of the engine's nice moves. And I got to say, it may look positive for black, but black doesn't have too much play.
By the way, we did see the move bishop c4, not g2, g3, which I thought king h2 was all about. Bishop c4 by Rose and Alice to play. Alice, by the way, has 30 extra minutes. That could be meaningful as the middle game ensues. More games to look at in the ladies section. Where would you like me to go?
Yes, I'm checking the game between Irina Krush and Tati once again because it's like it seems that computer gives a really huge advantage for white right now, and I'm just trying to guess why. Like,
well, for me, I was looking. unlike Maurice said, keep the tension, keep the tension. No, I was trying to resolve the tension for Irina. I wanted to play the move F3 takes G4, and you had followed it up with that very nice early rook F1, rook takes F8 variation. No, Irina said,
B4.
You know what it's about? You're offside knight. I'm going to deny you, Tatev, I'm going to deny you the opportunity to bring your knight into the game. So Tatev said, well, I'll expand on the king side, and we've reached this position. And now Tatev has just played captures on F3. And I'm assuming I'm recapturing with the rook.
Looks like.
The desirable pin,
because you
bishop
cannot
G4.
really play bishop G4. Yes, let's show it. Yes.
Rook takes F8 check is the cold shower moment where you go,
and wherever you go, you lose your bishop. That's a problem. It doesn't help.
Exactly. So we do have G4 takes F3. And again, I'm expecting this is the most natural. And this looks like a very nice position for Irina. Again, if you just joined us, Irina's chasing the field by half a point. She's got the white pieces today against Tatev. It's a King's Indian position. Echoes of 2024 in the U.S. Championships. But this is a very nice position for Irina. The knight on E4 is actually a dominant piece, and she's looking to play moves like H2, H3, bishop to D2, rook F1, and she'll be the one with the attack as well.
Exactly, yes, and she has all the chances still and destiny in her hands if she wins this game. Then she'll play against Anna Zatonskih in the last round, and anything, everything is possible.
12 U.S. championships between those two, and they're still fighting for first place.
Yeah, it's
in the
actually
last
amazing.
Round. Crazy.
Don't you think so? Yes, for so many years.
Yeah.
Anna hasn't won.
In some time.
I feel like Anna hasn't won since like 2010. Which sounds incredible.
That does sound,
especially or 2011 maybe?
She just won, she wins the Cairns Cup recently, and you're saying it's that long? Wow.
2016. Because Irina won 4 in a row before Nazi won in 2016.
Carissa.
And then 2017, Sabina won. So it's been since, we've been confirmed, 2011. Wow. 2011. I mean, Anna, you just think she's got to have won. Like, because we remember her winning 4 in a clip before Irina won 4 in a row. By the way, Irina Krush is the only woman in U.S. Women's Championship history to win 4 in a row without a tie. Gisela Gresser, who has 9 championships, Irina only has 8. Gisela did 4 in a row, but she did one of those with a tie.
Okay, sure.
But Irina is the only one in U.S. women's history to go by herself. I am the dominant one, and she won 4 in a row. It seemed almost sure she was going to win 9 by now. That last one was her 7th. When she won 4 in a row was her 7th back in 2015. She did win her 8th during the COVID year that was played online. And that was her last one because then the kids took over. Jennifer Yu, followed by Carissa, followed by Jennifer, followed by Carissa, and Carissa again, and maybe Carissa yet again against Nazi. By the way, in the game with Carissa and Nazi, Carissa did not capture.
She didn't?
With the queen. She captured with the bishop instead of queen takes, which would have been much better. She's still better here, but she had a big chance
maybe
to play.
Nazi escape a little bit.
A little bit off the gas there, so we'll follow that. And a bit off the gas here is also the game with Dariusz and Wesley So. This is a huge development in these championships because Wesley, if he wins with Fabi struggling, will put a headlock on this tournament. It'd be a big problem for Fabi having to play Levon next round. And the big deal, we talked about time. He needed to play very aggressively. He could play H5, he could play knight D4, sneak the knight D4 in before you get to play the move C5, because then you'll park on B5. Instead, he played a very casual move when you don't have much time on your clock. This looks good, it's simple. And Wesley said, you're not getting a second chance to get to this square. Now your knight is curtailed on this side. Be mindful of what you're doing. Knight H2 plays, bishop H7, F4. Hey, I'm doing the do. I got the business. Until G5 by Wesley landed on the board. And now, you can't think that you're just borrowing pawns and getting away with it because suddenly, kaboom, bishop takes on D3 with check. This rook lines up with these bishop this bishop and knight on the h-file, and black is smiling. It's not winning. It's still fairly equal, but slightly advantageous for black. So g5 on the board. He played the move rook A to f1, and now black is supposed to be slightly better after bringing a rook here. Black is just very good. It's up to Wesley So to deal with this situation. Actually, he's played rook d g8. It's still pretty much even, but I don't like the 14 minutes on the clock over there to make 20 moves against Wesley So. I feel blunders coming on.
We saw Dariusz in a position of Fabi earlier in the tournament. That was more or less a balanced position, but Dariusz, with virtually no time on his clock, was making errors, and very easy errors at that. The moves he was making just looked normal, but they were not incisive, and he lost to Fabi. I like Wesley's position. I see more potential in his position than Dariusz, and the clock is what it's all about as well.
Played so precisely. Yes, like Wesley didn't give him a chances to be active in this game. Like you would prefer this knight on d4, not on h2, right? I mean,
I prefer the knight on b5 actually
yes,
in this
b5.
position than on h2. Yeah.
So I just wonder what white can do here. Like, do you need to take on g5 and f5?
Well, let's just
Hard
take
to
a
say.
look. I'm going to change it over to that game. I'm going to go to the open section and pick up on the game of Dariusz. And Wesley g7. Okay, so obviously what Dariusz has been doing his last few moves, he went knight h2, and you say to yourself, well, why on earth would you move your knight? Oh, looks good.
Yes.
I want to play
I want
f4,
to push all these
I want
pawns.
to push. I'm not saying g5 is necessarily a threat, but you can imagine the knight wants to come back, and maybe the knight wants to go here, and that was why he played for f4. Wesley said, I'm not going to let you play g5, and for those, you can't take twice on g5 because the stunner.
This bishop d3, very nice.
Bishop
move,
takes bishop takes d3 and rook takes h3. Oops. So rook f1, rook g8. Now your opportunity of taking twice on g5 is gone.
Again, it's not possible.
Not there. And in what I'm thinking that Wesley has in mind, let's say you play a move knight f3. I'm not saying maybe you should use the other knight. What is it that Wesley's doing? Well, guess what? There's a weak pawn on f4. How would I like to attack it? I would like to play the move knight d5. Illegal,
not possible,
says the international arbiter. I hate
Yes.
those arbiters. So I'll play d5, d4, so that I can play the move knight to d5 next. And guess what? That's a very sensitive, vulnerable pawn, as is the e3 square, as is the c3 square. So that is what Wesley is tuning in. He's sitting there saying, your king maybe isn't so great on the square e2. And again, I'm not playing this very well for Dariusz. So if Wesley does something, this is very dangerous because Fabi is on the worst side of the position.
Yes, Fabi's on the worst side, but not the lost side. And
big difference.
You know these. A top GM does. The defense wins championships.
Right.
Can I hold you? At some ending, I'll be worse. I might be down a pawn, but it's survivable. I'll show you a position like that is possible here. As it's clear, the two bishops are great. This file is fantastic. Fabi has no initiative anywhere to speak of. So he said, I'm going into defense mode. I've got to cover some squares and survive in this game. Start with the move bishop f1. The bishop's not doing anything on this diagonal. There's no e5 break that's going to do anything. So let's start controlling some key squares on this side. His opponent said, okay, I'll bring my queen over. What are you going to do? Now king to g2. Let me get off this diagonal just in case some funny business happens. Frees my pieces. I might even put a rook on c3 if you're not paying attention, and some kind of tactical on this diagonal. Now rook to c7. Let me build. Let me build. And now Fabi said, knight over to b3. I might be targeting your pawn very soon. Maybe I'll hold your queen back. And also, my queen might show up on this side now and trade off queens. And now you have something to defend. I'd love for you to trade bishop takes knight and give me an opposite color bishop position to play. My bishop will show up on this square. It won't be so easy for you to break through. So he's just hunkering down. Show me what you got. Now, in this position, by the way, that bishop f1 move took Fabi 21 minutes. to play.
It's understandable, actually. It's not an easy plan. You
Yes.
have to come out actually with few moves in a row. Like King G2 is a part of the whole plan, and
Part of the whole scheme,
I think he was
exactly.
trying to find a way how to hold it nicely.
Right, and you know, this is what you call defense, because the youngster's sitting up, I know I got a good game, or how do I just put extra pressure? Highest level of chess. This is the most difficult question. Now, in this position here, there's a forward-thinking move, very sharp. Bishop to c4. So the queen says, okay, if you do that. He did not play it yet, but let's just give consideration to it. And here's the shot. D3.
Opening up the bishop on f6.
Opening up the beautiful bishop. The diagonal, remember that king was off the diagonal now. He's already anticipated the potential of that shot. To just show you, it's almost Laskarian, if you will. The defenders who make moves, and then you look later, or Petrosian-like as well, and you go, oh, he had known what could have happened long before it happened and made sure nothing was going to happen. So that is a move like this one. Now take a look at the line, though. We're going to take with the pawn. You can take with the bishop. We'll take with the pawn. And now comes the move takes, and bishop d4. Again, the king is off the diagonal. Your rook is hanging. Be careful what you do with this piece, because if you don't trade on this file, suddenly this move could show up on the board, and you're starting to feel a little discomfort as the rook is trying to penetrate, and where'd you get all this?
Look at this bishop on f1. Look at this bishop. Not even one move.
I'm not enjoying my extra pawn.
It's a pretty picture. It's almost a Valentine's kind of, sort of, but it's not pretty for white at all. So necessary here after bishop d4 is I need to compete with this piece. And now we take this one and hit you with that one. And now you're starting to feel a little discomfort here. Rook is trying to get to the C line. You don't want to guard this. So you have to do both in one move. This is how white will hold the position together, because now rook c8 can be met by rook to c1. There's no bishop e3 yet because of the back rank. But black is actually for choice, despite being down a pawn in this position. A move like g6, opposite colored bishops, pressure along this diagonal. You're lucky a queen doesn't show up or lead the bishop. And then pick this pawn off, and your stupid bishop at f1 has to worry about this pawn queening. So this is enough for white to actually survive by his fingernails, but Fabi's ready to hold on by his fingernails. As long as he saves the game, he understands Wesley cannot overtake him if he has a draw in this game. And he knows he's worse, there's no doubt, but he also knows that he can put up a brick wall and make it very difficult for the youngster to win.
And in this final position, I love black's chances after queen b4. It's not easy.
You can play forever this position and
right.
just try to keep it, and your chances are, of course, are higher.
Gary Kasparov in
Yes.
The Legend said, I could suck his blood longer if he had played like a move like queen b4 instead of trading. Is that some expression that you like, something from the chess world that I've never heard that. It surprised me when he came up with that. Had you heard that before?
No, not sure about it.
No, suck the blood. Anyway,
Well,
we are
it's
getting
clear.
we are getting ready to take our break, and before we do that, of course, we love to check in with our friends at Q Boutique for their family and friends discounts of 5%. What do you have for us? Well, check it out. This is a one-of-a-kind wooden chessboard. It is signed by the entire field of the 2025 U.S. Championships, most prestigious, strongest national championships. This board is available online at QBoutiqueSTL.com, or please come in person. When you were interviewing Jennifer,
Yes.
I thought there was like one
left.
left.
That's
Why are we
exactly what
advertising that this is going to go like that? In fact, Maurice, I saw that you were on your phone, and I was going to call Jennifer.
I didn't get to
I said, Jennifer, don't sell it to Maurice, sell it to me.
We want this board as well.
We have a question. Stump the commentators. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
So-
I saw these questions before. I couldn't answer any
You
of
saw
it.
the question before.
Not this one, the previous ones, and I was struggling to find the answer.
okay.
No, this one I haven't seen. How many US players appear on the FIDE top 100 Open or top 100 women's list, but are not playing in the championships?
What kind of thing is that to put 1, 2, 3, or 4? Couldn't they give us some more variety?
Yes.
Yeah, like
1, 2, 3,
14.
or 4.
Wait a minute.
But it says or. How many
top
years was it?
men's list.
Or.
This is
Not even and.
yes.
Wow.
I guess it's the same number in both?
What? I'm going to think about this.
Yes.
What are we doing on our break? What
Yes.
What do the viewers get to view?
Actually, yes. So we are taking a break right now, and we'll be right back.
That's it?
That's what we know.
I could have done that.
It was easy.
It was too easy.
Samuel Reshevsky. In 1936, Samuel Reshevsky was the first winner of the newly formatted US Championships when it became a round-robin tournament. Samuel learned the game at age 4, shortly after his parents moved to the United States, where they traveled the country supporting their son's amazing talent. Samuel would go on to win the US Championship 8 times from 1936 to 1969. His rivalry with the much younger Bobby Fischer was legendary. Reshevsky had a great run at the US Championships, which he played in an amazing 21 times. Samuel Reshevsky, part of the rich tradition of the US Championships.
Robert James Fischer, Bobby Fischer, is still the most famous name in American chess. A chess prodigy, he won his first of a record 8 U.S. championships at the age of 14. In 1964, Bobby won with an 11-0 score, the only perfect score in the history of the tournament. Chess was everything to the young Fischer. He dropped out of high school but would teach himself several languages, including Spanish and Russian, so that he could study Russian chess publications. Bobby was a difficult player, both on and off the board, wearing inappropriate clothes and often arguing with chess officials about playing conditions. Through it all, he went on to become world champion in 1972 and held the title until 1975. The Fischer Prize for consecutive wins in the U.S. Championship continues today, and his Fischer random variant is used in many modern tournaments. Bobby Fischer, an American chess legend.
Walter Shawn Brown. After moving to America, Australian-born Walter Brown won the U.S. Championships an amazing 6 times from 1974 to 1983. Walter often found himself in time trouble after long opening move thinks, but it was a habit that served him well in faster time controls. Walter was very competitive, and his intimidating demeanor at the board is often compared to the great Garry Kasparov. Walter Brown entered the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame in 2003 and remains one of the great names in U.S. Championship history.
Yasser Seirawan. Yasser Seirawan is more than just a great commentator on U.S. chess broadcasts for several decades. Among his many accomplishments, he is also a 4-time U.S. champion. Yasser started playing chess at what now could be considered the ripe old age of 12. But success came quickly, and by 19, he would become World Junior Chess Champion. From 1982 to early 2002, Yasser was the highest-rated American player for no less than 19 straight months. He also used his diplomatic skills to try to get the chaotic World Championship back on track. His stories are legendary, and he entertains a vast audience with every appearance on widely watched telecasts. Yasser Seirawan, part of the colorful fabric of the U.S. Championships.
Larry Melvin Evans. Larry Evans won or shared the U.S. Open Championship no less than 4 times. His first championship was in 1951 against the imposing Samuel Reshevsky. Larry became a close associate of fellow American Bobby Fischer, acting as a second for his 1972 match against Boris Spassky. Larry Evans was a well-published chess journalist. Some of his works were controversial, as he sometimes twisted the facts to fit his narrative. From
his start as a young chess prodigy playing on the streets of New York City to U.S. national champion Larry Evans is part of the rich history of the U.S. championships.
Christopher Hikaru Nakamura. By 2005, the U.S. championships had switched to a Swiss format, and in that year, a 17-year-old Hikaru Nakamura won the first of 5 U.S. championships in a playoff that included rapid chess. Nakamura is still dominant in fast chess formats and currently ranks at or near the top in both rapid and blitz FIDE ratings. Hikaru credits much of his success to his stepdad, Sunil Weeramantry, who coached both Hikaru and his brother Asuka as kids. Sunil still accompanies Hikaru to many of his major tournaments. Among his many accomplishments, Hikaru has represented the United States on many Olympiad and team events. There is a whole new generation that knows Hikaru from his famous and very popular live streams, which are bringing chess to a brand new audience. Hikaru Nakamura, 5-time U.S. champion and an American chess icon.
Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana is on a roll when it comes to the U.S. championships. Starting in 2016, Fabi won no less than 4 championships. A 5th win this year, 4 in a row, would put Fabi in a class with Bobby Fischer for consecutive wins. In 2018, Fabi became only the 2nd American to play in a World Chess Championship since Fischer, a championship he lost to Magnus Carlsen in rapid playoffs. One record that stands out in Caruana's amazing career is his performance at the 2014 Sinkfield Cup, where he won 7 games in a row for a final score of 8.5 points out of 10. Fabiano Caruana remains one of America's highest-rated chess players, and a victory at this U.S. championship would be history-making.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa Yep will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
Welcome back, everyone. We are watching round 10 of US Chess Championships together with Yasser and Maurice. And is it time to check the results? We have the
Not
only...
yet. No,
Not
we
yet.
wanted to jump to the game of Andy Woodward because when we left the game, Andy was a pawn up against Sam Shankland. Sam had rushed his way in what we thought was a losing ending. And frankly, it is a losing ending. And you can just see Sam right there. He kind of looks a little bit disgusted as he's realizing after the move King G6 with the move G2, G4, the move we play with both hands, Andy is assured of 2 connected pass pawns on the king side and just push him up the board, and it'll be a very, very easy victory for Andy in this one. But we have breaking news in the Open as well, because Mishra just made a move in his game with Fabi that has absolutely stunned us here on set. We never anticipated the move bishop takes b3 going into opposite color bishop ending, or middle game. And actually, in this exact position, we considered Mishra to have an advantage after the move bishop c4. Bishop c4, intending to play a move d2, d3, we discussed that, but bishop takes b3 actually fails for 2 reasons. First of all, queen takes b3 is an absolutely good move, and you end up playing your bishop to d3, and then your one weakness in the position, the c2 pawn, is really nicely covered. But Fabi actually played it even in a stronger way. He took the double pawns because in his mind's eye, he's ready to move his queen and plant his bishop on the c4 square. In other words, if he could play queen f3, bishop c4, he does a lot of things. He blocks the c-file, he improves his bishop, and turns this passive spectator into an aggressive attacker.
Active piece, yes.
And we think white's better, but the engine also confirms that the move bishop takes b3 was just wrong. And by the way, we do have the move rook c8. And again, I'm thinking either queen d1 or queen f3, and Fabi is back into it. Also, huge.
I mean, by the way, that
developments.
trade is so stunning to me. Bishop takes b3. I can't understand it.
Not at all. I won't even try. And I wanted to turn our attention finally to the other huge game, our 2 tournament co-leaders, Wesley and Fabi. Wesley had played the move rook to g8 when we left it. Takes, h5. Ooh, I don't like where Dariusz is going here. Wesley's played the move king d8 with the idea of playing the king to e7, protecting the pawn on f7, and just kind of maybe preparing to reroute this knight to a better square. And it's about the clock. Look at the clock
Only 3
times.
minutes for Dariusz right now.
That's
Not a big
terrible.
surprise, since we predicted that he will have troubles with time earlier in the game.
Exactly. And this looks like, okay, Wesley is looking like he's ready to take over the game suddenly. Like, let's just imagine king e7, not the most difficult move you could play.
It was played.
And let's imagine that you play rook g7. You're kind of, you're preparing the knight to move, and you want to put the knight on h6 where it will blockade the passive.
Wow.
Defend f7, very, very importantly. And maybe in the very near future, by the way, prepare the move f5.
Also tying down 2 white pieces, or at least one of them, unless you want to play a la Nimzovich and overprotect the g4 pawn. In this case, you'd be, I know Yasser was going to react.
You don't want
my
this
saying
bishop
that.
on h3.
Must stop the hand from strangling Maurice.
But I said, unless that's what you want to do, the knight on h6 is guarding the g4 square. Relax, relax. Yeah, it's
Hello,
okay.
it
has a mind of its
own. Nimzovich. We know you love it.
Oh boy. So we like Wesley's position, and strangely enough, we like Fabi's position. What a race to the finish. I'm not even sure of my answer, but let's refresh the question.
The question, oh my gosh.
I'm not even
this
sure of the question.
Yes. We're not sure still about it. This. How many US players appear on the FIDE Top 100 Open or Top 100 Women's list
but are
I'm not
not
playing in the championship.
playing in the championship. I'm thinking high numbers here, so I'm going to go with D. 4.
For what? For the
But
open
those are not
or
here.
for the top?
Oh, I think it's combined. It should be
I
combined,
don't think
no?
it's
Yeah. So
There's only one answer.
Yes. You took 4. Okay, let me
I've got a 25% chance of being right.
I'm trying to think logically, if I may try.
I'm an intuitive
normally
person.
we have
You're
all top players playing in US Chess Championships, right? So there are not so
Yes.
many left behind. So I would take maybe like 2.
Brilliant.
I think 2 is a good guess. I'm going to say, but the thing is, Jeffrey Zhang is top 100. Is not
Sure,
playing.
of course.
I'm not sure if VAR is still
Levon?
top 100.
No, not Levon.
Is not playing. Lanier.
Lanier
is not playing. Nakamura is not playing. So your
Yes,
2 just
you're
went out the
right.
window.
Oh
That's
no.
at least 3.
But at least women players actually are all here. Do we know anyone?
But are they all in the top 100?
Time's up.
Okay,
Come on.
sorry.
So Yasser is probably right, but I'm going to go with C, 3.
Okay, here we go. Oh no, Yasser.
But I don't.
Just
but
a second.
then-
Just a
but this-
second. My reward.
Okay,
You did
Yasser,
not know
you
10.
did,
You made a
yes.
guess. But I don't like this question.
It's a tricky question.
Because you
But
got
I
it
don't
wrong,
mind
yes.
that you got it wrong.
In part because I got it wrong. And by the way, I thought it was that, but I couldn't agree with you. But the second thing is it's the or number. Because
that or
Because then why do you have
threw me
or? What about the answer for the women? Why didn't you just say it was for the open?
So they were trying to trick us today, but at least I
Bad
got it
question.
right. The only thing I got right that all women top players are here.
Yeah.
So actually, it shows that this event, like the strongest women's event we could get, possibly get.
It's so weird. It was the answer I got right, and I hate the question too.
we don't like that.
That's unfair. Let's conclude that, and let's go back to the game of Fabi for just a moment, because he's achieved what he's achieved exactly his dream. He's played the move Queen B7, attacking the pawn on E4, Bishop D3. That first of all neutralizes the C file. The business squares C3, C2, C1, all covered. The bishop on F6. A moment ago, you would probably have liked to have played the move D3 and planted the bishop on D4. That's no longer possible. And maybe in his own world, you leave Fabi alone, he's ready to play the move rook E2 and bishop C4. Put his queen on D3 and then develop a kingside attack. Mishra could be suddenly on the back foot and in trouble. And again, for those of you joining us late, the game between Dariusz and Wesley is, in our judgment, really shifting, I don't want to say conclusively, but definitely in the favor of Wesley. Wesley has just played the move rook f8. He centralized his king, but his pawn structure just simply looks better. He's ready to play knight
G7, yes,
g8.
but he decided to play rook f8 with the same idea, just to defend the pawn.
Precisely.
And transfer this knight.
Put the knight on h,
Yes.
but it's all about the clocks. The
Also.
clocks make the biggest difference in the world. Anastasia, 1 minute and 24 seconds to
Only.
Dariusz?
Yes.
Ooh.
It doesn't look good.
48 minutes.
No.
And there we go. Oh, that's interesting. He decided for the time control.
15 moves on. He has 15 moves to make.
Oh, that's too much.
But okay, we have 30
Mistakes are-
seconds increment, which helps a little bit, but not that much, especially
30
at the posi-
seconds in this position?
Mistakes are inevitable, I feel.
Pawn break coming with F5 potentially.
Yeah, he wants to play, as you say, knight to D6.
He's in panic
Pawn-
mode, under a minute.
Pawn break potential. And actually, by the way, once the knight does come to D6, the other knight could, strangely enough, show up on E5. And here it
E4.
comes,
Yeah,
E4.
E4.
Ooh, Dariusz, I'm not sure I like
Yes, and,
this.
by the way, Wesley plays also very quick and
Very
putting pressure on
quickly.
his opponent, which...
And walked away.
Like, Wesley feels that the game is decisively swinging in his favor because he doesn't normally walk away from the board so quickly.
Yeah.
But he has it in his mind that he's ready to play the move knight to D6, followed by knight
to e5. By the way, with the move knight d6, let's just put a move on the board for just a moment. Knight to d6. And imagining just for a moment, I think you should take, but let's say you drop the bishop back. There is a move,
b5,
b5, which suddenly turns a liability into maybe an asset. You can instantly see that the knight is ready to jump on two very
nice squares.
Attractive
yes.
squares, I would put it like that. So I think Wesley is doing well, but again, it's the clock. The clock times. Bishop takes e4 on the board. Maurice.
The Indians think that it's even, though.
Even?
Even. In this position, even. After knight d6.
I don't think Dariusz is thinking it's even.
Yeah, well, we'll see, but I can't even bother to analyze because I can't get away from this clock. And Wesley keeps getting up.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm just going to keep making moves, I'm going to keep getting up, and I'm going to wait until you make a mistake. And he's just using the psychology of the clock differential to pressure his opponent into making an error, even though he feels like, yeah, the position's he may feel like the position's more or less even. That's a free move to make.
Yes, he had to take on h7. By the way, don't you feel that also when your opponent has such a crazy time situation that it also puts pressure on yourself as well? Because Wesley may start making also some mistakes. He's a very practical player, though. He's very strong, but still...
Looking at your opponent's clock can be very, very distracting. And even though the position on the board, according to the engines, are even, I find it easier to play black as, well, we just are focused on the chess clock and the fact that Dariusz has a minute to play a dozen moves or so for the time control. A good move. I will absolutely jump on this one and say, well done.
Finally, the knight comes back.
Comes back into the game. We expect Wesley to play the move f7, f6, maybe rook g7 if he's really intent to play the move
Actually,
f5.
What are you going to do next? Like, where you put your pieces with white?
Yeah, I probably take a deep breath around these parts and decide to play the move knight e4.
That's the point, yes. Is it the only move, basically?
I don't know if it's the only move,
Yes.
but
Like
trading the knights, and by the way, the pawn on h5 is actually not bad.
It's
on a good day, on a good day, that could win as the game.
So Wesley has a big moment right now that he could just electrify his opponent a little bit.
Right.
Wait. Because your pawn's under attack. Looks like you should play f6, like you said. So what do I do about that move? But he could actually play the move f5 in this position.
Blasting open the h.
And this one you may not have anticipated, and you have to calculate.
Time trouble.
In time pressure. Perfect kind of move you want to play.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Just in your opponent's time pressure, because he has to calculate, is it the right thing to do to take here?
Yes.
Allow rook to g7. That pawn is dropping. My rooks look silly now on this file. Is this h-pawn going to be a liability in a moment? That's what Wesley can calculate. It's still supposed to be okay for white.
How is it okay? You move the knight or what? Just
yes, this and put the knight here.
Four, yes.
And after something like king f6.
To sidestep knight g6.
To sidestep this fork. Now, you know, it's like, yeah, it's still up in the air.
Yeah.
All right. That's one problem. The other problem is after the move f5, do you take? What do you have? Well, you can play rook takes and guard this pawn. That one's hanging now.
Right.
So those are two questions. So he is deep in thought, and I think Dariusz does recognize that this move f5 is possible.
Wow.
And he needs to have a response to it ready before it lands on the board. And Wesley's just checking, should I play one or the other? The thing is,
I'm taking advantage of my opponent's time trouble to play f5 and complicate the game.
But here's what I will say to you, though. Because Wesley has multiple moves here.
Yes, and also he can just keep pressure.
So he gets to choose between which one.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He gets to look at one and choose between which one.
Yeah.
Dariusz just to look at all the moves.
Right.
Which one? Could he play this? Could he play that? Could he that? Which one is good? I got to look at the most critical ones. But even if you play an innocuous one, something like this, for example. Oh, I didn't expect that. Is this good? Can't I just take now? What's going on? You know, and then suddenly he has f5. No. What? Can I take on the square? Is a knight takes? Is this hanging? Should I defend?
All these questions.
That's what you're waiting on. Oh, let me go defend, and then, oh, whoa, I'm gone. You know, that's the kind of, it sounds foolish, But because of that time pressure, Wesley's the one with multiple choices and will force his opponent to calculate. The last thing Wesley needs to do is make a fast move. I tell my students, you're not the one in time pressure. They are. Oh, but we don't want to look too long and then give him all the time to calculate. Give them all the time to calculate. Let them calculate. Guess what? Let them suffer. Let them suffer. That's what you want. Let the pressure in their body go higher and higher, the tension, because that's what's going to get them to make that nervous move that's going to be the blunder that wins you the game. It takes experience to get to that point to understand that and not play quickly when your opponent is in time pressure. Wesley right now knows he has just that moment. Multiple options. Make my opponent think about all of them. I got all the time in the world. I got no problem to think about all of them. I can process them all slowly and carefully. While my opponent's trying to think of them like this, there'll be a hole in their analysis.
Absolutely.
At the moment.
I'm being told that there's a development in the game, Sam Shankland versus Andy, and I don't understand it. Andy played the move I expected him to play, which was G2, G4, with Sam spanked down the move A4, and I thought, okay.
I thought it's actually the only chance. This was my
original
the
idea,
because we couldn't spend much time here. But I thought that the only chance, if there is something here on this
for black, he has to strike.
He should do something right now, otherwise he's just lost.
And so, what was the idea for the follow up? Because I don't.
Yes.
So you have to play B3.
Yes, the idea is but still, it looked strange for me.
King takes.
Yes. And now
you take, and now you're threatening. And you're just in time
to pick up all the pawns. Take on A4.
Oh, no.
And look at that. Surprise, surprise. A draw
eliminate all the pawns from...
is in the offing. Oh, my goodness.
A bitter pill to swallow.
So the move A4 with the idea B3, I missed it.
I kind of thought about it, but I, of course, couldn't calculate all the consequences. Like, you really need time to understand what's going on here. And probably Sam felt that it's his last chance.
And Andy just kind of in a state of shock, much like myself, I might add. And Andy is like, how did I let my opponent escape from this one and this ending?
Can we still check some lines? Like if I take on A4, B3, if I take with the pawn on B3?
You lose.
I just want to show it, yes. That you actually lose after Rook D2.
Rook to D2, check.
Yes. And you cannot take on C3 because you take... And
the rook.
4 pawns are not enough, it seems, right?
In that moment. Maybe it's enough to draw.
Maybe.
But the other problem is we've got a runaway criminal here that's not been...
I would maybe first take the rook and then run, but it's
same idea.
Question of
right.
Princess.
Oh boy, but we see that. But sorry, we got...
He just needed to play one move, Rook A6, and stop that. And then play for G4, and then his opponent is dead. Just don't give him another chance. Just stop. The one chance he has is this possibility.
So you go Rook
just play Rook A6, and then how do you stop G4?
Play G4.
Because if you play A4, you just take with the rook, and that's it.
And then it's over.
It's just over, yes.
And there's no fun in games anymore. It's just Rook takes.
That's what happens when you feel confident of winning, and you're just, they should win, and then all of a sudden there's a trick.
Haven't we all fallen for that? That's a big miss. Wanted to go to the ladies section for just a moment. Pick up on the Carissa.
Much development, there as well.
Huge surprises for us going on in this match. After the move G4, a missed opportunity for Carissa. She should have played Queen takes G4. She captured the pawn on G4 with her bishop. And let's pick up the action where it currently stands. Knight is nicely on E4, but Queen D4 check. This looks like a dominant queen on the D4 square.
I also like this knight on E4, but it seems like not enough to compensate all the problems.
The knight on E4.
Yes, this knight on E4, yes. Also looks beautiful for me, but first of all, white can always eliminate this knight.
I'm going to drop back with the king. I think Rook F6 is necessary, but just to show what I think Carissa has in mind, which is to put her queen on this very, very powerful centralized squares.
Centralization.
And then play, centralization. But queen d4 looks like Carissa's doing well. I want to jump quickly around the games and go to the Rose Atwell Ellis lead, because when we left it, shocking of all shocks, it looked like Rose was actually the one in the driver's seat. And let's see what we have. This looks, well, could we call it is this a liability or an asset, the pawn on h6? Alpha Zero has been telling us it's an asset.
It's a good question. Like, if you still have it.
Yes. If it survives, it's an asset.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
But sometimes it doesn't, so you have to definitely keep an eye on this pawn.
I am seeing weaknesses over on the queen side as well. First of all, the pawn on d3 is under attack. Secondly, I can imagine Alice would love to play the move knight b5, attacking the pawn on c3. Put that one under attack, and if c3, c4, you've got the d4 square. So, and I see Alice has 30-minute advantage. So we think Carissa stands well. Alice definitely stands well on the clock. And then finally, I'm going to go to the game between our two Annas. Anna Zatansky tied for first, undefeated in the tournament, and she's just played the move rook on c7 to c8. That still looks like a balanced game. And we're going to switch back to the Open tournament because Dariusz, as I throw it to you, Maurice, is down to seconds.
Yes, but Wesley let him off the hook.
He didn't play f5.
He did not play f5.
Oof.
He spent time, he stopped, he looked for a while, and he decided, let me just play f6. He could see that the f5 line led to lack of clarity, and maybe his opponent would start making forcing moves. So he just played f6, and Dariusz, I saw, spanked down instantly the move knight to e4. And Wesley was ready for this move. Wesley played the move knight back to f7.
Very
cagey. Avoiding exchanges.
But the Indian doesn't like this move. But it's from a practical standpoint, from a tactical standpoint, I don't mean tactical in terms of tactical moves, but just game tactics, management tactics, keeping the knight on the board with no threats for the other side is a very cagey idea. It causes opponent to stop and think for a while.
Right.
What's this move? I didn't suspect this. The engine now says white is better. Well, white has to play some kind of king move. Get out the way.
That's no.
It's not a move you find easily to maintain a nice advantage. So he stopped and he thought, okay, I'll just move the rook.
Because he's saying knight h6.
Yes.
He's starting to defend the pawn on g4.
The ghosts start to creep in when you're in time pressure. So he said, let me anticipate and defend. And now the knight did end up on h6. And once again, the engine's saying you don't have any way to really improve your pieces. Move the king somewhere.
You all right?
Wesley playing very savvy chess now. Let's get a look at the board, see how long it takes before he moves, because he's down to under 40 seconds on the clock, 33 seconds, and with nothing concrete to execute. Best bet?
26 seconds, by the way. And he checked
it's so hard for him because
20 seconds.
He doesn't have a very clear. He's thinking d3,
Please
d4.
make a move.
He's thinking d3, d4.
Oh.
Come on, Dariusz.
11
10
seconds.
seconds.
Move.
You need to move.
7.
I mean,
No.
just anything. Yes, rook g2. I just
Wow.
told him.
Wow. Okay. First of all, remember when the knight was on f6 and it went to e8, it went to d6, it went to f7, and I was saying, well, go ahead and put the knight on g8 and h6. Okay, he's there. He's there. Now, from Wesley's point of view, he's saying, look, I have to exploit the clock. I just have to exploit the clock. How to best do that? Well, you just said the game, not the tactics, meaning the moves, but playing the game position, playing against your opponent's clock.
The game inside the game.
The game, yeah. You play a move like b7, b6 and say, dude, I'm just going to give you more rope for you to come up with more ghosts.
No, but knight g4 is one of the options. This is what actually can be the idea why he played rook g2, also trying to prevent,
overprotect the pawn on g4, a la Nimzovich.
Even though maybe it's not really the problem, but I just kind of
right. That's exactly what Nimzovich said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, really? Knight
Yes,
g4?
really.
I see. Okay.
That's exactly what Nimzovich said.
The other thing, and it's a completely, I like these types of moves to shock the opponent. Rook a8.
Yes, now.
B5.
Mm-hmm.
Rook A2. This rook has done its job, whatever job it had. It was holding F7. So rook A8, rook on H7 back to H8. Again, keeping all the options and just giving white reason to worry, panic.
See the ghosts, as
See the
Maurice
ghosts.
also put it
Yeah.
nicely.
Wesley's not going to play quickly here. No need. So we're going to be there a while. Let's take a look at Fabi's position.
Please.
As Fabi has not played the most incisive moves, and the kid, despite having thrown away his advantage, is defending very well here, actually. And, okay, Fabi still has the advantage and a lot to play for. He doesn't want to put his bishop on c4. The kid might sack the exchange to kill that bishop as soon as it lands there. I'm not going to claim that it's the best way to play, but I'm curious. If I play rook ac7, bishop to c4, yeah, the engine's like, no.
You got to kill that.
No, don't sack.
Don't sack.
Don't. It's happy to play against you for some reason in this position. Oh, e5 already trading queens. Okay, so it's not at the moment to do that. But there's no need for Fabi to do that right now. It's massage time.
Rook on A1 to F1.
Yeah, get everybody where you need it and slow but surely build. And so in this game, somehow it looked as though Abhi was going to be worse, but then Fabi made a slip and allowed his opponent to come back. And it was this critical moment after knight to c4 that knight d4 landed on the board. A fantastic move. You can't capture twice without allowing monster bishops on the diagonals, a rook on the c line. But then later, it was Abhi who slipped in a critical moment and played bishop takes b3 in this position that he had such a wonderful position. He gave up his bishop, and that allowed Fabi now to stabilize the position. And we see that the opposite colored bishops, this pawn is blocked, this bishop is not so good, and it's white, actually, who has an advantage in this position as Fabi looks to win his 4th championship in a row.
By the way, king h8 by Mishra, kind of an indication that he's a little bit floundering. He's not 100% sure. I love this idea of just bringing this rook over and into the game. Rook on A1 to F1. Again, you're prepping the move E5 and F7 is your destination square, right? So anticipating that X-ray, Mishra's put his king back.
Surprising a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, you start to think, isn't it time to nurse the G pawn a little bit up the board? King H3, G4. Again, I'm playing rook on A1 to F1 here. I like Fabi's chances. Back to you, Maurice.
Just quickly here, as
Carissa.
the champion Carissa is looking to do her due, and she's a woman after your own heart. Not typically, yes, but she heard that potential Pawn Grubbers Club membership.
Right, gold membership.
Gold membership, even.
Yeah.
You like to give gold to people who already won 3 championships and stars.
Yeah.
You let the
we like honorable,
those kind of people to just
honorable people are welcome into the Pawn Grubbers Club.
She said, I'll
take it.
I'll make Yasser proud and grab that pawn on A7. I'll just grab it. What are you going to do? It's a free pawn. I'm up a pawn. You don't have any real play. I'm just going to, and then queen back
to D7.
She can easily
bring it back.
I was trying to win another pawn, but it doesn't work.
Uh-oh.
Actually, it does work. It does work. Oh, no. She could take,
and take.
And if you take this one,
check.
We gain a tempo.
Nice.
Oh, my goodness. Is that real? Hold on.
So if not rook a7, what else then after all this?
No, we'll start with bishop takes e4. You don't have knight c6.
There is knight f5.
Knight f5,
then
yes.
check.
And after rook g4, king moves. And there,
queen b6.
There's some dancing, though. Your queen on b6 is on a
e5.
Very funny square. e5 doesn't do anything because we have the sneaky queen b5. Although I'm wondering, I say doesn't do anything. How does this knight get out?
Well, there's d5 is hanging. Oh, this is crazy. 2 pawns and the attack.
This one here is crazy because Carissa, if she wins this game, she's just running so fast forward that nobody might catch her. But Nazi made it a fight for a while until she played the move g4, that unusual move that gave up a pawn. Carissa didn't punish her for it, but it came her second chance later with this move, queen to d4 check. Knight takes a7, and they've actually gone fast and furious ahead. I don't even understand why. There's so much time left on the clock that they're playing this quickly. And
she missed the opportunity.
She missed the opportunity to take the second pawn, and she just played very quickly for no reason. She had a lot of time, but she played knight b5, and now knight c6 on the board. She's up a pawn, but black does have some hope for compensation. Does Nazi Paikidze. This one is a barn burner, as the one is a former champ, two-time former champ, plays a three-time and current champ. What a game this one is turning out to be.
Fantastic.
And maybe we can also switch and check the game between Irina Krush and Tatev.
Let's do it, because that's a huge game as well.
It's really nice to also check what's happening there. For a long time, Irina has some advantage, but this game is so sharp right now.
When I left it, I really, really liked Irina's position. I thought she was doing really, really well. And it was a strange move, bishop to d2 for me. I was looking primarily at g2, g4, so I could win a pawn. I also absolutely loved the move rook g3. The idea of rook g3 is as simple as pin him and win him. Rook to g3, bishop d2, bishop h6, let's go. Bishop d2, queen h4, rook g3. I'm loving what Irina is doing so far. Oh my gosh, that's nice.
Who's attacking whom?
Well, Irina is the one attacking, and I think her intention is to open up the G file. What's better than winning a pawn? Winning the pawn and having the attack is what's better. G2 takes h3, maybe even including knight e4, maybe even including knight e6. Tatev looks like this is trouble, really, really, really nasty. And just checking the leaderboard, I mean, well, for Irina, she's got to win out. That's it.
And she really needs to win in order to fight in the last round for the first place.
Exactly.
And Tatev Abrahamyan now has 50% and a little bit down in this table, but still fighting as well.
Clock times, I see Tatev is down.
She's
on the
down.
clock. 22 minutes for Irina, 5 minutes for Tatev. Over to you, Maurice.
5 minutes is an eternity in the game. Dariusz wish he had 5 minutes.
Right.
That's 5 times how much time he has right now. He actually has only 54 seconds. And Wesley took a while, the right thing to do.
Enjoying the moment.
Let me just find a move. And Yasser, you mentioned rook to a8. Well, he didn't go that far. He actually went to c8 in this position, protecting this pawn for the moment. And his opponent just quickly played rook f2.
Right.
They're just shuffling.
Let's go.
So he's at 54 seconds. But Wesley's plan is quite interesting. And does it do anything? It's playing knight b6. Because now that this pawn is held, this knight could land on this square. And let's say you keep shuffling your rook back and forth when I fork it at knight f4.
No.
So this move is a cheeky move to play. The king will have to find something to do. This rook may also have to go backwards. But a knight on d5 looks very different than the knight on d7. And you feel the progress. You also feel the potential mistake in that position as well. So knight b6 is what I think Wesley has in the cards. But again, doing the right thing. Don't let your opponent play too fast. Just take it slow. Take it slow. You know, you're like a cheetah on the prowl. Slow but sure. And then all of a sudden, when they don't least expect it, you just go right after them and finish them off. So that's what he's doing right now, Wesley. So
National Geographic has nothing over Maurice. By the way, in her time pressure, Irina has just planted her knight on the e6 square. And you see that she's eyeballing bishop g5, tagging the queen with the idea of bishop takes f6. Also, the bishop on g7 is under attack. I think Tatev is forced to play the move rook here. But check this out. Irina has everything working in her favor. The sudden opening of the G file, and those bishops are targets.
Exactly how to defend now. Like, you cannot move the bishop. You have to defend this bishop on g6 with your queen, it seems. And then, I don't know, even some ideas like
Queen
Queen
G4
to put even more pressure on the spin.
Remember, long time ago, we said the the fear that Tatev should have is that her knight gets stranded on the queen side. Well, that fear has come to pass, and even worse, so did the rook. So literally, Tatev is playing without the rook and the knight. This knight on c3 may not look like it's doing anything until you realize actually it's playing a very crucial role of stopping bishop e4. Arena all the way. Anastasiya, where would you like to guide us?
Yes, if we can still have time to check women's section, what's happening in Nelly's game. It's that we didn't check it for a bit.
Rose Atwell and Alice Lee, two of our youngest participants, going up against one another. And when we left it, Rose said, you know what? The pawn on d3 is a real liability. Let me trade it off.
And get
d4,
the center, yes,
takes,
d4.
takes. And Alice said, you know what? I'm going to target that pawn on d4, rook to d1, rook e8, d5. Wow. Okay. Takes, takes. And at the end, this knight is actually gorgeous. This is a gorgeous knight. It defends. It defends the d pawn, and I'm thinking that, well, isn't it time to go hunting?
Yes,
Rook
and even
e4,
though
g5,
computer
king
thinks
f7.
it's level, it feels again, as you said before, Yasser, that black has easier play.
Easier.
It feels like this, but maybe I'm wrong about it.
No,
Yes.
I'm with you.
King
I
f7,
mean,
it's very clear what black should do, what white should do.
Thank you.
Rook
You're
d1,
too fast.
like rook d1, rook
Yeah,
d4.
rook to d1. Okay, I can understand that, and I would probably want to get my king as quickly as I could in front of the pawn. Activate the king. King's a good piece in the ending.
And I cannot push my pawn, as I assume, because I can lose it on the way.
Something like the spider. Welcome, welcome. Alice's road ahead is this lady.
Yes.
Rose Atwell is her opponent for today.
For today, but for tomorrow,
Ooh.
Anna Sargsyan is waiting for her, and it's not going to be an easy game no matter what.
Absolutely.
Because Anna also is a very strong player. She is #3 in the tournament. It's her first US Chess Championship, and she is still trying also to fight for her place. Yes, and let's jump to Arena's game, who is playing against Tatev right now. It seems that she's in the driving seat for a long time. And
we got the exact position. They went right down, and Arena got to play this devastatingly powerful move. G2 takes H3. Suddenly, remember when Tatev was investing all that energy, H5, H4, H3, I've got it, the attack, I've got the attack. Arena said, no, I'm the one with the attack. And now, after the move Queen F6, we saw Queen G4. That looks awfully tempting. I also like Queen G2. Is there?
It's a good choice. I mean, it's a really pleasant choice. Yes,
pleasant choice.
It seems, I don't know. It seems like, how do you defend even like Queen G4? Like what, King H7? Like what do you do?
I guess it's only King H7.
It's only move, yes. So how to put more
Check.
pressure? Check.
Give me, and I don't know. You've got to go back and give me some more pressure. I'm going to force you to remember to give up that light square bishop. You know, for King's Indian defense players, they have a fear, just like French defense players have a fear. French defense players fear that they're going to be left with a isolated, weak, light squared bishop.
Exactly.
King's Indian defense players fear a dark square bishop.
And to lose this white square bishop somewhere.
And guess what? Bishop H6 is on Arena's agenda. I think a handshake is coming up probably in the next 10 odd minutes in this one. Maurice, I'm going to send it over to you because that Carissa game is just wild.
It is wild, and Carissa has blown it.
Oh.
Wow. Strong words. Her edge is gone. Let's keep it technical. The advantage that she has is now gone because she has allowed counterplay to her opponent by only being greedy and not consolidating the position. And right now, Nazi has the move, and I was going to say King H8, but whoa, E5 on the board.
Say what?
Yes, look at this position. Queen B6. The queen should have hung out near the king.
Right.
You don't need to be over here. There's nothing happening over here. She's trying to trade queens. Her opponent played rook to C8. Not necessarily the best move.
Up Queen C7. Yeah.
Yeah, Queen C7 to trade queens, yes. And now rook AD1, queen to E7. Now, I'm a Star Wars fan, sensing a shift in the force.
Oh, dear.
Some things are happening over here. I got your pawn on this side, and nothing's happening over here. But I got a couple of pieces wasting time over there at the moment, especially the big dog, the queen. You play bishop e2, more things seem to be shifting in this direction. And a key move here would have been this one, when suddenly this king is starting to look very bare. A rook to g8, a queen to g7, and suddenly there's things happening over here that never should have been happening over here at all. So that would have been a great move. Instead, the position is now officially blown up with this move, e5. Now, we have to understand, why is she allowing that capture?
She wants to play knight b4 with a discovered attack against the queen, with a discovered attack against the rook.
Looks like it doesn't work.
That's a different problem.
That's the problem, is rook takes on e5. She has blundered a one-move tactic that loses her the game.
Let's show queen e5, queen b7. That's
that's nasty.
And now your rook is just hanging. e5, a big mistake. Now, rook takes, is there a knight d4 that somehow comes in the way? It seems as though this doesn't work either.
The same tactic?
Well, there's a knight takes, and if you take
that's
the
even
queen,
easier.
you get hit in the face with knight takes on f5. So e5, a tricky idea, but it looks like she's tricked herself. It is now up to Carissa. She has a golden opportunity. After blowing it with some soft moves, a golden opportunity now to grab a second pawn and win the game. She's going to be in the driver's seat. I don't know if Nazi sees that it's happening to her right now.
It's interesting.
Well,
yes.
it's such a desirable hidden tactic. You've got this rook on f6. There's a queen on b6. You want to get rid of that queen, and the move e5 is so seductive. I gotta have a combination.
If Carissa says, "Rook, boss, I'm taking your pawn," thank you. By the way, what's crazy about this position is you had better take the pawn because you got nothing really going on here. There's another move. If she doesn't play a knight move, she could play queen f7 to get this pawn on this square and also now sidestep some of those tactics. So she is prepared to move the knight. So she's hitting the rook, and if you just say, let's say you just hide. I'm just going to come back.
I'm going to come back.
Well, now when knight d4 happens, there's no knight takes and checks and all that stuff. So this queen f7 move is actually a real move in response. It's not a second pawn. It's not just I take this pawn. The engine says, yeah, sure, I got it. And here we go. Hand hanging for a moment is Carissa, but her spidey sense is telling her something could be up right here. There could be tricks. Do I take the pawn?
But this is the title, too. I mean, for Carissa, she would, if she wins, she's going to put the pressure on Alice and Anna Zatomsky to match her streak. Is she scoring 5.5 out of 6? If she wins this game.
4.5 out of 5.
4.5 out. Sorry, I got it wrong. Sure. Apologies. 4.5 out of 5. Rook takes d5.
Well, we're only counting from the moment of round 6. In round 5,
I thought she won.
No, she won in round 5 also.
So yes,
she won in round 5 because she lost, drew, and finally won in round 5. We only started counting the streak, the finish strong in round 6.
That's why you picked her up at this moment, because she won.
But she won 5, 6. She will have scored 5.5 out of 6.
Exactly. But what a great self-confidence she has, to take on d5 like that.
Bam! It's there.
Yes, exactly.
Now, queen f7 is really the move here. You must play queen f7 in order to keep yourself in the game. Nazi has to sense and calculate this moment. Look at Nazi right now. Look how intently she's thinking about the position. She knows it's live or die with her next move.
Yeah.
She must play queen f7 now. Any funny business tactic loses her the game. She must find queen f7 to stay in the game.
Because if rook takes e5, again, I am almost certain that when she played the move e5, Nazi had it in mind. You can't play rook takes d5 because of this move. The sudden discovered attack against the rook. Give me your queen. Isn't it wonderful? Queen is hanging, white rook is hanging, and then suddenly the cold shower moment of rook takes. Now your queen is hanging. You take my queen, I'll take your queen, I'll take your rook. Yes, but that's a check. and I'll take your rook. That was why Maurice earlier was saying that move, king h8, getting the king out of the way and opening up the g-file was crucial. Rook takes d5 has come as a shock. Now Nasi has to collect herself and say, okay, my intended knight b4 is wrong, but with the move queen f7, I can still cause white to, you still have to play carefully.
Exactly,
here.
because all these ideas with knight d4 and knight b4 are still in the air, right?
Precisely.
You can still, you know, Yasser, I don't know if we
Please.
have time to jump to
We
the game
do.
of Alice. We predicted with you everything what happened.
We did.
In a way that black has easier play. And it seems like Alice is in driver's seat. Right?
Driver's seat, yeah,
seat,
you
right?
bet. Rook to d8. I was thinking that she was going to play rook to e4. Alice is a far more direct personality. She wants to play rook takes d5, rook check, and try to collect as many pawns as she can. Rose said, I see that, and I want to collect the pawn on f6. I want to go knight to g4 takes f6. Alice said, I'll defend. And we're catching up to the players right away. Maurice, breaking action everywhere.
Everywhere, yes. We're trying to keep up everywhere. Wesley did play the move knight b6 against Dariusz. He played this move with the knight headed to this square, and this rook shuffle is not going to work for long when the knight lands on this square. And check out the committal move in time pressure. Seeing the knight forcibly headed to the d5 square, he played the move c4.
Ooh,
really?
And Wesley said, oh, yeah, that's what I was waiting on. Exactly what I needed. Now I see a couple of weakies to work with, and you still have moves to make in time pressure. Knight takes, now rook c d8, and now rook f g2, and now the move knight d5 would be very strong here. There's a target on this square. There's a target on this square. You have no targets. There's nothing that white is hitting. Right. So tracing off these two pieces, he still hasn't moved quickly yet as Wesley, because he's got all the time in the world. But if he trades off these knights, suddenly this pawn's hanging, this rook is coming over in this square, and he's the one completely in the driver's seat. And Wesley, you see looking up in the air right now, saying, yes, this is what I was waiting on. A win by him, and Fabi's struggling to win his game to prove anything, as Abi is defending like the Iron Man he proved to be, who didn't get defeated in 71 games. If Fabi doesn't win, this would be a tie going into the last round of these championships, all to play for. And I'm not sure where Wesley's looking off to now, because it's his move.
I think they have monitors in the tournament hall. He might just be, and they have beautiful photos too. They might have your photo.
Maybe checking for inspiration, looking
for
some inspiration.
There you do see
photos
some of those photos.
Isn't that him in the back?
Yes, him. Yes, it's his photo.
Yeah, he could
as well.
be inspired by his own portrait. I think Alice is doing great. She's just played this, I think, a star move. When Rose Atwell played the move g2, g4, I think in Rose's mind, she was expecting something along the lines of king h6, king g5, king takes h6, just a pawn trade, and then she will be fine. No, said Alice, that's too easy for you. Give me the knight. You can't defend the knight with the desirable rook f3 maintaining the pin, because knight d4 rocks
really
your world.
And if you move the rook again, then f4, maybe we can show it.
Absolutely.
Well, so like knight d4 attacking the rook.
Yep.
Rook g3, and then another problem.
That's in our tactical exercise book, the pawn forks, rook and knight. That's a winning position for Alice. The knight is going to have to drop back. Not exactly sure where
to go. Yes, like knight c4. I don't know.
Knight c4. That invites.
It's also bad move because rook e4.
Exactly, and this is suddenly Rose, and Rose has a lot of time. Did they make the time control? Is that what's going on in this game? Yes, they just made the time control. That's why they have so much time, and others have no time at all. So good things are happening there. Let me go to the two Annas, if you don't mind.
Of course, yes. Let's get there.
And well, I'm seeing a very active rook on c2, a good queen. Anna's looking at knight e4, but it has to be white to play, right?
because otherwise
It feels like this. These two knights next to the king, yes, with all these threats, like you have to be careful. Also, always keep an eye on this d5 isolated pawn, right? I mean, you knew what is going to happen. You will get this pawn,
exactly,
and you will need to defend. But as far as I remember, White would like to exchange some pieces from time to time and get to the ending, but maybe not here, because b5 is also can become a target at a certain moment. Yes, so what's going on? What we can
Well, I can tell you what's going on. 16 minutes for Anna Sargsyan. 3 minutes for Anna. No, I mean between Ray Robson, Dariusz, and Anna. I mean Jennifer.
It's a competition.
It's a competition. If we had a competitor, you know, who's going to get into time trouble more often competition, there'd be only four players. It wouldn't be a 24-player field who would be competing.
They take up all the money.
They take all the money.
We want the prize. We got it.
Just instantly deposit.
But talk about time pressure right now. Nazi Pakidze is in a deep time pressure right now against Carissa Yip. It's move 31. Rook d5 was move 31.
Huge move.
And she only has 5 minutes and 10 seconds left. We are supposing queen f7 is the best move here. She is looking for knight jumps and calculating them furiously. Should I go here? Should I go there? Both of them lose, and there's nothing else that makes any sense. So she doesn't know exactly which one she's supposed to do or what works. But queen f7, we're saying is the move, but we already established that these knight moves do lose. The current time, 4:43. By the way, the best line apparently here is c4, maintaining the rook on this square. And if knight to b4, your rook's hanging. There's only one
queen's hanging.
And your queen's hanging. Pardon me, I assumed you knew your queen was hanging. Your rook's hanging. And there's only one way to maintain this position, and it's to find the move rook to d6.
Stop.
Put it in the way. But rook d6 is like, give me that.
Okay, I'll recap.
And after knight takes, now it's time for me to move my queen somewhere.
Where?
Question is exactly where.
The rook is hanging on c8.
If I play queen here, now your knight's hanging again.
But there's a knight hanging
also
there.
before.
Yeah, but I can take your knight. So
exactly.
Now suddenly the move c5. Cemento.
That's a great knight on. What an output.
What a fantastic knight on that square. You could keep whatever you want. We already have 2 pawns in the pocket for the exchange and more yummies to come. So this is not an easy line at all. She's now down. I've been talking this entire time. She's now down to 335.
If you don't mind, Maurice, I loved your idea of king h8 right here, right now. I would have loved it without the move e5. But, okay, I want to swing. I want to go queen g7, rook g8, and knight to d4 and checkmate.
Well, the queen's going back home.
Queen g7?
Let's bring the queen home as fast as possible. And now we can...
too late?
Maybe a little too late by now. Because White also can start little lineups. And this bishop can always defend as needed.
Good
maybe
point.
Even go here.
Good point. The bishop has...
And a knight to d6 is going to really hurt your feelings and break the back of the attack. No, you just should never have given up that pawn in the middle of the board. And there it is, the knight move that she had hoped would be the move on the board, but we know how to refute this one.
Oh, no.
Rook takes e5
No.
all day.
This is
Oh, no.
Knight takes.
I saw you showed that before.
And she's and look at Carissa. She already looked at that move.
And she's reaching for the knight
Will
of
she
b5.
or won't she take on d4 with the knight? Let's see the board.
Yeah, she's about to play knight. She's reaching for the knight.
Of course.
Bam.
It looks like it's over.
That's a crush beyond crush. You cannot touch a thing now. That's just a straight third pawn coming. If you take the knight, then queen takes.
Nasi has miscalculated.
Yes.
That whole e5 was based on a completely false path, and she knows that she's lost it.
Yeah, we got to see her, by the way.
I mean, again, she has been banking her game on this tempo against the queen, but it's knight takes f5, forking the king, and poor Nasi just distraught over. She threw away a pretty darn decent position.
Yes, with move e5, but you know they say that mistakes come together. You know, like it started with e5, and she kind of felt that she has to continue. You know, it's really hard to put yourself together at this moment and decide to deviate from the line you just choose and calculated before.
Exactly.
So, and perhaps here it's just also a mistake. She just simply missed the move knight d4. It's also possible.
Yeah. When it rains, it pours. But that move, knight d4, was a mistake. Knight takes d4 is a star move for Carissa, as right now she's a piece up and a couple of pawns. Nasi will have no choice but to capture. But then queen takes, that's pawn number 3, and threats galore for white. Bishop f3, taking advantage of the pin, as well as rook d7.
This is hard to watch as Nazi
and her
you can
clock.
see how fast she's blinking and the frustration now setting in on her.
It's
Carissa even
realization.
looking around,
Yes,
knowing
Carissa knows.
that there's no move that she missed. That was the key, to know that she didn't miss a move. She now knows there's not a move I missed. You don't have a response to this devastating blow. And poor Nazi's seeing her championship dreams go up in smoke at the moment.
For Carissa Yip, the defending champion, in fact, back-to-back defending champion, this is like a dream come true. Her start had been horrible,
By the way,
simply horrible.
Crush
And now
already
she could be
won. I can see that
Yes.
she managed to win her game against Tati Abrahaman.
We
We
missed that
checked
move.
it years before, and we were discussing that this is the most possible
That keeps her in
result.
range. But
let's stay
we
with
need to go
Carissa
back to
for a
Nazi
moment.
because she's down to
Carissa-
she's down to 54 seconds.
Yeah.
And
And I think
there's no move to make.
Yeah, resignation is actually inevitable at this moment. Take on d4, queen takes d4. Everything is wrong for Nasi. Pawns down, and that's it.
It's hard now even to take this knight.
Yeah, but
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds, yes. Yeah, it's really hard to see her now struggling, but on the other hand, Carissa was putting lots of pressure in this game, and that's how mistakes sometimes happen.
We
Like you
should
have to
see a
make
handshake.
decisions.
Well, it's 16 seconds left.
Yes,
That's
14.
it.
14.
There's
It's
13.
coming imminently that a handshake will happen, as she's now down to 8, and she's actually just moved her queen.
And
Queen f7.
threatening the rook and threatening the knight at the same time. But it doesn't feel right, yes? So Carissa will play very
There's-
quickly.
There's knight takes f5 check as one reaction.
It's interesting. Carissa wanted to play move quickly, but
Yeah,
then she
yeah, yeah,
stopped.
yeah,
And
yeah,
this is
yeah.
the right thing to do, actually,
Exactly.
just to calculate all possible lines.
She sees queen b5 and rook d7, and, well, once you see the moves queen b5 and rook d7, you're not looking any further, because that means the queen is pinned to the king. And again, she's starting from a massive material advantage for white. Queen
You can imagine Carissa's just trying to calm
Yes.
herself down.
beating hard.
Yes,
like
breathe. You have time.
Breathe.
You're winning. You're up a piece and 2 pawns. She's not getting her piece back
Make
after queen b5. Let me just make sure there are no tricks.
Knight
There's
f2s.
nothing here, and then I hit her.
Right.
But you just have to stay calm in this moment before you play your next move. Of course, you could also play knight takes f5, but that might... Okay, it's busted too.
Yeah,
but,
that's winning.
Yeah,
but
how many
stay
pawns
calm,
you'll
and
have?
here
Knight
she's reaching for
f5?
her queen.
Queen g6, yes, like to exchange the queens.
Knight takes f5 and queen g6.
And then queen g6. This
Oh,
is-
no.
But
She
no,
played-
queen g5 is, of course,
She played the
it's very clear
absolute
victory.
crushing move.
Top move. Rook d7. And the extra 30 seconds is not going to help. I'll see one bit. This is...
She's threatening the pawn on e5 now
Oh.
directly.
Yep.
And it's a piece down, so
Ooh.
Nazi plays knight d6. Last attempt to
Well, that's
complicate,
resigns.
but
Rook
after rook
takes-
d6, it's over.
And queen takes e5. Massive material advantage. Overwhelming material advantage for Carissa.
That wins everything.
Everything. The house.
Because she's going to even sack on. She can play queen e5, queen f6, and take on d6. Here it comes.
Yeah.
You play queen f6 here, no reason to. You should resign, but queen takes d6, and then
Knight takes f5.
collection plate.
Yep.
It's just inertia keeping her moving right now. So she's-
Exactly. So queen takes e5 check on the board. Rook f6. I'm expecting knight takes f5 check. Again, the collection is just everything. Knight takes f5, and yeah, Nasi will just like, oh dear, I had a good position. What did I do wrong?
Yeah,
That E5 mistake.
started with E5, yes, and continue with some ideas.
But that move, King H8, was a little bit hidden. But once you realize, hey, it's the open G file, let me turn the tables and go for the attack, Carissa would have found her back on against the wall had Nasi done that. King H7, I think, after knight D6. Again, it's inertia. You know, you've got no time on the clock. You can't consider resigning with no time on your clock.
Exactly. You just keep playing the last moves until
Exactly.
reaching the time control. This
Right.
is not normally you do.
That one, though, is got to be
That's a
science.
clincher because bishop to D3 check also on Carissa's agenda amongst so many threats.
Sometimes you just keep playing in order to process what just happened and
Exactly.
just kind of prepare yourself to what is coming.
Right.
So it's
Right.
it's very normal that
And,
you understand
there
that you are
go.
lost, but you.
Our
yeah.
congratulations to our defending champion as we have 2 other games in progress for the title. Let's take a look at Rose Atwell and Alice Lee because we think after this very important move, rook to E8, Alice is definitely in the driver's seat in this one. I love Black's position.
So she played knight G2. Remember, Yasser, we were checking quickly knight C4, but yes, knight G2 obviously is better.
Right.
And the question is how Black should continue. I thought about something like rook E4, but I wasn't sure.
No, rook E4 is a lovely move. Seriously, I like that move. Another move that I really like is bringing the knight back. Why? Because I'm a pawn grubber. If you take,
Yeah.
and I get to play knight takes F5, trust me when I say the H6 pawn belongs to me. Then I like your rook E4 and go after the other weakies as well. Knight D6 gets my vote. Rook B, this is a very
Blockade.
nice. But let's pause our analysis and throw it to Kostya with Arena Crush.
Thank you, guys. Here with Grandmaster Irina Krush, the 8-time champion who just won her game against Tadev Abrahamian. Irina, your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, well, it was, I guess, one of my cleanest wins in this tournament, actually. And I got to come up with like an interesting idea, I think, in the middle game where, well, first of all, I played this move B4 out of the opening, and it sort of provoked her into this super aggressive H4, which I didn't really mind seeing because I felt like it was weakening her king side a bit much, right? With her knight on the queen side, and like now she's really forcing things on the king side. So I wasn't unhappy that I gave her this like, option of playing H4. Okay, so she played H4. I played bishop E1, so that was the idea, to keep the rook open, take with the rook, and you know, my feeling was like I was going to have a lot of play on the king side. And then she plays H3, which is like my initial intention against this move had been like, you know, from afar, I saw this move G4. And I can't say that it's like a bad move. Like it might win me the H3 pawn. There is some line like with bishop takes E4, knight takes E4, you know, rook F3, queen F8, where, you know, I saw this queen, like if I take the pawn, she can come into F4. I wasn't that interested in these positions, right? Because I don't know what's going on here. Like things are a bit hard to hold together for me. So I basically I came up with this idea of just leaving the pawn on H3 and starting my own attack on the king side. And you know, it was really the key point in the game because I mean I think probably it's objectively strong, but it's also like psychologically puts her in a difficult position because you know, she's a very attacking player, and here it's like it's only defense for black, right? So. I mean, basically, it was quite aesthetic, I think, like after I play rook G3, rook F7. Here I had this big choice between bishop G5 or knight G5, but then I thought, you know, knight G5 is just better, and maybe I'll even get the knight C into E4. So Yeah, I mean, here, I guess it was just quite uncomfortable for her. I mean, just so many easy attacking ideas for white.
Yeah, this looked very, very good for you, Irina.
What did you want? Like, look at that move.
Yeah.
I mean, when else in chess can you have, two rooks on the file separated by a pawn? I've never had that in my games. So for me, this was quite cool, because it would look normal if there was no G pawn in the way, but with the pawn on G2, it is kind of like
ready to
an unusual motif.
open everything up. Yeah, actually, we have games ending, but it was a very nice win. I know your tournament has been up and down, but now 3 straight wins. You are half a point behind Carissa Yip, who also won her game. What are your thoughts going into your final game against Anna Zatonski?
I feel good that I've been able to make a comeback in my own tournament here, right? Like, yes, of course you want to win tournaments, but you also want to win your own personal battles, right? So when a tournament is not going well, you have a lot of these games that I lost. I mean, especially the last one that I lost against Carissa was very kind of upsetting to me just because I felt like I played such a bad game, and it's just a bit of a pity, to play like that and it's such an important matchup. But, the thing that you learn is like you just got to keep going. I mean, it's like I know after a whole lifetime of playing chess, like everyone sort of knows that, but I feel like you can't learn that lesson enough, right? Like you just got to keep going. Don't ever, don't ever think it's over for you.
Yeah, I think that's a great lesson. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck into tomorrow's game. Folks, we'll be going to a quick commercial right now and back with the action after this.
Fabiano. Guy's impressive. He's just won 3 U.S. championships. How are you going to put a stop to his streak? And how do you put your flag on this event?
I didn't realize he won the last 3?
The last 3?
Well,
you didn't realize?
Yeah. Well, he wins so many tournaments, it kind of falls through the cracks that he won 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he has been definitely the best player at the U.S. Championships recently, but he's just like in general the best player in the tournament. I think it's really difficult. It doesn't seem like he ever has really bad events. And personally, when I play against him, I find him to be like my most difficult opponent in the U.S. Championships. I think we just have to play a lot better. That's like our only hope, and then maybe we can all draw him and someone else can get some wins in the tournament. But yeah, I don't think we can count on like his level going down or anything. We just have to try to keep getting better every year, and hopefully one year our levels will be close enough that there will be a chance to pass him.
Yeah, no, sometimes I look at his games and I look at the tournament. Sometimes, Wesley is just such a strong player. Come to the champion, make 10 draws. And you look at the games, nothing's happening. I'm like, so it's a tremendously difficult tournament because everyone is so strong and everyone's very solid. Sometimes it can be a very draw-heavy event, and sometimes Fabi I don't know what he does, but he just
turns on a new gear.
He takes a lot of risks sometimes, the openings, but once he gets started, I think that this past success, affects people badly, and he sort of gets that momentum and gets pressure. So there have been years where I've been close with him, but I haven't gone the distance. Usually in the U.S. Championship, I win a lot of games. These years I also lose. So I think in the past 3 years, at some point there were like 2 wins. I would, at one point it was 2 wins and then 2 losses, and then at some point I started with 3 losses and then I won 3 games. So I suppose there should be more consistency, because even in the Grand Swiss, other than my last game, I didn't have a single worse position in the entire tournament. So, I think the most important thing is to bring consistency and to just avoid losses. But that's everyone's advice, right? But it sounds simpler than it is.
First, you have to hope he's in a little bit of bad form. He's been playing non-stop, so hopefully he's a bit tired. I mean, if he's in his best form, then there's no way to stop him. So hope that he's in a bit of bad form, like in 2021, he suffered 2 losses. Then pounce.
Well, it would help if he derails himself a little bit. Like he's played really well. If I recall, one of those 3 years, he didn't play that great, but nobody did. And the other 2 years, he won very convincingly. When I won, it was very simple. Play my best chess and get a bit lucky at the same time. I won with +6. Fabiano got +5 that year. It came down to the very last round. Basically, the way you derail him if he's not going to just be on bad form is play your best chess,
go make +6. You know, it sounds ridiculous, but I've done it before. In theory, I should be able to do it again. And I would also, but prior to that tournament that I won in 2018, what I said was about, and that was also back when there was like a really large difference between me and the top 3 guys, as opposed to, like, let's say some years later when I was really neck and neck with them. What I always said was, if these guys are like way ahead, the best way to win this tournament is to beat them. It is not to, like, you know, play solid and safe and be able to make a draw with black and try to outscore. No, beat them. That being said, that US championship, I drew with Hikaru, I drew with Wesley, I drew with Fabiano, and I made, what, 8.5 out of 10 against everybody else?
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, well, you'll know how it is.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa Yip will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
Welcome back, everyone. We keep following round 10 of US Chess Championships. Let's check the results we have so far. And very early in the round, we have one game between Irina Krush finished. She managed to win this game, and also Carissa Yip, the running US champion, managed to defeat Nazi Paikidze.
Very, very big victories for both those ladies. And in the open section, the results there.
And in the open section, we have only one result. Grigoriy Oparin made a draw with Levon Aronian, and all the other games are in progress.
And
for the moment, we have Kostya Kavutskiy together with Carissa Yip.
Love that place. Just drowning.
Thank you. Nastya here with the 3-time champion, twice defending Carissa Yip, who just won her game against Nazi Paikidze. Carissa, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Thanks for asking.
Of course. Tell us a little bit about the game today. It seemed very complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were both probably out of prep sort of quickly. And probably critical was this like c5, d takes c5. Just giving up this e5 pawn. And still not sure how good it was, but I think it put black under a bit of pressure. And, you know, after I played h4, I was pretty sure I was doing well. And after g4, I thought it's definitely doing quite well.
Take us to later on. There was this critical moment where your queen gets into b6, her rook is on f6, and then she plays this very, very sharp move, e5, X-raying your queen. We'll get to that moment. And yeah, tell us a little bit about your thoughts here. You end up calculating a bit and eventually finding this move with rook takes d5, just kind of entering in all the complications. Were you feeling confident here? This is all working for you?
Yeah, it's a super complicated position. So as soon as I saw knight b4 wasn't really working out, I just decided to go for it. I was kind of low on time. So knight b4 I assumed was what she was playing, but then there's rook takes e5. Now if queen takes, then queen takes b7. Now, so after I calculated this, I also saw knight d4, knight takes d4, which is what happened in the game. So I was feeling pretty confident, and then I was relaxing a little, and I looked closer, and I was like, rook takes d5, knight b4, rook takes e5, queen f7. Okay, so these lines are kind of interesting because, yeah, if the queen goes back to like e3, d4, then there's knight c2. If the queen tries like a5 or a7, then I think there might be even knight c2 immediately, followed by rook a6, and that would trap the queen.
Oh, that's dark.
I know. Yeah, so I was like, did I mess up? But, I have so many pawns for a piece, I thought I should find something. Okay. And then I found here there's knight d6 after queen f7. Queen f7, knight d6. And then everything works out for me here. Okay.
Because you can go queen takes b4 next move.
Exactly.
And got a couple extra pawns.
Yeah, so that was my moment of panic. But thankfully she played knight d4, and then after knight takes d4, it's pretty simple.
It's pretty much over. Yeah, I think you had all the tactics under control. Now you're half a point ahead of Irina Krush. Alice Lee game is still ongoing, I believe, so she may still catch you. But what are your thoughts going into the final round tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just very happy about my win. I try not to think too much about my competitors. Yeah, there could be a playoff. It would be pretty exciting.
Yeah, you play Talia Cervantes tomorrow, and with the black pieces. Any kind of strategy? Are you going to try to win, earn the title outright, or just play solid?
Yeah, how could you ask me to reveal this?
This is my job.
Such a critical game.
It's my job to ask Carissa.
Man, you're nosy. I'll tell you. Let's see. Actually, I won't tell you anything. You can ask me tomorrow if things go well.
All right, we'll ask you tomorrow to see if the strategy worked out. Well, Carissa, best of luck in the game. Hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Kostya, only if things go well can you ask her what's going on. The two huge games still going on between the two Annas and Alice Lee. Remember when we left the position, I was saying, okay, I find myself attracted to the move knight d6 and recapture on f5. Alice said, nope.
She actually took my approach and put the rook on e4, which I actually agreed with you, Yasser, later. Knight d6 was such a good move.
Not bad. But this move, and especially, is important because the king is safe. Rose has still got weak pawns that she has to deal with. Rook h4, check in case the knight ever moves. And rook takes b4 is immediately on an agenda. Rook e1, Alice is looking at the position, and Alice is saying, this knight ending is so darn attractive. Should I play king takes f5 and allow the knight ending, or should I play rook takes e1, king takes f5? And trust me, this is a very, very good position for Alice. She could easily be tied, and then let's check out the Annas. What's going on in this position? When we left it, weren't we just around these parts? Yeah, no. We had a position where there was a queen. Yeah, this is it. We left it here.
Yes.
Knight d3, let's go. King g2, king h7, knight d4. There's a lot of maneuvering going on. This is what we would call a strategic game. Knight f5. Well, at first blush, isn't?
Remember, I told you, Yasser, that I was kind of wondering, all these exchanges, is it good for white or for black? So they moved.
Guess what? We've answered the question.
Yes, so it seems like white is doing well.
Because there is a tactic. Now, you don't play queen takes d5,
because after queen takes d5, you don't get to play knight e7. Your opponent says, excuse me, your king is in check, and that's not the way it works. You better start with knight e7 check, king moves, let's say to f8. Now we take on d5, and Anna Sargsyan will find herself in a knight ending with an extra pawn. Should be a win.
Yes,
for
this is what we know
her.
about.
So Anna Zitansky, undefeated in the tournament, is facing a difficult situation. But back over to you, Maurice.
She needs some magic, actually, in that game. And Anna Sargsyan, she plays Alice Lee next round.
Right.
To close things out. So talk
Carissa
about
versus
things.
Talia. Yeah.
Yeah, Carissa looking more and more in the catbird seat coming up. We'll see whether or not she can pull it off and maybe reveal to us she's going to play for the win. There's that little
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's trying to win all her games.
Right.
Very confident young lady right now. Now Wesley So got this great position, and I mean really great position against his opponent,
Dariusz,
who once again only has 14 minutes left to play the entire rest of the game. And his opponent played rook d2. And very surprisingly, Wesley missed the best move to play in this position. But it's a sharp one.
f5.
It's f5. Just go for it. Go break up the team on this side. Now, I'm not sure exactly what it is that Wesley missed. Maybe he didn't like the result of this position, but takes. And your rook suddenly is whoop all the way through to that pawn on that square. And
if you take on f5.
If you take on f5, this is the critical move to play. g4. Now you've created for yourself potentially two connected passed pawns with a victim sitting here waiting to be munched on, firmly blockaded. So what you can do is keep the team separated, f6, with check. And after king takes, now you still can't take this, but you could go after it. But the king turns into a monster running up the board and saying, I actually plan to take this pawn. Now, it does look as your king might be caught in some kind of weird mating net. The rook might show up, but there's too many things in the way. And this pawn is also helpful, so you can shelter yourself. Wesley missed that chance, and instead he played the move rook 8 to d6. A waiting move. His opponent should do the same. Didn't know what to do here and decided to play the move b4 as he saw potential rook b6 on the horizon. He played b4 trying to simplify. Wesley has taken it, and now rook to b1 looking to aggress this pawn. If you protect, he's going to bring the other rook over. But the problem with this move is this break that has been waiting forever to be played, the move f5. Yeah, go win your pawn back, but you got issues on this side of the board as well. This is a very sharp line and very dangerous for white. White might lose a pawn, actually, in this line. I'm suspecting this is the next move Wesley is going to play. If you take, again, we have this move g4, and what do? You could play this move, but remember, your pawns are dropping now with your rook trying to recollect this pawn on the b4 square. Wesley So with great chances to leap into the lead and force Fabi to at least draw his game, which looks likely. Winning his game, less likely. And they will be tied neck and neck going into the last round.
Amazing. Let's just check in on the game between Fabi and Mishra for just a moment. Because even though the position is balanced, it's still one of those, like, I feel like white could, on a good day, press, right?
Press, yes.
You're going to go bishop e2. Bishop will eventually come to the c4 square, and you're dreaming, okay, so I'm going to make some poor decisions, if you don't mind, just for a moment, just to show the types of things you have to be concerned about, right? We get a position like this, and maybe I'm falling on my own sword here. But sadly, there is a move g5.
Yeah, I mean, pawns don't matter that much anymore, right? You would like to create some kind of attack on the king's side, on the king. Since you have these opposite color bishops, you are trying to prove that you have an extra piece right now.
Exactly. The pawn break didn't work in the way I wanted, but there you have it. And by the way, a big result. Sam Shankland finally had a bit of luck.
Indeed. Andy blew this game and they have a draw on their board. Oof. They should have been having handshakes already, I would imagine, Andy Woodward and Sam Shankland. And he's going to kick himself for allowing the move A4 to happen on that board. Just a disaster in this moment.
When he played A4, yes. He allowed to play A4.
This move right here, right now, I guess the players have left already because we don't have a camera on them. But this game ended in disgust. Actually, there's Andy still on the board. Always polite. He's been taught the right way. When you're done, set up your pieces no matter what your level. He has that. Sam is happy to get that draw and get the heck out of there because he was dead lost. But what a missed opportunity for the youngster here. A lesson learned for sure as he looks at his fellow junior who is suffering against world number 3, Fabiano Caruana.
I see Anna Sargsyan. She's rather confident. She kind of comes over to the open section, looks in on the games. What am I missing? What am I missing?
Yes, and maybe we can jump to the game of Sam Sevian, who's playing against Hans Niemann, who is at the moment at the
There's an
first place.
outside chance that Hans could still play a role in the championship. D6, let me catch up with the players.
But you see what happened?
No, I didn't.
It seems like he's missing some material right now.
Well,
he blundered a beautiful tactic earlier.
Yes.
Let's go back.
Go back and.
You want me to do it on my board?
Sure, you'll see it. You'll see it in a second.
Okay. Tell me what.
Right here.
Yes, here.
So
he was threatening mate by rook takes h3.
Wow. Yes. So the idea is you cannot take the rook because rook h2, queen h2 will be checkmate.
Whoop.
Or.
And you can't take. Sorry, Anastasia. Can't take the rook. Whoop. No, not b3. Can't take the rook because queen h2 is checkmate. And at the same time, you are threatening rook takes h3 and queen e4 checkmate because the bishop takes the square of the king.
Yeah,
that's
actually
pretty.
A huge threat. So what Sam
could
do?
Yeah, he played d6.
Which looks like desperation.
A desperado.
Well, it turns out to be
the only move.
To be a winning move.
What's the difference?
And it protects the diagonal, so you can't play rook h3 and queen e4 mate.
It's really, really nice move. Like d6, easy to miss.
Oh, totally easy.
I mean, maybe Hans thought he's winning now.
It's important to switch, though. Let's go back 2 moves, please.
Sorry?
It's important to know that the bishop cannot maintain the diagonal. Bishop takes d6.
Yeah.
Yes, bishop takes d6.
Rook d1. You'd like to stay on the mating diagonal. Play something like bishop c7 or bishop b8, for example.
Yeah.
But you can't.
Yeah, well, rook d7.
Because this happens to you. And suddenly, queen takes g6 check is sufficient.
And so is this.
Including this?
Yep. But queen takes g6 check is definitely sufficient. So I probably would have had to get the queen c8. Yep, that's winning.
So he had to switch diagonals, and suddenly his genius rook move turns out to hang itself, and now he's just down in exchange.
Oh my goodness! What a total turnaround that was!
Can you imagine?
Yasser, we thought that Hans was pushing.
You don't play move rook e3, and you don't think that you can lose this rook if you do if you play this move.
So beautiful! Yeah,
could I make this point?
Please.
I remember a game that he was playing against one young Andy Woodward.
Was Hans?
Yes, in this tournament, where Hans also missed this move, d5, the runaway pawn, and suddenly your position is busted, like a pawn push that changes the whole evaluation.
Right.
And it looks like and again, d6 this time. He's missing these d pawn advances.
So
he has a vulnerability. We
found
make some exercises
for
Hans to work on to improve his game. But again, I want to go back to the Wesley So position for just a moment because, again, this is like an ideal moment for Wesley So. He is looking at an opportunity of capturing this pawn, trading out. I don't consider this A2 pawn dangerous, but I do look across the table and I see these connected pawns. For example, knight takes, rook takes.
again, there are different ways for black to go about playing his business. But when I look at this position and I see G4 and F5, I think that this is very, very good for black. But I really like what you were saying, Maurice. The immediate F5, that's really nice because King F, you get a nice square as well for your king. Rook takes B4 or takes on G4. There's
and if you take
G4.
with the knight on G4.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And if you sorry.
If you take after F5, if you take knight G5.
Knight G5, and then there's that nice this rook kind of swings across business.
Yes, as you explained. Yes, you take
Maurice,
this pawn.
yeah. This knight.
Yes, knight E4 still.
Rook B6.
B6, and you cannot really. What can you do with the pawn? Knight G3.
Knight G3. Okay, so still some kicking. Although I must say, Wesley's pieces look nicely organized, and Dariusz is in a bit of array. Again, I like knight takes G4. Oops, sorry. What is this? Yes, I like knight takes G4 as a start. But Maurice,
yeah, that knight G4 line is a little bit trickier than you thought.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, because that A pawn is
really?
a little annoying. I mean, you can take a look at the line actually. We can play it out. Knight takes G4, rook takes.
And I just
drop back,
takes.
yep.
Takes.
Take it, and then trade.
Okay, I'd love to work with my king, but okay.
Okay, this rook takes is a top move, but now you allow this move. You allow rook B2.
Okay.
This move you allow A5.
A5.
And the knight is headed to D4, and you just have to be a little bit careful. Oh, not after this move, of course. Well, I'm just hearing in my ear Anna Zatonsky blunder. We'll come back to this, but a blunder in her game. Let's take a look.
Absolutely.
Well, let's run to check what happened in Anna's game. It's a very important game for overall standings, since Anna Zatonsky is leading right now. She's playing against another Anna Sargsyan.
Exactly.
Yes, and we came to the point where she played this move, knight takes C5. Yes, we left the game somewhere here.
Oh, no.
Yes, so she played knight C5. So what's, what happened?
It's over.
Oh, it's not queen F8. I was immediately drawn to check, king, queen F8, because I'm thinking...
double attack.
Of course. I mean, it's worked for centuries, millennia.
Yes.
But there is knight E6.
But queen F7.
Oh, thank you.
It was actually attack for 3 pieces. It's including a 7 pawn. Yes.
I was only focused on the double attack, not the triple attack. That's wins.
It's easier than that.
Even easier.
Yes, let's go. There are some other options.
Same check.
Queen A5.
Same check.
Just same check.
King.
King moves. And you can only run to G6 right now. So stop that.
That's nice, yes.
Puzzle rush. Puzzle rush alert.
G8, yes. So what you can do? H5 here.
She played check, knight E7 instead. It's just going to be mate.
Yes, I see.
H5,
yes,
you
H5,
play
G5,
G5,
and
you're
that's
busted.
yes.
She has allowed the king to go the other way. She played knight check first. She did not play the queen check first.
No.
But she plays knight G6 now?
Yes.
Look at, wow. I mean, also looks
This is
nice.
an extremely fancy way of trying to pull off the same position.
Yes, it is. But does it work? That's our question. We cannot. We understand we can't go here because of the same idea of check.
Yes.
So we have to go to E8.
This way, queen E8, and then queen B8, king D7.
Yes.
Knight F8 doesn't work. You can still move the king. Knight E5 as well. It's just a check. King E7. We can hide. So what?
But this looks good. Knight E5 looks good.
Knight E5, yes.
If you go king E6, I've got check on
Nice.
E8. And if you go king E7, I've got check on C7, reminding you about your knight.
Yes.
If you go king E6, okay, it is winning. It is winning, but maybe it didn't
It wasn't so clean as before, yes?
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest, and King E8 on the
It was
board.
basically made in 3.
Yes, we missed this. Of course we missed made in 3.
I see you got a king
yes,
on
I see the
E4 instead of a mate in 3. You got a king on E4, and it's like you're pursuing
No,
mate.
it felt like this.
This line is over too, but
Yes.
she's going to slap herself.
Like, what am I doing?
Or maybe bang her head against a wall later when she goes, wait a minute, I could have just played Queen B8 97? Like, what are you doing?
Right.
Yes.
That was a very, very
No,
simple
she just
mix.
wanted us to work a little bit on our calculations and tactical vision.
That
We
was
had to
very
check a little
kind.
bit. Of course, it was very kind of her.
Right.
And we had to find with Yasser all the moves.
What we live for.
I mean, but your move was working too. Queen F8
Yeah.
was working, but when you see 97, you can't unsee it.
Right. No, I immediately I zoned in on that Queen F8
So
variation.
95 is on the board.
I'll tell you the worst part, though.
Yes.
She has 34 minutes on the clock.
Well, she was
she's
walking
blitzing,
and she was checking.
right. She was
She
over
was
at
checking
other
out
tournament
the
halls and
right, like she just in her mind she had this vision. You know, I still remember the famous words of Michael Tall. You only need one win per game. You only need
You
one.
don't need to.
You don't need to. One win per game will do. And in Anna's mind, she saw a win. So she plays the win she saw.
Exactly.
So long as it is the win, so long it is winning, then
Does
it's
it
great.
matter which pass you took in order to win this game?
Yeah, there
Yes.
are purists that will say, okay, you checkmated in 5 moves when you could have checkmated
Yes.
in 3. And I pat myself on the back and say, look, I checkmated in 5. Bite me.
Exactly. And we also have this rule, if you see the checkmate or you can just take a piece, better take a piece. And maybe
Checkmate
this is
will
the
be
case.
their next move.
She will just take this knight, perhaps, and this is what will happen.
no. She'll take the pawn on F7 first. Then she'll go back to C7. Then she'll take the knight. Then she'll be up a whole pawn.
Well, there we go.
Step by step.
Step by
Maurice
step.
and Yasser.
And
What
we've
can I
got
tell
King
you?
E6 on the board.
No, she didn't even take it.
Wow.
What
Look
did she
how
do?
fast she played.
I cannot
She just took
believe
the
it.
knight.
Oh, but
There's
King
a
takes.
checkmate. Queen D5, King,
But the
Queen
king-
D7.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
yeah,
mate.
it's a beautiful checkmate, but you cannot go anywhere.
Oh,
yes,
why?
and
That's
it's
why
on
the
the
mate.
board.
The game's over.
Wow.
She knew what she was doing.
Queen E7,
I
checkmate.
never had any doubt. You doubting Thomases of the world. I mean, what do you...
No, but actually this line would get you to win the piece on C5. She was not obliged to take on E5, right?
No.
So actually she took the piece. It's just understanding the position is lost allowed her to give this checkmate. In fact, I mean, they could continue for some time.
Yeah. For Anna Zatansky, what a heartache, because she had been undefeated.
Exactly.
She's tied for first, opportunity, and I think she had actually a very decent position coming out of the opening, but a big, big victory for Anna Sargsyan. Shall we take
It's
a
not the
look?
total end of the road, though, right? There's some math.
It's not clear at all.
It's
The
bad.
sun-
Yeah, it's
sun is
very,
back to the...
very bad. Especially as Rose Atwell and Alice Lee. I think Alice Lee is winning, but sorry, Maurice.
If Alice Lee wins, then it's really bad. then it's over.
Yeah,
for
that's what I
Zatansky.
mean.
Wesley so likes your line, yes. It looks so good.
natural.
It looks
It's
so
so
natural. And it is so drawn.
Oh, no.
Yes, because of rook takes in this
Okay.
position. And you wanted to play king takes.
That was my original idea, yes.
And now we get behind this passer. This knight is headed here. So, for example, if you play this...
I'm just pushing you towards
freebie.
Salvation.
Careful.
Passman.
Check.
Alert.
You play check. We'll hang out with you.
Okay, pause, because isn't this G-pawn dangerous? G3? Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Knight G4?
Okay, G4.
Oh, no. G2, knight F3. No,
G2.
yeah, knight G4, G2, G1. Yay. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
The idea, if you play G2, I take the knight. Right?
Yeah. Rook H1.
Mm-hmm.
G2. Knight 3.
And
Yeah, I was
our
going to
pawn
play
is
knight
running.
E5, but nope. No.
So you need to block actually this pawn. Yes, you cannot
Crazy.
afford this pawn to run all the way.
Crazy. By the way, Jennifer Yu and Atusa drew their game.
So actually, Atusa managed to make a draw after a few unfortunate rounds. Yes, so
exactly. That
he missed it.
Game is critical, of course.
But he missed it, and
Many
he didn't find the
critical
move.
games. This night ending, my feeling is it's a win for Alice. This pawn on h6, what we tend to call the alpha 0 pawn, is a liability now. Suddenly, the asset of checkmating the black king is no longer there. So we're going to just go back a few more. Remember there was that rook trade? Well,
exactly.
Alice
Remember,
went
she
for
had to
it
think about it.
and is about to play the move king g6. What on earth can Rose do about this? It has to be connected with this idea, right?
Take and then
knight e6. Give me the pawn.
And if you try to protect with knight f7, you normally don't want to do this, but what, king f5 or?
King f5, that's a very good move. I was thinking d6, no. That's a knight ending that you don't want to try. So maybe this is actually not as...
It felt that it's easy because, look, I mean, normally in knight endings, if your king is active,
Of
you
course.
have some kind of advantage. I also wonder if the ideas with king e5 are possible. Like, we should, but maybe tactically it doesn't work.
King e5. Boy, okay, now I would really have to study it. But, I mean, my instincts tell me Alice is winning.
Here,
just
yes.
winning. But I keep giving myself roadblocks. Maurice, clear the cobwebs. It's getting late here in the afternoon. Is it winning?
No, it's not.
It's not.
But this is just so gorgeous the way Rose could be winning.
Rose could be winning.
Yes. What do we need
King
to do?
here.
Naturally.
King g4.
Naturally, we want to take the pawn.
You ready?
Yes.
Yep.
You're going to take the pawn?
Of course.
Oh. You're kidding.
Bong, bong, bong. Wake up and smell the coffee. Because now if you move your knight, this pawn just goes whoop, whoop, whoop.
b5.
And if you take, then suddenly b5 shows up.
Victor
and good luck guarding those pawns.
Yeah, Victor Korchnoi did this to me numerous times in our blitz matches.
Really?
Knight takes b7. It was like I was a constant victim. Constant victim of knight takes b7.
Late great coach Mark Dvoretzky called the dumb square for the knight. This dumb knight on b7 because it cannot go here to guard this pawn.
Right.
It just doesn't. And in this case, though, this d pawn is also running, so the knight cannot guard both. And this is just winning suddenly for white.
I was told that it's called trousers when you have two
Could
pawns
be
running.
two pawns.
Have you ever heard of it?
I've never heard of the trousers.
Yeah, it was the
Even
pants.
Gary
Nasi was saying
Kasparov
pants.
also mentioned it in his interview. Not long ago, remember this game he won against Vishy Anand in the match with two pawns running? So.
Yeah,
for the basketball fans, this is a 2-on-1.
And let's pause our analysis and toss it to Kostya.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Anna Sargsyan, who just won a very important game against Anna Zatonsky. Anna, congratulations.
Thank you.
Your brief thoughts on the game?
So I was preparing Carissa today in the morning, and I knew that I should not play knight f3 because of knight h5. I played knight f3, she played knight h5. I was like so mad, and then continued to play that position, which I think is like already equal for black. But at the same time, I think she was very nervous today because the position we got, let's say after queen c2, she already had 45 minutes. She could have 1 hour and 30 minutes, honestly, for that position because she plays Carissa all the time. I think the pressure was too much for today's game, and yeah.
Yeah, take us. This game, it seemed like it ended actually quite suddenly. She basically blundered into this mating attack, right?
Yeah, because at that point, she didn't have much time. So I was very lucky to get this knight e5 and knight f5. But I think I might have messed up if we fast forward to the position I played queen f4, I thought after queen f4, queen a5 might be holding. Here, queen, yeah, instead of knight c5, queen a5, I think might be holding, but I'm not so sure. I was thinking knight e7, check, king f8, queen d6, queen b5, and then let's say h4, because I'm not sure what's black's next move. Queen b5, h4, but I have no idea, like, honestly. I'm also very tired at this point. I just can't wait to finish the tournament.
Yeah. No, it looks like very serious pressure for you. Of course, the game ended abruptly with knight e7 check and your attack. Now going into tomorrow, you are just half a point behind Carissa, and you play, I believe, black against Alice Lee.
Yes.
Your thoughts on this decisive last round?
I'm stressed. Like, I'm really, really stressed. And I have no idea. It's a must-win situation for me. But I'm not going to risk much, I guess. Like, I'm not going to take any, risks. I'm just going to play calm. And hopefully, let's see what happens.
All right. Thank you, Anna, for coming in, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Your first U.S. Women's Championship, so hope it ends on a good note.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Our congratulations, Anna. Definitely a huge win. And for Anna Zatansky, an absolutely devastating loss. She was undefeated coming into today's round, and it was only Anna Sargsyan who could defeat her. Maurice, what do you have for us?
First of all, very impressed by this first-timer.
Right.
And I also love her honesty.
Yes.
Like all of us, I'm tired.
I'm
like
exhausted.
I'm exhausted.
I want to go home.
And also, I'm stressed.
I'm stressed.
I'm stressed and exhausted. It just is rough. I just got to make one more round, and she just got to make it happen. And so kudos to her for showing how strong she is playing in her first championship. Very easy to collapse. This game is on razor's edge. Dariusz against Wesley. Wesley took the pawn, so black is now officially ahead. A pawn has two connected passers. Will this pawn go anywhere, though? Because this move, king d7, I'll show you how it happened. After rook bd2, g4, knight h4, rook takes, knight g6, and king back. Now, did he take yet? No, he didn't. So takes is the way to play. Check is the way to play next. Makes sense. And now pin this one. Saying we're tying down your pieces for the moment. We got a passer over here. How do you consolidate on this side of the board? Now, you could be very aggressive with this check, and it turns out this king has to stay in range of this pawn. Can't make this go any further. And now g3, let's just keep this locked down. So this rook is guarding this and this. It's up to the king now to deal with this pawn that's about to race. And this knight is the free runner who can start dancing and prancing and making something happen. This is a very sophisticated defense. Knight g4 is actually a playable move here.
You might think you're losing, though.
And you'd feel...
Yes, it's not easy. It feels like you have to find the only moves.
But you do have this thing.
Okay.
And the king will be gone.
Distraction.
So if you can just do your due with these things on this side, for example, in this position here...
Munch with the pawn.
You take with the pawn, the king waits. Very important move, by the way, just to stay here. And now, how do you save this and do something with this when this pawn is going to distract your king?
Right.
You can't win with just these things. This is the problem.
King b6.
King b6. And now, already d4.
Is it the only move again? Like knight f4 or something?
No,
it's
knight
not
f4
working.
also
yes,
works.
Okay, it's
d4 is
important
best,
to
but
understand.
no need to give the move e5. You're trying to prepare attacking this and forcing a trade.
Okay, so let me take my last move back and play e5 in that case.
Tricky,
yes.
Sarah?
Well, I mean, it should be something.
No, I agree with you. Knight check.
King b6. Go over and take that pawn.
Yes, how you will actually.
Knight f5.
Go for the pawn.
Now let's trade. Let's go.
Yes, because if e4, you start running with d pawn, right? So you need to trade.
Well, if you take and take,
Oh, yeah.
Then I'll just sacrifice the knight for the e5 pawn.
Exactly.
As a distraction.
Now this pawn is not going to go anywhere because the king is stalemated if you try to win. It's the exact ending with the knight and pawn. The pawn should be back here, not here.
Right.
But all that's super
How easy is
deep
it?
Yeah.
to design. You should know this ending, though. This is one of those endings you should
Right.
know, right? That
Rook
this is a draw.
H7.
Once your king is in the corner and it's knight defending the pawn, there's no way to win. But that's far off into the future after the move king to e8. It's very easy, as you said, to suppose that black is just winning some of these positions. And so will Dariusz, who now has 7 minutes on his clock for the entire game, there's no move 40 anymore. It's move of 50, 100, 200. Wesley's going to play as long as necessary
I think the
until you die.
chances-
Like, that's what he's after.
I think Wesley's chances are really high here. And
I agree.
I think that the possibility that Dariusz will make a mistake is really high. Like, if you have to find only moves for so many...
Not anything. It's so difficult.
Yeah.
Should he win? Wesley, who comes into today's round a half a point behind Fabiano, will be hoping that Mishra can hold the position.
Which he's doing a very good job of.
Is he? Right now. That's my question.
Yeah, Abhimanyu has had Fabi standing across the other side of the bridge for a long time. And he's not crossing over anytime soon because the kid is just in lockdown mode. And one great thing about him is his concentration level. Just seems like he might make bad moves, but he doesn't lose concentration. He'll be focused on what he needs to get done for the entire time that he's sitting there. Just incredible, the fierceness of his gaze and the intensity that he maintains throughout the game. And he's just trying to hold off and not give Fabi any plans, checking all the plans here. And he's just held up Fabi's breaks in this position.
Exactly. It's really hard
We're having bishops of opposite colors in another game as well. As that, I'm referring to the game between Awonder and Liang, who has not won a game in this competition. But check it out. His last move, G5, G6, is actually huge. And with that move, I think Ray is finished. It's just one of those situations where the G-pawn is just too strong, especially when the king's exposed. Ray's king on D8 looks to be winning.
Of course, he didn't exchange queens here, right? I mean, no queen D6. Like
No
he was
D6.
not greedy, yes.
Yeah, I like the move G6.
D6.
Sorry.
I'm
Knight
very
takes
worried.
B7.
I'm very worried.
Knight takes B7.
King G6 on the board.
Uh-oh.
Rose versus Alice. King G4 needs to be found. Alice looks super confident. Does Rose spot the idea? And she could play King G4 and be down a pawn after this move and suddenly be winning with the move we mentioned. Knight takes on B7.
It's been a constant blind spot in my chess practice. This particular piece sacrifice.
I have a question.
Please.
Well, is it possible to take knight b7 right away without move king g4, just for the records? Like, what is the difference?
I think
I'm just wondering.
Right, we take.
Yes.
You play b5. I'll play knight to c5.
So what is the difference?
And then my king is in the square of the d pawn.
Exactly, yes.
Oh.
That's why we want this king to move away.
Yes.
All the way to h6, and we're using this pawn. Yes, it's like
very instructive. Be inside the square and know your geometry.
Right. Oh my.
I have a feeling that Alice may spot it right now, but I wonder if there is way back after king g4.
But hold on.
Can you take or not?
Hold on, because she also has a forcing move here. If she's wise, she won't play it.
B5?
She has the forcing move b5.
Right. Well, then I'll play knight takes b5 and be alerted to what you have in mind.
Exactly, because if you take here,
this is embarrassing.
We are back in business. So you actually get that. So king g6,
really nice.
She can play this move and force you to play this take, and then there's that capture. And after king takes h6, she can advance that one, and guess what? You're going to have to give up your knight for that.
Yeah.
Right.
So b5 is a forced draw after king to g6.
Gotcha.
So do you play b5 and get your draw?
Oh, no.
Or do you gamble for a moment?
Gamble.
No,
oh, come on. I mean, you're Rose, and you're behind this group of gangsters, and you want to be a part of
I mean,
the
she plays
ceremony?
king here.
Yeah.
And she might smell a rat and make some other move.
Right.
But she can't,
F6.
but she can't move her
King
knight.
f6 is okay
King
still, right?
F6,
Just to
yeah.
be clear. King f6.
But king f6 is still b5.
Well,
this is
that's
just drawing.
Yes. Gotcha.
It's still going to happen. So she can wait.
Wow.
And she has to do it with her most innocent face.
Yes.
And instead, she's played the forcing move, b5. She sees a way to draw. She goes for it.
Okay.
Oh,
Too much respect for opponent.
I don't think she saw king g4.
King g4.
I don't think she saw it. I think because when you're in a position where you can make a draw, you make the draw.
Right.
You see, you look for the moves that draw, you play it. But man, if she had waited one move, it could have been.
Wow.
We have to ask this
been.
question. Alice, if she would have come, we could ask her. I'm not sure.
Wow. By the way, Dariusz is playing that variation that you mentioned, Maurice. I think after this rook check, there's no question in my mind that Dariusz is going to play the move rook h7. He's just played it, by the way. And they may very well achieve that line with the pawn on h2 that we were looking at, rook h2 check and g3.
But wait a second. That means that not about this. It means that Carissa is about to be the sole leader.
Yes. This is what's happening right now because
Anna
Anna Zatonski
lost. Should Alice Lee draw, then Carissa will have a half-point lead going into the 11th and final championship round.
And many, many people chasing her with half a point behind.
But she's happy about that. She's
but
like,
will
go,
she play
go,
for a
go.
draw tomorrow then against
Maybe
Talia?
it's not guaranteed.
Because then she's hoping for a lot of things to happen.
Right.
With who behind her? Alice behind her, Irina behind her,
Anna Sarksan.
Anna behind her.
Yes.
And Anna is playing Alice.
Yes.
That could draw. Irina is playing who?
Anna Zatonski. Yes. So, I mean, I think we are going to have such a great day of chess. You couldn't imagine the better situation, in my opinion.
When you have Irina Krush versus Anna Zatonski, again, I mean, they've battled so many championships with one another, and then to suddenly be rivals once more.
But it'll be in Carissa's hands. Win the game, you win the championship.
Yeah.
Who could have imagined the way she started?
Oh, that was a disaster.
I mean, it was. Let me see.
I think it's a sign of really good player,
score.
of really strong player that you can come back. Because normally, if you start the tournament badly, it hits you so much that you cannot come back so easily.
Look at our line score: loss, draw.
Who are we discussing?
Carissa Yip.
Yes.
Loss, draw, draw. Draw. That's the first 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Meantime, people like Nazi Pakidze are sitting at 2.5 out of 2.5 half.
At this moment, yes.
Anna Sargsyan
3.5
is leading the tournament, right?
Right.
That's where you are.
Right.
Loss, draw, draw, draw. Who picked her?
I did.
Then win. Be quiet. Win, draw, win, win, win.
Who picked her for the Finnish Strong Prize?
Okay, what are you trying to tell me now?
I
that
don't
I
know.
did wrong every time?
No. You were.
I picked Irina, actually, and she still has chances. So let's see what will happen in the last round.
By the way, this game of Wesley.
Yes, so let's have a look. No, this is for the Strong Finnish Prize.
Finnish Strong.
Finnish Strong,
Yes,
yes.
so I picked her too.
Okay.
Maybe Anna also has some chances.
Some chances.
Yes. So good job, Lara.
Right. The current position of Dariusz and Wesley, I think a lot of us would simply play the move rook check and g3 and analyze no further, just say, that's what I've got to do. There is this one moment of playing knight f5 I'd just like to discuss, because in case the rooks come off the board, we do have a rather unusual situation of 3 versus 1 with this distracting pawn.
Yeah, it's a really interesting ending, and I just wonder what will happen after. Like, if you do need to play like more aggressively with knight f8, attacking the pawns right away.
Knight f8, attacking the pawn here.
For sure, you don't want to change the knights. This is the only thing I know. You don't want to play knight f4.
No.
No way. Yes,
No.
but so you keep the knights, you play knight f8, and then
I want to
king
play
f4.
f5 and connect my pawns.
Can I take? Yes. So it would be nice if I could take on e6, but it's not possible.
Yeah, take on e6, take on e6, take on f5. This is the problem. That whoop, that
Yes, and
G
you're not
pawn
on
just like it just picked up speed there at
So
the
we
end.
have to find a way how to.
So there is this move Wesley could play. You don't have to take the rook. Maybe you should.
Exactly. I'm not sure if it's good.
Yeah, maybe even rook to f7. But an interesting moment after rook h7. What does the computer advises that rook h7 is a mistake?
After we analyzed it forever.
Sometimes the engine has a glitch because
what?
It thinks rook h7 is the only move and it's a mistake.
Say what?
That makes no sense. It's a glitch right now.
It's a glitch.
Ignore that. Just literally ignore it because it
I'll
knows
try
it's
my
the only
best.
move. But rook h2 check, we were looking at, king f1. Wait, you played another move.
Knight
I
f5.
played knight f5.
You played knight f5
Knight
in this
f5.
position.
And the question is if we should take this rook or just move rook f7.
Most definitely not. Play knight e7 check.
Oh.
Oh,
King to
it's nice.
d6?
No,
King to b6,
somewhere.
sorry?
Boy
King to b-
6?
King to b, yes, boy 6.
Boy 6. And now check.
King to a5.
Well, now you've allowed for
No,
a bad thing to happen.
Another. I'm not. No, I can't play knight g3. It's illegal. Oh, that's hilarious.
I think Maurice tricked us.
I didn't do it. I just followed the line.
Wow.
And by the way, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, this is also a problem. Yes.
Because that's a mate you rarely see.
That's hilarious.
This is how you can lose him in this game. Yes.
Hilarious.
Yes.
Crazy.
So rook h7 on the board and Wesley just checking some things.
Once again, if you don't mind, knight f5, knight e7, king b7. That's the only way, which is a ridiculous move that I have to play.
Takes.
Check. And we got the ending that we
were checking before. Yes. So is it drawish still? How?
Yeah,
D4.
well,
D4.
So instead of my brilliant
this king
moves.
being dragged over here
is
just
being distracted.
While exchanges are taking place, these pawn might be very fast. You might have to trade one off. Worry about a second trade.
Gotcha.
How do you do it?
Gotcha.
For example, if you play this move to just get that pawn off the board, you don't want this to live. You have to kill it. Now knight takes. Let's go get that pawn off the board. Now you move, and we'll take this pawn off the
Are you
board.
sure?
And now we're going to go after the pawn.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Instead of taking the pawn, could I play a5 here?
Here,
F5?
yes. You can play a 5, and we'll attack it anyway.
Yes, the king, knight g7, the only move.
Now we'll come up.
King
Yes,
G3.
and then you threaten just to take everything.
On
So
g4. And
get
That
rid of
8 pawn,
this.
the perfect pawn to distract. Just
well,
send it on
for
the board.
Wesley, that will be harsh because we thought he had a really golden opportunity, especially when Dariusz just had 30 seconds for, I don't know, a dozen moves
Now
in
it's
the
not so
first time
bad.
control.
Now it's not so bad. You see, the difference is only like few minutes. Like
3-1?
Never Dariusz had so much time in the game.
Right.
But I was also checking other game between Hans and Sam, and I was wondering if it's some kind of fortress he built.
Did Hans,
Hans
because
manage
Hans was
to-
an exchange down
And
when we
he's
left
still
it.
an exchange down. The question is it enough to win?
He's been defending very well.
Yeah, so actually, normally you would like to put this bishop on d4, right? But he found, I think, the better place for the bishop in order to defend.
Well, let's see. So when we left it, Sam Sevian had just won an exchange, and somehow the queenside pawns came off. Okay, that's a surprise move for me. Why didn't he play queen e8? I guess he's still queen e8.
Like
you have to play bishop.
f6 or f8, I don't know.
Bishop f8, I was thinking I would
I
play
don't
rook,
want to play this move, but I just...
rook to e6. f6.
And then g6 pawn is hanging.
Ouch.
I mean, you have to play queen f7, but it's not what you want,
Not,
I guess.
not what you wanted.
So bishop f6.
So what we did instead is we have this current position. And from what I understand is Sam desperately wants to play queen e6, rook to d1, and rook to d7. Some combination of those moves so that the exposed... If the pawn was on f7, I think it's an easy draw.
You think so? Yes, because it's really hard to attack it.
Because the pawn is on f5 and the king is so weak, this is the chance that Sam has. Also, by the way, isn't rook e6 the more immediate threat as well?
Yes, like rook e6, because now you cannot play bishop f6.
Right.
The bishop will be hanging. If you look at this position with human eyes, it's clear that black is suffering.
Truly.
Somehow, computer still believes that it's holdable.
Right.
Still, we have to answer this question. And maybe there are some also hopes for black to give some perpetual check at certain point.
Exactly.
This is the only thing I can think of. Like the moment you bring all your pieces and trying to attack me, maybe I have some chances on the first rank. With queen f4 and queen c1. I don't know.
Well, if you play bishop f6,
yes,
rook
immediately
b1,
rook b1,
and rook b7 and queen a8, you have to go back. Oof. Ooh, this is very, very, very scary variation. I think this should be winning for white, queen a7. But okay, the computer thinks
has a hope,
that
gives a hope.
Hans is drawing this one, Maurice. Is that we find it easy for Sam Sevian, and we're not putting up the resistance that the engine is.
Yes.
Before we jump to that, I just want to point out, Wesley made a move that the engine doesn't like, rook h3. To me, I feel like this wins him the game. I mean, it sounds weird. It's supposed to be just a draw. But I'm looking at these lines and I'm feeling like this is not a bad try. Why? Because his opponent's down to 212 and has to start finding moves and understanding that certain things are not dangerous that look very dangerous. So, for example, after this move, rook to h3, the move a5, king b5, a6, rook a6, king a6, rook e7, and that is a draw.
Okay.
Because you get to play this move and you get to take here, and suddenly you're taking this with check, very importantly. But after rook h3, the best move according to engine, better than even a5, is this move d4. And after knight f5, trade, and then you just play king f2 and you start going after this pawn and give up this one. So at the moment you're actually down 3, but you're going to collect 1, and you're counting on this to be the distraction that allows you to use your knight and your king to pick off the rest of the pawns. That's all well and good, but
good luck.
Good luck, right? And you're like, really? So while you're looking at all that, your time is flying away.
Minute.
And he's down now to 1 minute and 9 seconds. And yes, he's okay, but this kind of move is the kind of move, as he slips under a minute, that yes, it's not winning, but from a competitive standpoint, the moment we are in, we're not talking about the actual evaluation on the board. The moment we're in, with you having 47, I got 1747, this weird structure, imbalanced, this is where the strong players know I can steal games. And look at Dariusz, he is tense. His brain is looking for the forcing line, the key line that draws this. I just feel like he's going to make a mistake.
Yeah. This is a very nice move, rook h3. Missed opportunity call, according to the engine, but in human terms...
Knight f4 is on the board.
Whoa.
Very tempting move to play, actually, like threatening rook and pawn on e6.
So we're anticipating rook h2 check, followed by e5.
No, it's now you must play rook f3.
No.
Yes, this is the moment you take advantage of. And knight f4 was a real mistake, and now rook f3 can be played. And
knight takes e6 would come instantly.
And knight takes e6 and now allows knight to f5. And now your knight has escaped that gaze of the white rook.
But f1 a pawn.
Exactly. It feels like you are fine, but maybe you're not.
Well, not but
really.
Yes, like
a5.
Like how bad it is.
Oh, rook
a5
e3.
hangs a rook.
Sorry.
You got to deal with that.
Rook e3. Holy smokes! How am I going to deal with rook e3? I wanted to maintain the connection to the whoa. So wow,
it's a threat.
That is,
and there's a knight d4. That's going to drive you away from
and then
the pawn. There's a g pawn going down the board. This pawn is curtailed. You've got to deal with these, and then your knight is somewhat on the offside now because it's not coming back. G5 is covered. D4, C5 is covered. Suddenly, and all Wesley has to do is play rook f3 right now. His opponent at 49 seconds. You notice you missed rook e3 check, and we're calm in the studio, relaxing.
Right.
He, with all that pressure on him, he has to find everything. If Wesley finds rook f3, and like we said, maybe rook h3 was not the best move, but it felt like the kind of move you play that puts your opponent in the wrong state of mind and just is perfect for the situation. And Wesley just has to find rook f3 right now, and I think knight f5, he's in trouble.
Yeah, you're right. Rook f3, knight f5. But I think both players are feverishly calculating rook h2 because the rook is under attack. You feel like you need to keep the knight protected. And you're thinking in your mind's eye, if the guy goes king e3, you've got e5. And
no, but he's not going to play. King e3 would be a mistake.
And e5 would win the game, right?
I mean, but king e3 has knight f5 check.
Oh, sorry, even. Yeah,
so you can't go up.
You can't
F1,
go up.
F1.
So you have to go back and start dealing with this. And the pin is still on you. You're still stuck trying to make this discovery work. And at some point, you have to fix this problem. That's the main thing. You still have to play g3. You still have to allow the rook trade. The king is still over on this side. That's not easy. Wesley's going to come to the conclusion very quickly that that doesn't get him the paycheck.
So this is how he'll make the decision, yes, by excluding one line.
And he'll see just how long, like how good is this? Takes. He's going to say, that's really good.
That's really good.
That's really
my pawns are cooperating with each other.
Beautiful.
Harmony.
So then the real question is going to be after knight f4, rook f3, okay, he takes my pawn and I do this. How good is this? And this is where he notices the threat to play check and pick this off. This knight will have some kind of check he'll have to calculate, which is what he's spending his time doing right now. But his king is in range. This is the moment Wesley So can make this into a two-horse race. Aronian's still hanging around for sure.
I cannot
But
find
if he
any
wins,
Yeah. It's a three-horse race.
But if he wins, he's going to be a full point ahead of Levon. And no, he's a half a point now. Yeah, if he wins, he'll be a full point because they're tied at the moment.
Right.
If Fabi draws, he will also be a full point ahead. Levon will not have any kind of destiny in his hands. He wins the game. He will only tie Wesley if Wesley loses the last game.
That's right.
And Wesley has white in the last game. Good luck beating Wesley with white. And Wesley hasn't lost a game in the U.S. Championship since, like, I don't know when. 35, 36 tries?
Both Fabi and Wesley are working on undefeated streaks.
Exactly.
And
Yes, the
this is a
championships.
huge moment for Wesley So there, as he's got 13 minutes and a crucial moment. If he plays rook f3, we're thinking he could actually win the game, tie with Fabi going into the last round, because we think Fabi is drawing. But rook f3, boy, that's a tough move.
Sacrificing the pawn.
On e6, and just recognizing that although we just gift away the pawn, the move knight f5 is so disruptive, and we do have a handshake. Our congratulations to Awonder Liang for winning his first game in these championships. And for Ray Robson, it's just been a misery. This has not been Ray's tournament. To continue my thought of the Dariusz Wesley So game, Wesley, since the opening, somehow Wesley was dictating this game. He had an advantage in the first time control, and now if he can find rook f3 and knight f5, Wow, what a huge opportunity it would be for Wesley.
He feels the moment. He spends
He does.
time. It's clear that he is. Yeah, rook f3.
Bang!
Wow. And
This guy's not
impressive.
like number 7 in the world for nothing.
Exactly.
And very,
The
very,
opportunity
very
is there, and his opponent with very little time.
No choice.
Notice Wesley gets up every time.
I think Wesley is nervous, just as Anna Zatansky was nervous about her game today. Keeping your calm, your nerves, when you desperately want to win and not blunder, and there you have it. Knight takes e6.
I think there was
How
no
you
other
could
choice.
not
Yes,
play
you
knight
take
takes
the
e6.
pawn.
You just forked the rook and the pawn for.
I was
crying out
trying to
loud.
find even move here for white. Where
Knight
you put your
d8
knight?
check.
Knight d8 check, right? So this is the only
Try
to do.
Yeah,
something.
but
King
then the
b6.
problem is. Sorry, say that again.
If I go king b6.
Yeah, let's just say for argument's sake, I go knight b7. So I'm thinking a5 check, right?
Yes.
The problem as I see it is the desirable rook to g7. For example, we go check, king g3. We start to think to ourselves, how exactly do we stop this pawn?
Now it's completely lost because you cannot even move the rook to g7 nowhere
Exactly.
else because this knight is also hanging. So
Yeah, so this is what
How much
Dariusz,
time?
20 seconds.
21. Yes, but he is going to make a
Knight
move. Yes, knight
d8
d8. He's on the
check.
board.
With 18 seconds,
Yes.
now at 48.
Is there a difference, according to the engine, between king b6 and king c5?
I'll come back in a second because Wesley's thinking, but you did ask me a question about this position, the
Yeah,
Hans game.
The Hans game.
So Sam and Hans.
We saw queen a6, and Anastasiya and I were having a very hard time.
So h5, he found. Rook e6, which looks crushing.
Yes.
King f7, fantastic move he found.
Wow.
Don't take this pawn because suddenly...
Queen e5, whoop.
That's what I told you, Yasser.
Can't get away.
Some hopes.
Hopes.
But his opponent was very alert and played queen to c6.
Let's trade queens.
Let's trade queens. Let's go into this endgame.
Cannot do that. Cannot allow the queen trade.
You have to trade queens.
Oh, no. Then it's losing.
No, and then play h4.
What?
Yes. I know. Disgusting. And how do you...
I got to move my king to some beautiful squares, yeah.
Yeah, but... just,
G5, G4?
There's options for counterplay later
Gotcha.
as well. So this is...
Wow. I would
better for
assume
white,
that was
but,
winning.
But
Yep.
queen a7 is absolutely stone cold losing after this bad boy.
Queen d5.
Now your king is fully exposed. King g7.
Queen e5.
Hello, now your king is fully
Give me
exposed. King f7 back. And now play this one. And the diagonal is
A1 is
shut
A1 is
down.
also-
A1 is covered. Rook c7 is coming.
Queen e6 check.
Queen e6 check is coming. You can stop the presses right here. Sam Sevian is going to win this game. And Rook c6 is indeed on the board. Queen d7 played the last hope. But now Rook c7 and Queen d5 check is a nasty move. And he's played Queen d5 check.
Boy, did he
Trading
ever,
queens and creating
Sam.
a giant pass pawn that is ready to race down the board. And this one is over.
Sam was so alert to that move, Queen d5. He did not hesitate. And I think Hans realizes that this is ending. I didn't even realize that the ending with the pawn on c4 wasn't winning. Pawn on d5 is just so much better. I mean, it's just like, that makes it so much easier. I got a straight path to c4. I've got d6 as well.
All right, that's the last we'll look at that game.
Going back to Wesley's game, by the way, Wesley did not play the move king b6. He said, my king should hang around in the center. He played king to d6. Was that it? And a5 on the board.
Only with 16 seconds on his clock.
Well, Wesley is looking at the opportunity of playing knight to d4 check and pushing the pawn. He's also looking at rook check. You know, there's actually a very strange, very unusual ending.
You don't usually see these types of opportunities very often, but sorry.
You want to play on h3? Yes.
Yes, exactly. Rook h3. You know, the king is actually not in this ending. It's a challenge. I'd hate to play this ending
with
for
seconds.
either. With seconds,
Also,
it's
the clock,
impossible. Mistakes inevitable in this one, Maurice.
The only good news is that Wesley's actually under 10 minutes now. I know it's not.
The moves are taking the toll on him as well.
But Wesley does have to calculate to keep the advantage alive.
Right.
And it's a real advantage here. But it's not like he's got the luxury of 20 minutes and he can chill and relax and calculate. No. He's under 10 minutes and he knows this is the moment, giant moment, that he can play. And he has moves, as you mentioned, this move is very strong. You can't give this pawn up, so king d2, g3.
Yes.
And this game did end in a draw, and Alice looks frustrated as Rose Atwell put up a heroic defense, was able to save this game, and now Alice finds herself a half a point outside of the lead that Carissa now holds, and she's going to have to hope for the ball to bounce her way tomorrow, but the destiny is no longer in her hands as she was not able to win this game.
Wow. As we have Kostya with Awonder. Let's just toss it to you, Kostya.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Grandmaster Awonder Liang, who just won his game against Ray Robson. Awonder, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
What were your thoughts on the game? It was quite a long one.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really in the mood to play, but then, I don't know, I just played something random. And then it got kind of confusing. Basically, I tried to play an English attack, but I kind of reversed my queen and bishop. So my queen was on e3 and my bishop was on d2. Yeah, I think I was like just well on my way to another loss, and then I guess he decided to be generous. I mean, I guess the two of us were duking it out for the most generous player in the tournament. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to get my first win, but yeah, it's been a forgettable event.
I know it's been a very tough tournament for you. Is it frustrating to play such a long tournament when you're not doing well, or are you still happy, I mean, to be participating?
I think it's normal. I mean, every 2 or 3 years I have an event like this, so I mean, it's not like that common. It's kind of unfortunate it happened here instead of, let's say, some, Philadelphia Open, which I play as well. But yeah, things happen like this every once in a while, so it's kind of expected, and I don't know, I just take it as it goes and then move on to the next event.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's good you picked up your first win today, and you got one more game coming up tomorrow. How are you going to try to prepare mentally for that one?
Yeah, I haven't really been preparing for any of my games at this point in the tournament. I just play video games the whole day, and then I guess that's probably what I'll do tomorrow too. So,
all right.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, I appreciate the honesty. I'm sure the fans do too, and thanks so much for coming in. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Our congratulations, Awonder. But we are keeping our eye on the game between Dariusz and Wesley. Bring us up to date on this crazy ending.
This win for Wesley now.
It's a win.
Yes, indeed.
Is it the move?
Because knight d4 check
was played.
And he played king to e1.
Not a good move.
Not at all. And now Wesley's pushed his pawn to g3. And
Wesley is thinking g2, rook f1, and give me a queen. That's why Dariusz had to play the move rook g7.
That had to be stopped. And now Wesley
knight f5. Give me your rook. Give me your rook, says Wesley.
He could have just taken the pawn on d3, by the way. But
also,
this is also a little bit scary because he does plan to take this pawn eventually. And where do you put your rook?
That's the question.
You have few options, g8, g6, g4. So where do we go?
Well, the problem as I see with g4
yes.
is it's very easy for me to now attack your rook and
then
threaten to play g2.
Yes.
So you more or less don't want to go there. You don't want to go to g6 because something similar weirdly happens. I attack the rook and I want to play g2. So you have to go to G8.
Looks like the only option here, and I really like, Yasser, how you explained it by excluding the lines. That is the only move here.
You just put it on, but now...
But now 14 seconds.
Oh.
14 seconds.
And he has to make a move.
10? Well, this is Dariusz.
Dariusz, please make a move.
I know.
4.
Yes. And
Okay.
Only 3 seconds.
Only with 3 seconds. Wow.
We've seen Lanier do it with 1 second, so come on. Only 3 seconds looks like luxury.
Well, let's win the pawn. Rook takes d3. Now that this pawn is beautifully protected. By the way, the knight is now off sides, and rook takes d3, and you're ready to put the rook behind, neutralizing the power of the a-pawn. No longer the great distraction that Maurice it was a number of moves ago. Rook takes d3, and, well, that could be it.
So, I mean, pawn is protected on g3. It's really important. Yes, so rook d3, rook a3, and good luck defending a-pawn as well.
Exactly.
But maybe we still can...
He's reaching for the pawn.
Check it. Yes, so of course he takes. If I play a6, just simply rook a3, how do you protect the pawn? Do you have any ideas here?
No, I'm running out of...
Knight b7, check. I mean, just play king c6, I guess.
Even somehow, just I like this idea of how do I say, clamping down on the knight. The knight doesn't have any moves after a move like king d5.
And even you cannot threaten the pawn on f6 because now just rook a6 after that, right?
And there's even g2.
Yeah, even g2.
Well, maybe in conjunction with rook a1, but this is looking ever so lost now.
At the moment, yes, it seems like Wesley played descending with such a
that mistake, rook h3, it was a genius mistake. Really was. When you see it, and you start going, I don't know what the engine says. I don't care.
I'm impressed.
You got to play this position. This is hard. The other position is much easier to defend. This one with all the options and the craziness. No, Wesley played practically like a genius. Now he's shutting down the a-pawn, and desperation by his opponent to try to make this somehow difficult.
Now, rook g6 was like one of the opportunities at least. Like you cannot take the pawn, I guess. Can you?
Well, there's rook takes f6.
Yes, rook f6, and then you
take
on a6. I just was wondering, just checking g2, but you have time to come back with rook g6, yes?
Yes.
But now, completely winning is rook a1 check.
The king has to drop up. The king has to come up the board.
And then g2.
And then just g2. Oh, yeah, but we have to check it. Like rook g2.
Rook takes g2, and no matter where I go with the king, the knight is ready to fork.
Yes.
King f3, knight h4. That's nasty, but equally nasty is king f1 and knight e3. Wesley's not going to miss that. He's got the game actually clinched with rook check, king g2. Pardon me, king e2, g2.
What, is it the only way? Maybe there are some other ways to win this position. I feel that this is the best one, but perhaps you can do something else. I don't know. Like
one's good enough, no?
Of course, yes.
You want two?
No, I just mean that maybe with king f5, or what do you play normally?
This is good. Tactics.
Also king d7.
I mean, there is also, if you back up a couple, he has knight h4.
Yes.
Right here.
Yes, just...
He'll gladly offer you the pawn. He's such a nice guy. After rook takes with check, he'll just play king e7 and say, oh...
Rook h6 and g2, I guess. Oh. Yes, so you want... Everything is winning here. Everything.
Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Wesley has a plethora of winning moves at the moment. I really like the rook a1 check, king e2, g2 as the cleanest, but knight h4.
And of course he finds it so easy for Wesley.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it feels like Dariusz will play a few moves, but
E2.
it's not going to change anymore the result
But
of
it's
this
such
game.
a pretty pattern, G2, and
Knight e3 or knight h4, yes. I really like
yes,
it, yes.
right? And yeah, you can use your pawn as a distraction for just one turn. You're welcome. Because knight h4, rook a2, it's all winning. It's
Don't forget you're down 2 pawns at the moment. And don't forget your knight's trapped too. So even if you get my G pawn,
details,
I'll just take your knight from you.
It's an ugly.
My life is already so miserable. If I
Yeah,
play with
right,
white,
right.
you want to just, kill.
Whoa!
Look, Wesley
look
did
at
not play the move.
this.
You didn't play
What
G2.
a move! King to d5.
King to d5,
Again, corralling the knight. If Wesley has the idea that if you play rook takes f6, check. Your king has to move. It doesn't matter where. G2, and thanks to the fact that the rook is defending the G1 square after rook G6, we take. And again, he is freezing this knight. This is kind of a beautiful control of that knight that's just dead.
I also like this move, King d5. Also, he doesn't allow white to give any checks.
I'm curious if I know where he's going. Maybe Fabi's board. Maybe he's ultra curious. Has anything developed there? Because if that's a draw and I win, maybe just take a quick look.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like he actually got something to drink. Yeah, it looked like he got something to drink in that case.
Well, maybe he was passing by Fabi's board still to have a look. Once you know that your position is winning, you feel comfortable to check the games of the others.
Exactly. Well, for Wesley, what a huge
17
victory
seconds
will be.
for Dariusz right now.
He'll
But it's not
bring-
about time anymore, right?
Not anymore. 9 seconds. What's your next move? Not a single check to look for. He's just jettisoned his pawn.
Trying to. A7, probably the idea is to get rid of this rook from the first rank.
Exactly.
But I'm not sure. Like even rook a7. Let's calculate the same line. Rook f6.
Rook a7, rook f6.
Yeah, you can see
And,
how
Sam
upset
Sevian
Hans is right
has
now.
won his game, as we see. Boy, Hans looked distraught. He just,
It's such a good beginning.
Wow. And
he didn't finish strong. That was my pick to finish strong as well, but he lost 3 games at a trot.
This rook check, this looks like it just easily wins for Wesley now. Rook takes a7, rook takes f6 is the move that we've been following. There are all kinds of
King
checkmates.
f1. I'm also thinking about knight d3. And nice. Okay, rook g2 is not a checkmate, but rook a1 is.
Yes. Ouch. So the current position, we think rook takes a7 wins.
Anything else?
I suspect there is.
We don't need anything else. But could we, if Wesley went over to look at Fabi, maybe we should go look at Fabi also.
I'm thinking we're going to see a handshake here very, very shortly.
I don't think we're going to see a
Okay.
handshake.
Yes.
We'll have time to look at Fabi just as a glance, just to make sure it really is a draw. And
Queens have been traded.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I didn't have that game up on, but queens have been traded in that game, so should be drawn. Again, rook takes a7, Wesley. Yeah, okay. Wesley's just played rook a2 check, by the way.
Oh.
He did not capture the pawn on a7.
Which somehow, okay, which is still winning.
By the
And
way,
king d3?
in this particular moment, there was no king f3 because once more, there was that nasty knight h4 fork.
These knights, wherever you
Terrible.
go, you have to watch out. Like, what is going to happen?
Exactly.
And now, I mean, I'm still like curious what will happen after king d3. Can you play g2? I don't think so anymore because you can take on g2 with the rook.
Yep. No,
So G2
G2
is
would
not a
be a
move,
blunder.
right?
No. G2 would be blunderful.
So then,
By the way, By the way, you take the pawn on a7.
Simply
there
take
might
the
even
pawn.
be a rook d7 sighting. For example, rook takes a7, rook takes f6. Again, I'm thinking rook check, but no, king e5.
King e5 and king f4 perhaps is also good enough.
Wait. There is a knight c6. Knight c6 check, but nope. What do we have?
No, wait a second. Knight is c6 checks. I take the rook and then g2.
And wins, yes.
Yes, it wins. Yes, no, we can do it. Yes, after
Yeah,
king
we
e5
do
is
have... By the way, Dariusz got a minute. Dariusz actually played 2 moves quickly?
Yes.
Is that
and
a
he got a
first?
minute.
Didn't have a choice.
Look,
Didn't
I think Wesley took the queen, if I'm not mistaken, or
He just played king e5. Oh, he took the queen in his
Yes,
hand.
he grabbed the queen.
Remember when Hans took a bishop and
I
knight?
remember. It was a really interesting moment.
King
So here
e5.
he has rook e6 check looks forced.
Because
yes, and you have to play
there's 2 threats.
king f4.
Rook d7 check, give me the knight. King takes f6. So yes, we've Anastasiya established that capturing the rook
Not helping.
Nobody's
yes, I will just
home.
promote this pawn.
So we're thinking from the current position, Dariusz is forced to play the move rook check, king f4. Is it?
And unfortunately, now it looks like you have to play rook e4 check.
Why do we have to play rook?
Because I like to bring my knight toward the pawn as opposed to
see.
knight c6.
Okay, rook e4 check.
But my problem is I don't have knight e6.
Rook d7.
6 seconds.
4, 3,
Oh, no.
2,
And he
1,
makes the
and
move.
rook e6 check played. King f4 played.
Yep.
And
you don't have the desirable after rook e4 check knight e6 because you were about to tell me rook d7 separates king and rook.
Okay, so then knight c6 is forced.
It looks like maybe the only move to try.
To just try and
Yes, but g2 right
Well,
away. Knight g3 if you play rook g6.
Rook d7 check. Just, oh, sorry, why do my drive?
Whoa, rook e8?
Okay, well, he's trying to keep his knight in the vicinity, let's say.
But if g2?
I'm also trying to figure it out because if rook g8, knight g3 even. Yes, g2
I
should
mean, you're
win.
just going to
yes.
block. You also have
Yes.
rook g7 at some point or knight g7 at
Yes,
some point.
everything
Yeah.
is winning
Rook
right
g8, knight g7, love it. That is a very, very important.
now. You didn't like my knight g3?
I didn't see it.
The funny thing is that after rook g7, knight g7, rook g7 is not working with
No.
knight e6 ideas because this pawn will be promoted.
Anastasia,
I mean, I started to see all these
Are
small
you
tricks.
giving me
Hope? A
Hope?
hope? Yes, it looks like. Yes, sir, you're right.
Oh no!
But I'm
Oh no!
trying
I
to
might.
give-
You might be giving me reasons to continue the play.
Yes.
Rook e8 on the board. I'm a chicken. Knight to g7.
No, it's much better. Yes, it just finishes.
It just. I'm a chicken. G2.
Wait. Yes, sir. After rook g8, knight g7,
Yeah.
I got a hope
Okay.
here.
Knight.
Rook g8. So now if you play move g2, I
Yes.
have knight e6.
Check. Sweet.
If you take it, I take the pawn on g2, and
There's
here
no
we go.
if. Push has been played.
G2 on the board.
Yes, so
We have to play
rook g8.
rook g8 now.
So now we established that knight g7, I still have one
One last.
hope, but actually you were not obliged to take on e6, of course. But
Oh, he started with check.
Yes,
E6
he
check.
started with check.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Let me refresh my board.
Knight e6 check. The idea is to stop black from playing maybe rook g7 or knight g7. So what do you play? King f3, Yasser?
Yeah, king f3 looks like a very good move. King g3, rook g8, king. I just want to make sure I'm not allowing any cheapos after king to g3 and king h2. No, he's played king f3.
I got the idea. I think of course, the last hope for White is to try to sacrifice this knight for the pawn. White is dreaming to do so. And if I have the situation, we're going to stay here for a couple of hours watching Rook and Knight against the Rook.
No.
Yes.
Wesley's never allowing that.
Bite your tongue. Rook G8. Rook G8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now I see all this ghosts also with Knight G7 even here at this moment, because if you take the knight, then G1 Queen is going to appear on the board.
Rook G8 is on the board.
So do you play here something like Knight G7 or
Knight
trying
G7
to close this file and
absolutely, that looks like a very, very strong move.
Maybe only looks like this. I'm not sure.
It should win.
Yes, it should win.
I think there are several.
No, but Knight G7 maybe Rook check on F8.
Yes, and if I go King
G3. Sorry.
King G3, yes, Rook F8.
King G3, Knight D4.
Tricky move again.
Knight D4. Well, let's stop
This
that.
knight. G1 is
Getting annoying.
Yeah, Rook takes D4 and G1. Let's.
And now Rook F3 check. Trying all the desperate possibilities.
Exactly.
Running out of Rook F6 maybe.
The problem is that Rook D4, King D4, G1 comes with check.
And at the same time, you stop your opponent from playing Rook G6.
So unfair.
Yes, it's unfair. But
Rook D7 check, always nice to kick the king away when you're ever in opposition. Look for those rook checks.
Very nice.
yeah, but it looks like Wesley is spending time, and now actually it's Dariusz move. What did he play?
He's got 12 seconds is what he's got.
He's got 8 seconds now.
King C3?
King C3. And he did that move with what?
With few seconds.
With 6 seconds. 6 seconds. Okay.
Wesley on the 2:28 mark. If he's going to make a mistake, it's going to be because of time pressure.
Exactly, and he cannot actually give another check because knight controls C7 square right now. So another option, like again, this knight G3 is not working, I guess, because of all these other checks.
Knight G5 check, knight H3 is something to calculate.
You don't want to allow that.
You don't want, but I'm just...
Again, I think the simplest is just to block on the G7 square. Knight G7.
We tried with knight. Can we try with the rook? The same thing. Instead of knight G7.
All you need is 1 win per game. You keep trying to make you keep trying to make a second win. Knight G7. Let's go.
Knight G7. You prefer to give the knight than the rook.
Absolutely. I was taught that rooks are better than knights.
Wesley at 137.
Yes.
Wesley.
Only a minute ahead, less than a minute ahead, finally. But enough time to find knight G7.
On the board, yes. The best move in this position, it looks like.
Simple. I love the KISS principle in these complicated endings. Just play the move that you know is going to win. Knight G7.
Knight G5, King G3, yes. Or
Knight G5, King G4?
King G4, yes, is better.
King G4, amongst others. I
Yes.
mean, at this moment, I think it's actually completely winning.
8 seconds.
Yeah, I think we'll
5, 4, 3, 2, and with 1 second left, he played his last shot. Knight G5 check.
How do these guys do it all the time? I don't know how they manage to make a move with a second on their clock. Okay, King G4. That looks like the simple, clean move to my eyes.
So after King G4, Knight E6 perhaps, but it's not really helping.
Isn't that the same position we just had?
Yes, yes. It's not the same because G1, yes, Queen is coming and you don't have time for any tricks.
There's not a single trick.
No,
right.
No.
King G4.
King G4, that is the
beautiful
deal sealer.
Yep, seals the deal. That is a beautiful win by Wesley So. His technical skills. Finding that Rook F3.
Yes, but Rook H3, questioned by the computer.
Right.
But once you see it, you go, yeah, good luck finding all the best moves in that position. And Wesley found Rook F3, and now he's waiting for his opponent.
Very impressive.
Knight e4. There's not even a trick here.
Yes, there is. I queen the pawn, and you get my rook. Yeah.
Wow.
But it's probably not enough.
Wesley said, let me check you first.
Yes.
Oh, so you don't even get the rook.
That.
No,
okay. Dariusz says, if you're not even going to give me your rook.
But what a fight it was. I think Dariusz really tried his best in this game to hold the position, but with lack of time, he, of course, made some small mistakes, which led to this result.
Wesley's in first place.
At the moment?
Yep, Wesley's in first place.
Huge win. Wesley showing that strength of schedule matters. In that game that he drew Fabi from a dead lost position.
Oh, that was a reprieve.
That is looming large right now because Fabi could have just buried him. Just, oh, bye, don't see you anymore.
Right.
Now he's got to deal with him.
Let's break and throw it to you, Kostya's studio with Sam Sevian.
Thank you, Yasser. Here with Grandmaster Sam Sevian, who just won the game against Hans Niemann. Sam, congrats on your win.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on the game today?
It was a crazy game. I played the F3 Nimzo, which is known for very tactical battles, and I had some interesting guiding in the opening, but I think he played very well with this bishop g4, bishop takes e2. Later on, I got a little bit careless. When my bishop was on f4, I moved it away from the diagonal with bishop g5, bishop h4, going for a pin. And he found this very, very nice idea, bishop e5, king h1, which is probably an error, and very nice move, bishop b8. Because I had seen bishop b8 right away, but after king h1, it's just so powerful because queen d6 just threatens mate, so I had to go on the defensive, but I'm pretty happy with how I calculated this line up until bishop e2. Maybe he missed bishop e2. Knight e4, f5, bishop e2, and I'm not getting mated at least. So.
Yeah, he basically managed to survive, and then of course there was this very critical moment in just a couple moves where he plays this move rook e3.
Yeah.
And definitely want to ask if you saw rook e3 coming.
Yeah. Basically in this position, even here, one nice tactical point, instead of a4, if queen takes queen a4, which looks completely winning, there's queen takes d5, which I missed from afar, so I had to start trying to play with a4.
Oh, queen d5. Ah.
Yeah.
That's pretty nasty.
Yeah, so essentially, once my queen was on the 7th and 8th rank, I was just trying to stop rook e3. So that's why I kept my queen on the diagonal. And yeah, obviously very fortunate that he blundered this d6, rook d1.
So basically you're anticipating this.
After knight f8, knight takes f8, rook e3, I have queen h7 check.
Yeah,
because otherwise rook e3 is mate.
So he played rook e3 and queen h7.
Queen h7
takes,
and I take h6 and e3 like.
And queen
checkers.
h6, queen takes e3. Yeah. Wow, amazing, Sam. So you end up winning this exchange, and then.
Yeah, and this was a key tactic, d6.
You played d6 there, yeah.
d6 and rook d1. Yeah.
Just missed it. Got one more game to go, and this has been your most successful tournament, but you have a chance to finish well. How are you feeling going into the last game?
Yeah, I mean, I had like a one-move blunder against Andy earlier, and now I kind of got it back with this game, so I'm feeling good about that. Overall, in the second half tournament, I've been playing much better than the first half, so I'm ready for a good fight tomorrow.
Very cool. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the game tomorrow. Hope to see you back here.
Thank you.
Throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, and good luck, Sam, and congratulations. I'm seeing a lot of decisive games in this penultimate round in the open section.
Fabi down to 6 seconds before he made his last move. Has been in time pressure for some time. That's right, and he's missed chances, big chances, in fact, in this game. Right here, his opponent made a mistake with king to e7. Actually, even earlier, he made a real mistake with king to f8. And Fabi could have picked off this pawn with this move. Not sure it's completely winning, however, but he does pick this one up because you're not stopping the eventual bishop to c8 coming at you. And here he is planning to trade and start to create some infiltration if you take with the pawn. King to d2, king e7, bishop to e2, and this fantastic shot by the youngster finally getting rid of this albatross of a pawn. And if you just take on the square here, then bam, out of nowhere, you can't take with the rook because you're pinned. And if you start taking this way, c1 is also hanging, or we could just actually take it. He played rook c5 in this position, dc5, bishop takes d3, and he did take this pawn, rook h1. And now Abhi had to be very careful. He played bishop to d4, and Fabi had this move h5, which is weird that he declined it in this position, because even after this, that, it's white with the nice pawns and potential to play e5, king up the board, start to sneak in, put a bishop on c4.
2-result game only.
Winning game for him, in fact. But instead, he played king to e2, threw away the move, and his opponent played rook c8, so he could bring the rook over. He played e5, rook h8, finding moves now. Every single move and only move is Abhi, and bishop takes, f takes, e5. Give me that, getting pawns off the board. Now this is weak. h5 on the board. And Fabi had blown an opportunity to win. When he goes home and looks at this one, he's going to say, what did I do in time pressure? An opportunity to stay ahead of Wesley. But now this bishop opposite color position has emerged in a way that's not great for him.
King f6 on the board, by the way.
King f6. Now, c4 was a move to create an outside passer here. Also to pick this one off. King f6 played. Who knows what's going to happen in this game? I'll tell you right now. This one is crazy because they're playing on increment only, and this pawn is passed, but it can't get past the dark square blockade. This pawn might drop. Who knows? I mean, this is still super sharp with various attempts for both sides. He could play rook check and bring his rook up to this square, for example. I'm telling you, this is a barn burner.
Yeah, I'm seeing c4, and I'm seeing 3 results. I mean, let me put my pawn on b2.
Yes.
And let's have a discussion.
Well, the good news is this bishop guards that at least from a distance. So
wow,
that's an idea. But no matter how you play this, Fabi has let the game simplify tremendously. But there's still blunders to be made. He did play rook f1. The king has gone to g7
on the board,
freeing his rook to come into the game with the king coming this way. It looks like you have to go for this move, and after takes here, take this one.
Threatening a5.
I'm trying to do the guess of, is this still tenable, or is it truly a draw? I think just, it's a little too tight, the chances. I'm seeing more draw than win, but I don't see this as being just over. Like, this is not a clean draw. He played rook f5. It is on the board. And with under a minute left for Abhi, he has to find move after move after move, and he keeps doing it now. Bishop takes g3.
On the board.
Yes, we expect to see rook takes c5. We can just watch them there.
Yeah, that king e7 to f6. I mean, I'm either capturing that pawn on g3 or playing that move that you suggested. I'm not 100% sure I like this, but okay. Fabi has to take.
Maybe.
Fabi has to take. There's rook g5?
I mean, just as an idea, just to grab this pawn. I'm also afraid of c4, Yasser, just to make it clear.
Right, absolutely.
But that was just kind of thinking like as one of the opportunities, perhaps, yes. But you want to take on c5 and check, yes, if you can grab all the pawns.
Well, I don't think the h6 pawn is going to give you success. Like,
it's blocked.
No. So you're taking g5, but you're not taking c5, a5, and b4. If Fabi's gonna win the game, it's because he's taking on c5 and a5, and he's got an a pawn.
Running.
Running. So
of course
he has to take on c5, and I think you have to play rook a8 and just seize the defensive after rook g5, recognizing that you're going to put your king on h6. Yeah, you'll take this pawn, but I'll put my bishop on c3, or I'll hang over there. I'll hang over on the queen side.
At least it's going to be an extra pawn, yes, for
of
white.
Course,
at
of
least
course.
Something to...
I think the move king f6 rejuvenated Fabi a bit here.
We can guess. Also, Fabi said yesterday during the interview, I feel just tired, you know?
Yeah.
And this is the message players trying to send right now. It's one of the last rounds. It's round 10, and players have to fight.
By the way, the rook let's pick that rook up and put it on f8. He's got his own ideas, as does Mishra. He says, I'm not interested in defending so much. I could play rook f2 check
and rook f3, and I could go after the b3 pawn.
Exactly.
Maybe
Can we
this is a
check
better
this line, like if we take on a5?
He's done it.
Yeah, rook f2 or rook
And
f3.
I'm sure Mishra is rook f2 check in mind.
Is it possible to play rook f3?
Yeah, it's so scary that h-pawn might somehow advance, but okay.
I'm much more afraid of the a-pawn, rook to g5 and a5. But let's see, rook f2 check. Where is Fabi putting his king?
Go up?
Actually, yes. Can I go all the way?
Check. And as we keep an eye on this game, we're going to sneak in a very, very quick interview with Wesley So, who is with Kostya. Rook f2.
Maybe he'll go rook f5.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Grandmaster Wesley So, who just won a very important game against Dariusz. Wesley, how are you feeling right now?
Very good. Yeah, very good. Especially since I didn't expect to win today. I mean, I was also quite tired. I mean, it's been a long tournament for me, like preparing intensely, openings and then playing. It takes a toll. And I thought Dariusz would play for a draw today, like play the Scotch or something. But then he wanted to fight with knight f3 b3, so I was very happy with his opening choice. But objectively, I wasn't better. Also in the end game, I think it's just equal, maybe been a bit better for white. But he, as usual, he used up all his time. So yeah, I was happy to keep game going, obviously. But I think, I think he, even when I won a pawn, maybe it's still a draw. But I was able to trick him.
Right. Yeah, it was a very long endgame. I think it kind of went back and forth a bit in between you being better and then ultimately you were able to convert.
Yeah.
And now, of course, you're likely going to be tied with Fabi going into the final round. You play white against Grigoriy Oparin tomorrow, so what will be your approach?
Well, if Fabi draws against Mishra, then I'll be in a better position, I guess, because he plays Levon and he has black. Well, Fabi and Grigoriy Oparin work together, yeah? So it's like a tag team. I mean, Oparin is super good too. I think he's learned a lot from Fabi and vice versa. Like they play blitz all the time and they share a lot of opening ideas. So it's going to be a tough pairing, but of course it helps when you're white and Fabi plays Levon.
Absolutely. Well, Wesley, thank you so much for coming in. And I know we have to get back to the game, so wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Very excited. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, and big congratulations, Wesley. No, seriously, that was a monster win that he put together today. We are closely following the game between Fabi and Mishra at the moment. When we left it, we just saw the move rook f2 check. King came up, rook check, and we have caught up with the players.
Now to move the engine likes that last move, rook f4 check. It wanted you to play rook c3 check and bishop to e1.
Yes, actually, it's a good
wild idea.
Rook c3 check.
Take the pawn, but bishop e1.
Wow. Wow. And we've got our own counterplay, but we've got some trickies based on rook takes. That did not happen, by the way. We did have instead the move rook f4 check.
Now king to d5.
And the bishop just finally got out of the way of the g-pawn, and Mishra is trying to say, okay, I have been defending so long. I want to play g3, g2.
I want to go forward.
I want to do something
the
good.
Problem, if Fabi finds it, is to move rook a6.
Rook
By the
a6.
way, I mean, it's such an easy thing. You just don't play
rook a7.
Rook a7. So it's natural. You want to put the rook behind the pawn. Rook a6 in case of g3.
Bishop f4, I guess.
Or bishop e4, yes. Defending, and also h6, check. Rook.
For example, rook g4, just... Or,
H6.
yeah, actually, first thing I want to mention, like rook takes e4.
Yep.
It's important that you have the move king takes e4. Or first rook g6.
And king takes e4, right?
Rook yes, and you stop the pawn.
Rook a6, only move. And
wow,
now Mishra...
found the move.
Mishra is probably planning g3, bishop to e4. So you've got rook g6, you've got h6. I'm thinking I better stop that pawn from advancing, but that allows bishop f3.
Yeah, rook g6 check also.
And rook
You're
g6.
not going to stop the pawn if you can play h6 next move.
Exactly. Whoa, 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 whoa.
This is turning dangerous.
Are you sure? Like rook g6, where do you go after all these moves?
So this is the current position, and I just wanted to ask,
take on a4.
Mishra is down to 20-odd seconds, and Fabi 40 seconds, but look, it's a two-result game. This king is just fantastic on the d5 square.
Don't forget about the a-pawn, as you mentioned. And g3, not the best. King h6 was better. Fabi has now found a structure where he is up a pawn, and he's stopping the g-pawn, and the h-pawn is going up the board. And don't forget, when his rook moves out of the way, he's going to be able to play h6 and be able to push a5. Suddenly, white has a ton of possibilities here. Rook h4 instantly.
H4. Can I show you something like rook g6 check,
Yep.
king f7,
Yep.
h6,
Yep.
rook takes e4, just to understand if it's like white has to play, I guess, rook g7, right? The only move here, and then takes this rook. Yes, so just to show this beautiful
There's
line that it's not working.
Zwischenzug, yeah.
Yes.
So
After h6, what do you do?
Correct. What do we do? I don't know. I don't like the way, whoa. I don't like the way this is going for Mishra. I guess he's going to have to play bishop
e3,
e3.
To stop the pawn.
But this a-pawn, no. Ooh. This could be, it could be now winning for
Fabi, yes.
Fabi.
But he's trying to do everything he can. Like bishop e3 seems like the only move. If I don't play bishop e3, white will just push the pawn forward.
a5, a6.
And perhaps even
rook g7.
Rook G7,
Yeah,
yes.
this is looking. Yeah, he had to play king h6. I think that this whole setup with the rook on h4 is bad for black.
And he had that chance to play rook c3 earlier. It's very easy to make. Whoa.
What?
King
he understood.
H7?
What?
But what is this? Just lost the rook? No, he's planning to play.
He played king h7.
Okay, rook g4, king h6, takes, push.
Okay, the first idea, rook g3, rook e4. just to be sure. Yes, it's not working. Yeah, so far we cannot take the pawn. So what did he do? Rook g4. I guessing from
check.
Mishra's expression.
Mishra missed this.
He missed it?
Well, look at his expression.
Yes.
He wants to resign, but does he have to
The idea
resign?
was like rook
He has to
h4,
resign.
g2. Yes.
Because even if he gets Fabi's rook,
which he will,
there's an a-pawn.
Fabi wins.
Fabi's just going to go get it.
Fabi wins. He has walked into a discovered check.
Amazing turn
of events.
Persistence shows for the strong ones, you just don't want to be in time pressure.
How lucky he is.
And Fabi just defended that pawn and said, guess what? I'm going to win a whole bishop soon. And Mishra knows it. Fabi knows it. He can barely contain his glee.
Yeah, I think both players cannot believe what just happened, right?
You walked into a discovered check that won a whole rook? That's shocking.
Fabi calmly attacks the pawn. He'll win the b pawn as well.
Yeah, he just resigns and
Mishra,
they cannot
stunning.
believe.
And what a needed win this was, because again, Fabi has got the black pieces tomorrow against Levon Aronian.
And he knew he needed
and you know
to
Levon
win.
is going to prosecute that game, and that extra half a point over Wesley could be huge. I'll try to listen in on the players. I think this just, both are stunned. Mishra most especially.
Fabi knows it was a draw.
Yeah.
Like the position earlier was drawn.
Yeah.
That's not what this was. This was kind of what you call the Magnus grind, right? You're the higher rated player. Yeah, we get it. It's even.
You keep the
Let's see if
pressure.
you can keep playing on that same level the whole way through.
Exactly.
I'm going to say lots of respect, tons of respect to the young man. He had a great 71-game streak that got upended. Just shows you how strong the U.S. Championship is.
Yes,
right.
That you don't lose for 71 games and you show up here and lose 3 times. And he plays the junior, his fellow junior, tomorrow in Andy Woodward. I wonder if those two will say, let's get out of here.
Enough is enough.
Yeah, because he had a bad day today. He should have beaten Sam Shankland and only ended up drawing that game because of a nasty trick. But I'm going to say kudos to both of them. And this fight, he's not going to want any moral victories, but kudos to him for that terrific fight. These are the lessons you learn that steel you up for the future. As a 16-year-old, he's got so many years ahead to learn how to handle these type of positions.
Still tough. Still tough. But for Levon, we're going to get the standings, but we know that Levon is going to enter tomorrow's round 1.5 points behind. So his chance of playing for the title or gone, it's Fabi or Wesley. They are our champions of 2025.
Quick draw tomorrow by Fabi, yes?
Very possible. I think it's really possible. And then we may have playoffs if Wesley wins.
Wesley will have to beat Oparin. Here's how it's going to go.
Here's how
Fabi's going to say, Levon.
Levon. Please, let me explain my situation.
We're good friends. You can't win anymore. Levon's going to say, I can't win anymore. I only play to win these things.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to play a quick draw.
I see.
And then Fabi's going to spend 3-4 hours. Grigoriy.
Grigoriy.
I'm going to pull all the secret preparation out.
Here it is. Here's the date.
Here it is. We got to draw this guy tomorrow.
Right.
And
so I
Wesley
can win.
will be feeling like he's playing against Grigoriy and Fabi all together, you know? So it's
2 versus 1.
Yeah, not easy
Absolutely.
And then in the other section.
Yeah, that's the craziness. Carissa has just been on a tear since her terrible start.
And what's crazy is that there were 2 players who were clearly the favorites to win this tournament. We knew that. They had already won multiple ones.
Fabi
and Carissa. And who's in clear first now in both sections?
Fabi and Carissa.
Fabi and Carissa. You could just book it.
And we have the final standings after round 10. Carissa is leading, as we mentioned, with 7 points. Just look, Irina Crush, together with Alice Lee, Anna Sargsyan are half a point behind. And then we have Anna Zadonskih.
Irina and Anna playing each other tomorrow. One of them is going to try to win, and somebody has got to stop Carissa and the express train.
That's Talia, though.
That's Talia. Talia, now's the time to put your best game together in the Open.
And Fabiano Caruana is leading in the Opens. He's with 7.5 points in the sole lead after the 10th round. And Wesley is in the 2nd place, half a point behind. Yes, and we have Fabi with Kostya right now. Let's listen what Fabi is going to tell us.
Thank you. Nastia here with the defending champion, Fabiano Caruana, who just won. Very long game against Abhimanyu Mishra, obviously decided by that final blunder. Your thoughts on this game? Did you think you would win in the end?
I really thought it would be a draw for a long time. I was starting to get a bit hopeful. I mean, even before his final blunder, I thought after rook g6, it felt king h8, but like if we trade g and h pawns, then I still have this a pawn. It's a bit unpleasant, especially in the time situation. But before that, it felt like a clear draw at some moment. But yeah, it was very, very difficult, very long game, and always had to calculate some things that never happened because the position was always kind of threatening to open up, but never quite did. Just a very difficult game.
Yeah, I mean, you said you thought it'd be a draw for a long time, but of course you continue to press, put pressure, and it's definitely not the first time you've defeated a player just by putting pressure over the long run. So do you have a sense of the strategy? Do you try to maximize the game, make it as long as possible, kind of like how Magnus sometimes seems to do, or do you have any approach to this?
I think in this situation I really couldn't. I don't like to do this, play these really, really long games, because I feel it can very often get out of control. You just need to blunder one time. You just need one oversight. With low on time, it can easily happen, and this position could even be lost. I mean, it was never real danger, but you make one blunder and you lose the game. Also explains, I think, his final blunder. It was just exhaustion, because of course he put the king in line with the bishop. It's a tactic he would see in a second, any day. But after many, many hours, of course, we get tired and start to see things. So it's not really my style. Magnus, of course, usually makes it look easy. But if you get into a situation where you can't really do anything, you don't really have an advantage that's threatening to materialize anytime soon, then you kind of have to do this.
Yeah, you've also, of course, been on the defending side, against Magnus, other players, where you have to defend for a very, very long time. How do you manage to kind of keep your energy when, let's say, you don't have winning chances?
Yeah, it's not pleasant. I mean, of course, over the years I've been on both sides of it many times against. I mean, Magnus. It's always the hardest. Hikaru also is usually technically very, very dangerous, and also Wesley is like technically very, very dangerous. So I face these guys who have tremendous technique, and it doesn't always work out.
Right.
But I can say it's not too much fun.
Yeah. So, okay, going into the final round tomorrow, you're half a point ahead of Wesley. You have black against Levon. He's playing white against Grigoriy Oparin, who is your second, of course. And Wesley came in and said it'd be like a tag team battle to him and Levon. So what is going to be your approach going into the final round?
I think I just need to like settle myself a bit before I even think about that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do anything crazy, I guess. It's not a situation that requires that. I guess Levon will try to put pressure on me, and Wesley, of course, will also try to keep the pressure up on Grigoriy. But I'm going to try not to look at that game and just focus on my own.
Got it. Well, I will wish you the best of luck into the final round tomorrow, and yeah, take care.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, and congratulations, Fabi. Whew, what a crazy win! Just at the very, very last moment, it seemed like he snatched victory from the jaws of a draw. But a peek ahead, shall we, Anastasia? Let's take a look at the pairings tomorrow.
Yes, so let's check the pairings which are critical for the final standings. Carissa is going to play with black pieces against Talia Cervantes. Ellie will play with white against Anna Sargsyan. Anna Zatonsky will face Irina Krush. Looking forward to the last round.
A win by Carissa guarantees her the championship, a draw, and she's got a bunch of chasers.
Absolutely. And in the Open, the two critical pairings, well, there they are.
Yeah, because Fabiano Caruana and Wesley are still fighting for the first place, for the victory in the tournament.
Right.
And Levon Aronian plays against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi has black pieces in this game. Wesley has white pieces against Grigoriy Oparin. And as he mentioned, it's kind of important to have white in the last round.
Note that if Wesley, even if Wesley beats Fabi,
Grigoriy
with Fabi.
Sorry, I mean if Levon beats Fabi, that's really what I was looking at.
Yes.
If he beats Fabi, he goes to 7.
Yep.
If he even goes to 6.5, nobody can pass him in third place.
No,
he's really just guaranteed third no matter what he does. It's kind of hard to imagine that he comes in and just says, let me win this at all costs, because 6.5, only somebody has 5.5. Sam Sevian winning with the black pieces could catch him.
Right.
But what's the differential there? Third place split or third place clear?
Yeah.
What does he care?
$50 million.
It ain't that for sure. So he's not really motivated tomorrow, is Levon.
Huge day today. The penultimate round. It was just an absolutely fantastic. Again, Anastasia, thank you so much for being with us. And Maurice, it was a delight. Once again, our thoughts and prayers are with the Naroditsky family. There was a service today. Good night from St. Louis.
Our condolences. Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.